need to reset my app because as you brought me up, well, I still show as a listener at the moment on my phone, so that's fun. So yeah, I'll go and reset my app. I'll be right back.
Tweety.
Yes. Could fix these. So
we actually have more listeners that are programmers that could help fix their bugs than they seem to have people working on the product. However, unfortunately, they don't seem to like people working at Twitter. They fired something like 80% of their employees since Musk's taken over. Might be 70%. It's some insanely high number. And shockingly, when you fire a majority of your employees, you have a hard time fixing things. Peter B., how are you today?
Very well. Thank you so much, Finance. I really appreciate this space. Thank you so much for letting me in once again. The the asylum break that I am. I wanted to posit a question to the the great hive mind of the space, which is, what about a weather report for propaganda once an hour that is put forth by the leaders of the space or the hive mind, just to see which way the wind is blowing and how it changes with the cycles of Russian disinformation slash misinformation. It would be an interesting thing. Might tune everybody in a little bit more into what's going on out there, as you all know. I just once again want to thank everyone who participates here, everyone who is a piece of this space and who makes it happen on a daily basis. You are incredible to me. We are horrifically past 1 year of this ungodly invasion of Ukraine. I don't know how it has taken this long for Western democracies and democracy in general to get their head out of their ass, to breathe. And it's shocking to me that it's taken this long. I mean, you know, we all hope, but like I know one of the proponents for new weapon systems for Ukraine has always been this space. And it's always been the logical solution. Always. Peace through superior firepower. It's a simple concept, and it should be promoted throughout all of democracy, universally. And it is hard to see a slow adoption of that. But that's getting me away from my point, which is thanking the great people of the space who participate every single day. Mockers, Finance, Doman, Axel, David, like there's so many great people here. Colonel Jeff, like there's so many great people. Peter Doran, I don't agree with his politics whatsoever, but he contributes every single day, and it's amazing to see. Amazing. And just a little, like, just amazing. I want to thank all of you for being here. Non denominational, apolitical, on the issue that is the Russian invasion of Ukraine and Ukraine fighting for sovereignty, fighting for democracy, and fighting against genocide. Every hour of every minute of every day for more than a year. Thank you for making this space happen on a daily basis. I've never seen within my lifetime like heroic efforts like this to make things happen, and it's amazing to me. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for participating in the space. Thank you for listening to it every day. Thank you for creating funds that help the people on the ground in Ukraine, like allow them to fight for their own democracy, allow them to make them more, oh God, more, let's see, deadly. Because that's the only thing the Russian invader really deserves. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna swap down now, but thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. Thank you for participating every single day.
Oh, thank you. I don't see myself as a hero. The heroes are in Ukraine. We're trying to support them. And Mockers with the lovely radio voice is here to talk to us, I think, with numbers yet. Mockers. I'm seeing two of you now. I think Twitter's up to its usual tricks.
She's so good that God made two of her.
Well, I'm not arguing with them. So we'll get her up here.
She's theoretically in the space.
There we go.
All right now.
We
have
can.
you, love. How are you?
Yeah, unfortunately, when I walk in my kitchen sometimes, where I have to be to feed the cats, who are all looking at me like I've abandoned them. So, yeah, when I walk into the kitchen, sometimes when I do that, my connection isn't that good. Sorry, it's early yet. And I lose speakers at that point, and I completely lost you, Dave, and I knew you were talking, and I thought I'll just go and reset myself. Anyway, I've got some numbers for us. Would you like some numbers?
Yes, I've been waiting for 3 hours for these numbers.
Well, in that case, patience has been rewarded. Give me 1 second, I'm just, sorry, doing 3 things at once. Feeding hungry cats, making a brew, looking at numbers. It's always, it's always busy first thing in the morning. Here we go. So, the scores on the doors are 650 liquidated personnel, 9 tanks, 11 armoured personnel vehicles. We have 7 artillery systems and 2 of your anti-aircraft warfare systems. That's your S-300, 400 doodahs. Now, there were drone attacks last night on Ukraine, and this is reflected by the fact that 15 drones have been taken out yesterday. We have 8 vehicles and 2 more of those special equipment, and well, very excited about that.
Let us note here, there's nothing that makes mockers more excited in the world than special equipment, especially the kind that is destroyed by the Ukrainians.
Yes, certainly. I had a comment and I just completely forgot it.
Well, that will be basically, finance believes that I have a special love for special equipment, and I kind of do, because when we see those disappearing off the battlefield, we know they're not going to be replaced easily. They're usually something quite important, or maybe a radar or something like that. So I obviously think that that's brilliant when they get taken out, because it takes away a capability that they had a specialised vehicle for, and now they don't. And sorry, I'm still making a cuppa because cats come first in the house. So that's how it goes.
I remembered my comment, my question. So I saw some tweets earlier today claiming that Russia is up to 200,000 casualties. from the, we just celebrated, I think, 100,000 near the end of December, didn't we?
Yeah, well, the numbers that we read out in the morning, they are the numbers that come directly from the general staff, and these don't include what they would call irregular forces, so PMCs, things like that. They only include the people who they consider to be regular Russian army. So it is very likely that the numbers are higher. Definitely very likely that the numbers are higher. I don't know why they don't include them, to be honest, because they're there and they're fighting, but I don't know, maybe they give them some sort of special treatment, or maybe they just don't want to have them in for other reasons. I've no real idea. But yeah, the number of 140 odd thousand, soon to be 150. That indeed is there it is. That indeed is the numbers of just the Russian losses and equipment. So just the Russian army losses and equipment. One thing I've noticed about the equipment is the Ukrainian forces have been going after artillery systems a lot. Oh, coffee, thank you. Yeah, so they've been going after artillery systems a lot. And of course, the more artillery systems they take out, the less likely it is for those artillery systems to be used to hit towns and villages and people's private houses and people waiting for the bus or waiting in line for some medical aid or humanitarian aid, because, they're prime military targets according to Russia. So, yeah, I think every time I see one of those taken out, I have a little bit of joy in me, because they were just made to kill people, those things. They weren't made for any other reason. And they're being used against non-military targets, against just towns and villages with no military use whatsoever. And we had a little chat last night about the symbolism of some of these places that they're going after, like Solidar and Bakhmut. These are places that they know well, because of course Solidar is the packet of salt on their dinner table, or in their shops, maybe no longer on their dinner table. And Bakhmut has a special meaning with regards to champagne, apparently. Or, well, we can't call it champagne. We'll call it sparkling wine from Bakhmut. And yeah, so these are places that the Russian people know. They know the names of these towns, and they know what these places produced. Sorry, and so I think that's kind of why they don't want to give these places up. That's kind of why they've been throwing themselves at these places, because they are they would be a victory of kind. Although nobody's going to be growing any grapes in Bakhmut in any time soon, I would imagine. Sorry, just getting myself together. So yeah, that would appear to be the case, that that they are not letting go of these places just because they have some, symbolic or historical meaning to them, and the general public actually knows the names of these places. Oh, excuse me. And so I think that's kind of why they threw themselves all in at Solidar, and kind of why they've been throwing themselves all in at Bakhmut, because these are places that if they took them, the names actually mean something to the Russian people, or at least that's what I'm told. So, just after that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. that that could be an explanation, because Soledar and Bakhmut really have no tactical advantage. There's no tactical reason for just taking those cities, other than to take those cities. They're not going to give you an advantage or anything in further assaults. You capture Bakhmut and you've captured Bakhmut. You've got a city that's been completely razed by your own artillery. So, I see that. I think that Ukraine realizes this as well. I just wish that they would. We don't know all the information about Bakhmut, but what we've been talking about today, I just wish that they would withdraw from there and do what Colonel Jeff suggested, with a kind of a backhand, where you withdraw and leave an open area, and then the Russians fill in, and then you smack them with armor, as he said. And speaking of that, I saw a post with a geolocated tiger, or not tiger, leopard in the Bakhmut area. So at least leopards are in the area.
Well, we don't know for sure anything, do we, other than there was possibly one there. We have heard that armour and reinforcements are being sent up to Bakhmut, and that's about as much as we're really being told at the moment. I get it. And last time there was any sort of large movements by Ukraine, obviously they locked down OPSEC tighter than a drum, and it seems to be the case here that there's quite a bit of information lockdown, and so what we are getting is we're getting lots of information coming from the Ruski side, and we're getting lots of old dancing videos. I've noticed that Ukraine like to cheer us up with some dancing videos, and been releasing quite a few of them recently, just because they don't want to tell us anything else. Well, who can blame them? However, I have seen that there may have been some cotton overnight. What was there any cotton, Dave? Can you tell me?
Cotton?
As in things blowing up.
Oh, I'm not following. I was not following. There, I do not know about any explosions. I hope you do. We haven't talked about those yet.
Well, I will do a little dig around. In fact, while I'm here, I might as well do it here. Well, there was a large fire in Moscow, so I'll tell you about that one because I know all about that one. There was an explosion at a Moscow coke and gas plant.
Oh, yes, that one.
20 meters. I can only suggest that must have been quite the surprise. Although at a coke and gas plant, well, you couldn't find anything more flammable, could you really? But the pictures do show quite some devastation and on a very big fire. And well, you know me, I like things blowing up. Just think it's fun. No, there was some information released by Ivan Fedorov yesterday that Melitopol was hit in 2 strikes. They were specifically targeting concentrations of Russian soldiers. And he said, from his information, there were 2 powerful explosions, both targeting concentrations of Russian troops. So even though the numbers today are only, 650? Oh, excuse me. Again. Even though those numbers are only like 650, they can't count the ones that they can't see. can they? So they only count them as they see them. And so if you blow up a building and you have no idea who was in it and it's way over there somewhere, you're not going to be able to count those people. So for all we know, there could be some extra hundreds to go on there. We just don't know. But the mayor of Melitopol is a very serious young man. And I know for a fact that he is determined to go back to Melitopol and to continue to serve his people there when he can. Yeah, he's a tough individual. He's been kidnapped by, the Russians themselves. He's spoken about being interrogated by the Russians. And hearing other people being tortured. And he was luckily released. And apparently, on the day he was released, he had a conversation with President Zelensky in which he kept swearing about the Russian people who had interrogated him. He kept calling them names and swearing and then apologizing. And Zelensky apparently just kept laughing because he thought it was hilarious that he was still so fired up. And he was like, look, man, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Yeah, so apparently, as long as you're talking about the Russians, you can swear your head off around your president and he won't mind.
Well, yeah, I can't even imagine what it'd be like to be interrogated and tortured. It'd probably drive me to swear too, and you might have noticed that's not my thing. So, along those lines, I've been following up a story that was about a hospital. It's down by Odessa. And it's the name Snehurovika or Snehurovika. Snehurovika? I don't know. I really need to get working on Snehurovika. Hurivka? Yeah, Hurivka. Okay. I need to get Duolingo or Ukrainian going, so I can get these pronunciations right. But I was reading through this because I work in healthcare, and so this is something I'm very familiar with. This hospital was captured by the Russians during the initial invasion, and most of their physicians left, of course, because they could see that things were going to get dangerous. So they left, but there were 80 nurses and a couple of doctors that stayed in the hospital, and they were there, for 9 months until they were liberated. And the story that they tell they said that most of the people that they saw were victims of torture, that they treated, that the Russians didn't trust them that much to treat their own soldiers, and they ended up treating a lot of victims of torture. Of course, they could not put that. The Russians would not. The Russians were monitoring their every move and their charts, and so they could not chart anything such that it could be interpreted as torture. So they did a lot of, I guess, accidents, and running into doors and falling downstairs and things to try to protect these people, because the Russians would, of course, if they they had no qualms about torturing the doctors themselves, which I thought was it was just the ultimate of stupidity and biting the hand that feeds you. Why would you torture a doctor that could save your life the next day? It just, I feel like that's one of the things that in the medical field we have a real, I guess, hand up on most things, is that we can be the ones to save your life. So um, it's a good thing to not torture us and kill us. And
Yeah,
and
I would think so, mate.
yeah,
Also, although doctors take the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm, there is also the fact that that they're in a position where they could just treat you a little bit less. You know what I mean? Or a little bit differently to how they normally would. And, that they would know the consequences of not getting proper treatment, shall we say. So yeah, never pee off somebody who could save your life, because they would indeed continue to try and save your life, just probably not with the same gusto that they might do normally.
yeah, exactly. You can, the first to do no harm. So if you're not, you don't have to do anything. You can just let it take its course, and you're not doing more harm than you would happen if you didn't take any action. I'm sure some of the doctors had that approach too. It was, but so this article's in Vanity Fair. I don't know if anybody wants to read over it, but at least from my perspective, it showed the incredible dedication that these healthcare workers had to their population, to the people that they treated. And there was they had a couple of stories where they had they had been working in this hospital for long enough that they saw people that they had helped deliver, people that they had treated, had seen as young kids, come in as adults, and unfortunately, several of them were now dead. And it's just heartbreaking. But they continue to provide care despite all of that. I take great inspiration from people like this.
Well, I suppose when it comes to something like this, the resilience of some people, you don't realise just how resilient we are until we're tested, I suppose. And it just shows that, these people, I heard of medical staff hiding children in one way or another so they couldn't be taken by the Russians. One group of medical staff proclaimed a whole group of children from an orphanage to be medically unfit. They made up all sorts of long-term diseases that they were going to suffer from, or terminal illnesses and things like that. And so the Russians didn't want them, and they saved a large group of orphan children that way. And these are the things that the medical staff have been doing under great duress, and yet still they've done what they could to save children, to hide people who were collaborators, to keep people in the hospital longer so they didn't go back to the tender mercies of the Russians as well. And in some cases, literally pretended people were dying so that the Russians would leave them alone, and then snuck them out. I'm in awe of these people continuing to do their jobs in such a terrible situation. you know, it almost like a quiet sort of underground defiance, while still doing their jobs, and it's inspiring that all the what they call Ukrainian people. Sorry, early in the morning. All the Ukrainian people seem to have this spirit in them that you know, here we are, and we're going to kick your butt, and we're going to continue to be defiant no matter what. And yeah, that bit of defiance is well, it's what makes them who they are. I think they've spent centuries being repressed in some way or another, and this is built not just through their culture but in their blood, to stand up for oneself and to say, actually, no, we are free people. That's a big thing for me, that they are indeed free people. And I've seen a meme that Putin made a mistake because he sent slaves to fight free people, and it's very true that his people are very subjugated already, and they're the people that are fighting these free Ukrainians who were just living their lives, just doing well for themselves, and apparently that wasn't something that Putin thought was a good idea, and so yeah, there they are now, causing them trouble. It's like, our neighbour can't have anything better than us, we'll have to ruin that so that we don't look bad. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but you know, jealousy of your neighbour's garden, almost. Oh, a little bit of extra information. This Moscow suburb, it was a suburb called Vidoy. And the reason that the bavovna above this place is very black is because of the coke. No, not the sniffing stuff. No, not the drinking stuff. The burning stuff that you would use for industry. And just having a quick look at the videos, that does look like it's going to be a mess for a couple of days, that, for some reason. Well, yeah, that's a shame for them. Absolutely.
Yeah, coke and gas will that's a flammable combination. That it's you know, coke is used in this is I think a coke production place, so it's kind of a waste product of most things that they collect and then they use in steel production to eliminate oxygen. It's the original antioxidant is coke. It removes the oxygen from the steel, giving you a much finer and denser molecule arrangement. Difference between, you know, iron and steel.
And that's the thing, that this, you know, taking out something like this is going to hinder that production of metals. And I see some things that are just fires. Because these things happen, you know. I see some things which do look like insurance jobs. These half-built skyscrapers and things like that. They stink of insurance jobs. But this, taking out a plant that specifically fuels the production of metals, that sort of thing makes me think. Was it Budanov's interview the other day where he said, you know, oh no, it wasn't, but it was somebody high up in the general staff, I believe, that was asked about these people running over the border and taking this video in Kursk or wherever it was, Bryansk or wherever. Anyway, they took this video and they ran back over the border. And it was suggested that this was a bit naughty, and the answer was, we already have people deeper in Russia than that, and that's all that was suggested. We already have people in Russia, so those people are nothing. That's nothing to worry about, and I found that interesting. That they obviously have plenty of people in Russia by the sounds of things.
Huh. Well, I just read a report. There are some people that look through instead of just going off of the numbers that Russia was officially reporting, they were looking at different civic records to track how many men had been conscripted, and their number was 500, around 500,000 had actually been conscripted, which was quite a bit higher than Russia has advertised. And that, and then when you know, look at how many Russians have been killed in Ukraine, and that they're still running out of men. That's just such a waste of human life, you know, for a bit of land.
You've also got to remember that to some instances that you absolutely I don't know. Apparently my phone's not working weird today. Let's try that again. Yeah, so if you absolutely overwhelm somebody with numbers, then yeah, by all means, you probably are going to make some sort of short-term gains. But as soon as somebody comes back with the right training and equipment, you're toast. And that's what's been happening. And I think the fact that they're lying to people on the Russian side and saying, oh no, you'll be at a second or a third line, you'll be guarding some ammunition somewhere or a truck or something like that, and then literally putting them in a frontline trench. I mean, that on its own shows a level of desperation, because on the Ukrainian side, they don't have to lie to their men to get them into the frontline trenches. They just have to say, the enemy's that way. And these people are stepping up because they know what they're fighting for. And the Russians don't know what they're fighting for, it would appear. And so they're having to be encouraged at the barrel of a gun in some cases. People have had guns fired at them, shots over the head, shots at their feet. These are all things that we've heard coming out of the Russian side, and I'm sure that those tactics are really motivating. I'm sure they get you right pumped up and ready to go and defend your motherland or fatherland or whatever the flipping heck you call it. I think fatherland was Germany, wasn't it? Motherland. Yeah, it's as far as I can see, it's not a way to motivate your men. It only motivates them in one direction, and it's out of fear. And I find that doesn't generally lead to the most productive outcome. if somebody does something because they want to, they usually do a better job. Put it that way, and that goes with everything really. If you're doing a job that you enjoy and it actually brings you joy in life, then you're going to always do a better job. If you're doing a job that you detest, you do it, don't you? You do the job, but once it's done, you might not add any flourishes. And it's just the way I sort of see the different attitudes. That I'm not saying that the Ukrainians are enjoying fighting a war, but they are willing to fight it. They are willing to defend their country and their people, and every inch of Ukrainian land, and that's the difference. That they know exactly what they're fighting for. Good morning, Prince. You popped up. Did you have something that you wanted to add?
I don't know. I'm eating my dinner and I'm looking for things. And I had to go back to yesterday's things because I haven't seen that much yet today. Hang on a second.
So have been alerted to a video of the Chechen, the Sheikh Mansour battalion driving around Bakhmut. Have you seen that, Mockers or Prince?
I have. That is one of the things that Dr. Nick shared with us a little while ago, earlier tonight. It's up in the nest, I believe. There, I felt like tonight's conversation really went to doom and gloom about Bakhmut, and you slept through it, Mockers. But what I was thinking is,
I'm glad.
yeah, I know you're glad. If they lose Bakhmut, they lose Bakhmut. And if we think about what happened when they instructed the soldiers at Mariupol to give up the Avastal, they had a plan for what was coming next. And we have seen with the military of Ukraine that they have a plan. And I saw a reporting the last day or two about the Ukrainian higher command being in the UK and doing tabletop exercises, practicing, looking at different scenarios. So I know that they're getting some good guidance. They have done very well throughout this entire year plus. I believe they will continue to do well. And I think that if Bakhmut falls, Bakhmut falls. I disagree that they are starting to just let Ukrainian soldiers die needlessly. That hasn't been the behavior of the Ukrainian military for the last year. And I don't think that it would suddenly change because of a town called Bakhmut. And I have faith in the Ukrainian military that if they believe that they can still fight there and it be beneficial as far as attriting the Russian military, they will do that. When it's time to retreat, they will retreat. And we can be bummed about it, but the doom and gloom was just a little frustrating at points tonight, I guess. I heard a lot of what ifs and what are they going to do next? Well, what if in one hand and what in the other, and see what fills up first. And yeah.
Well, I'm quite a positive person myself, and I am a bit like you. When people get very doomy and gloomy, I like to think, well, we don't know that for sure, do we? We don't know these things for sure. We're doing our best to be realistic, but either way, in the grand scheme of the whole of the battle, Bakhmut has been really useful for attriting the Russians.
Gunny's
Amazing.
Gunny came up to tell me off because, yeah, Gunny came up to tell me off, which is fine. I love Gunny.
Gunny always comes to crush our dreams. It's fine.
Yes.
But
Gunny loves to crush our hopes.
But just the fact that you've got to be realistic about it. You're not going to hold on to a pile of rubble if it's not doing you any good anymore. If there is no point and it's starting to get to the point where you're losing people over, a scrappy bit of broken land, then they will make the decision to pull out. And it would be perfectly acceptable for them to do so because they're not losing anything of any major value there. The only value is that it's been used to absolutely attrit the Russians. And if they all want to keep piling in there into areas which are, pre-sighted and Admiral Akbar, it's a trap, then I'm quite sure Ukrainians are quite happy to let them do that for as long as it is a tenable location. Gunny, go ahead. Good morning.
Morning, knockers. No, I'm not going to have a go at anyone. But look, I would just like to point out, I listened to Daniel earlier and I sort of bit my tongue. All right, how to explain it without being condescending. If you've been in the military, there is no room for blind optimism. Blind optimism gets you killed and gets everyone around you killed. Therefore, our entire careers are built around contingency, planning, training, every scenario possible, and maximizing our opportunities to win. And sometimes that will involve seemingly quite inhuman decisions. Sometimes it will involve risk. And sometimes it will involve a degree of uncertainty, but best option, best planning, best action. All right. So when you see people in the military, kind of what you think is being doom and gloom, it's not. It's realistic appreciation of the situation on the ground, because no good thing in the military comes from blind optimism. It doesn't. You look at a situation with a realistic eye, you assess it, and then you call it, right? Because there's no room in this game. This isn't Civvy Street. It's not an office. It's not a kitchen. It's not a warehouse. It's military, people dying. And the idea is to kill your enemy before they kill you. So when we look at things and you think we're just being pretty sort of downbeat about it, we're not. I said from the start, this will not affect the material outcome of the war. But we don't like unnecessary death in the military. We accept it as a necessity. You accept that people under your command will die. That's very different from unnecessary death. Unnecessary death is a ball breaker. Unnecessary death affects your ability to do stuff later on. Unnecessary death is the death of people who you know and trust and respect, who you've shared hardships with. And unnecessary death is infuriating. And the whole point of the conversation was, on the face of what we're seeing, and this isn't just rear area remps like me, people with T-Farms global experience in operations are not being blind optimistic. They've been saying for a few days now, it's time to bug out. Right now, when people like that say these things, you sit up and listen, because they don't do optimism, they do realism. Realism says it's not looking particularly great at the moment. We had a discussion, a couple of people offline. It sounds like they're still evacuating civvies out of Bakhmut. If that's true, that's infuriating, because this might be purely a holding action to evacuate fucking idiots who should have got out of town when the evac order was published probably a long time ago. It is no different from the prat who takes his dog out on the seawall to look at the big waves and then expects a lifeboat crew to come and rescue him because he's half a mile out at sea drowning. You know, so we don't have the full picture. We know there's a 2-mile corridor. There are 2 pincers that are grinding closer and people on the Ukrainian side are dying. We're not sure why this town, this small city, is so important. Looking at it, a lot of the experts are kind of shrugging and going, yeah, nice to have, but you know, it ain't worth losing a battalion over. And we're seeing the problems with the one road out. We're seeing problems with wheeled transport, which means there's going to be a lot of tabbing, a lot of walking, trying to get out. And it's just very confusing to people who have either done it or have an affiliation with those who have done it. If you think that's downbeat, don't really care, to be honest with you, because even though I've been out a long time, I consider myself still on long-term leave, and that's what we do in the military. We give it a cold eye assessment, and you call it, and then you know you got to look at it with a dispassionate eye. So I would say to you, and some of you will take offence to this, if there's still civvies in the city, leave them. If the plan was to withdraw and there are people left in that city who didn't leave by their own volition when the evac order was given, military logic is leave them. That's their choice. All right, you make your choice, deal with the consequences. Because good men and women might be dying for no reason just to get them out. Maybe it's not that. Maybe there is a grand plan, as we discussed. Maybe it's still a fixing operation. But when the casualties and just everyone remember, how are the Ukrainians winning? They're killing more Russians than they're losing. All right, that's the game there. First, they started with the guards units and the top-end tank divisions, the top-end motor rifle units, the BTGs manned by the supposed, you know, high-end units, the VDV, etc. And then they worked their way down the line, and they did that because they had a favorable kill ratio. They were killing lots of Russians in return for many fewer Ukrainians. The minute that stops, the minute that you start approaching sustainable loss rates for the Russians, or even worse, parity, you're in trouble. Because Ivan don't care about casualties. He loses 10 to your 1, doesn't matter. He's not asked. People dying of frostbite, he's not asked. People linking arms, throwing themselves across minefields, he's not asked. As long as he kills you and takes a bit of ground, then he's happy. So yeah, kill 10 for 1, but there's always a time to leave. And it just looks to everyone who's looking at this with a dispassionate eye, now's the time to bug out. Probably was time to bug out a little while ago. Hopefully there's a plan in place. You're absolutely right, Prince. I mean, the Ukrainians don't throw people away as a rule for no reason, but there are going to be setbacks, and this is looking like it might be a setback. If you think that's downbeat, don't care.
Okay, Gunny, it wasn't. I'm trying to figure out how to describe it because it wasn't necessarily what you were saying or what was being typed about. It wasn't necessarily that. It was there felt like with other speakers, like there was a doom and gloom about the fact that they lose Bakhmut. And that sort of, I think I didn't verbalize it well. And it just, I think, like you, if I think about it a little bit more, that they should have gotten out of there a little while ago. It just, but to sit and bitch, whine, and moan about losing Bakhmut because they've held it for so long, yes, it's disappointing, but you can't go back and change it. And they're doing the best thing for the situation right now. And like you said, we've said repeatedly on this space that there are going to be times when there are setbacks, and there are going to be setbacks, and they might actually be for the betterment and the advantage of the whole picture. And I appreciate you for always making it more realistic, because for those of us who haven't been in the military, we don't necessarily think of it that way. And some of us go to, oh my God, they've lost Bakhmut, they've lost, and that's what they're focusing on instead of looking at the whole big picture. So I appreciate you for so many reasons. But that's another one. I just wanted to sort of follow up with that, and I appreciate you, Gunny. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, don't. To be honest with you, mate, the vast majority of us who've been in the military aren't that worried about losing Bakhmut. We're not. If just to look at a topographical map, and if what we're hearing is true, and there's a very good solid line of defence to the rear of that, yeah. So they lose a town. So what? There are very few wars that have been won by taking one single urban area. You know, our concern is, our problem is, and this is where the sort of humanity practicality comes in, that all of us are looking at it in terms of the boys and girls stuck there, right? Because they're two things. One, they're defenders who are going to be blooded. They're going to be professional. They're going to be stalwart. They're going to know what it's like to be in contact. They've been fighting tooth and nail, and therefore are a superb resource that's going to be needed for the future. And two, on the humanity side of it, they deserve fucking better. If this is a situation that's gone out of control, we're not saying, well, you know, a bit of a disaster, Bakhmut's going to fall, and what they're going to do, and then the Russians might be able to use it as a jumping. Not many of us are really thinking that. What we're worried about is 400-500 Ukrainian men and women getting stuck in an encirclement and either needing relieving, which, you know, you would hope would be the case, or who might just have to kind of fight to the last round. And the military don't like that. We don't like that unless it's absolutely necessary. We don't like it because it's a waste of life. It's a waste of good people. And these are people who you're going to need in 6 to 12 months fighting their way down the Izmath, down to Sevastopol. So that's what the anger is, mate. Just to clear that up, this isn't geographical. I think there are very few people who would look at this as a bad turning point of the war. The way we look at it is it unnecessary? Are they holding their ground now for reasons which militarily make no sense? And that's what pisses us off.
Thank you very much, Connie. Did you want to add something, Prince?
I just wanted to say, in being able to be so clear-eyed and convey that perspective in the way you just did is one of the reasons I really appreciate you, because that is not doom and gloom. That is reality, and that was not everything I heard when it came to things that were said on the space tonight. So there was a little bit of a difference. You were very clear and very realistic, and that I appreciate very much. So thank you, Gunny.
You can always count on Gunny for a voice of reason. War Doggo, my friend. Good morning.
Morning, dear. To sleep already if you are walking. Hugs and love from Ukraine whenever you are. No particular reason that I came up, no question I'd like to ask, just to have a friendly chat with people I know, with people since some time who knows me, and as soon as we already start speaking about important topic that Gani being touching previously, cold-blooded realism is exactly the reason why Ukrainians support and fully trust their armed forces. That's exactly the reason why Ukraine holds on, and that's exactly what is the turning point between in 3 days and fighting for already a year and preparing for an offensive. That's why people support Ukrainian armed forces and Ukraine overall, all over the globe. All over the globe. You know much better than me. I could be the one who would exaggerate or be wrong here, but you would not be. That's why you are supporting Ukraine. That's why you are supporting such organizations like MriyaAid, who delivers non-lethal help to Ukraine, or any other organization that brings help to Ukraine. That's why we, a group of friends, making some friendly crowdfundings, fundraisers, supporting people whom we know face to face, and we deliver some stuff hands to hands. Cold-blooded realism is giving you a perspective, making decision fact-based, but not bringing emotions. Emotions here really put you in the wrong directions, and that is something that many civilians, how many when viral hype waves starts in the media. Oh no, we are leaving Bakhmut. If it if military are doing so, they know what we trust our military, and not having a perspective for making such decision, I don't feel capable to make any judgments overall. I mean, it's not a good thing to make judgments. I mean, accept them and move on. So not having a perspective, why to make a conclusions? If you have the perspective, apologize, but you will keep shut up because you've signed a non-disclosure agreement. that's the golden rule. So we will know. We will not know now. We will know in the future. Trust Ukrainian armed forces and support Ukraine. Hugs and love from Ukraine as always and forever. We are one day closer to Ukraine being victorious. That's the focus point. Hugs and love.
Hugs and love right back to you, War Doggo. And also, I saw yesterday a tweet by somebody who had said that I've looked at all the information, all the OSINT, all the maps, and here's what I know. Number one, I know nothing. Number two, I trust in the armed forces of Ukraine. And that is basically it. They're not telling us anything for good reason. And so
mention the last one. Mention the last one. Mention the last one.
I can't remember the last one. You mentioned the last one.
I gotta go find it because I don't remember either, but it involved the F word. Hang on.
Yeah, I remembered the first two, and it was absolutely the right thing. That we know nothing, and we have to trust that the armed forces of Ukraine know what they're doing, and we all need to be patient about that. Edvard, please go ahead.
Good morning, Marcus. Good morning, team, and Gani, and War Doggo, and Prince, and everyone. Yeah, and I agree with you all, and I just wanted to say that whenever I feel, a little down, so to speak, I think like I know Ukraine's gonna win because Ukraine's got our support, the whole West support. I looked at the tweet yesterday, and it was a tweet over, I don't know if it was Gdynia Harbor or Bremerhaven or something like that, where they have piled up the masses of vehicles and stuff, and I know I know that Ukraine will win this. I just know it because there is no way Russia will get away with this. No way at all. Um, I just wanted to say that yeah, that's probably all I have to say for now, Muckers. I'm a bit tired, but I'm driving to work, so maybe I wake up a little later. Thanks.
Yeah, get some more coffee in you. You'll be absolutely fine. I believe Prince has found the full wording of that particular tweet.
Oh, I found something else too, but sure, I will continue. So you want me to read the entire thing? Because
Just the 3 points.
Just the 3 points. So the 3 points are: I know nothing, I trust the armed forces of Ukraine, and fuck Russia. So that's the 3 things he knows, and that's all that matters after studying everything he could find about Bakhmut. So, yeah. But but if I can, another thing that I came across yesterday that sort of melted my heart and was very, very sweet. And I wanted to, I put it in my notes of things to possibly talk about and share, and I never did yet. So it's a video of, you see a bunch of Ukrainian soldiers walking down a hallway, and then you see a wounded soldier lying in a bed, and they all start filing in to visit this soldier. The entire unit came to visit the Ukrainian soldier as soon as they were rotated. They supported his family morally and financially during his convalescence. He was carried for 3.5 hours and not let die in a forest. This is how Ukrainian soldiers care for their brothers in arms, brothers and sisters in arms. This is how they take care of each other. And that was just the perfect, I mean, it doesn't surprise me one bit that it happened, but it's nice to see a story of it to be able to share.
Yeah, absolutely. War Doggo, please go ahead.
Yeah, Prince, you're totally correct. And if I may build on that, that's why Ukraine is so strong in horizontal connections since 2014. When Russia attacked and stolen Crimea and started to fire in Donbas, Luhansk area of Ukraine, military today already there are a lot of reports like through the 9 years many people have already understood that and is not like a question mark but is more an axiom saying that Ukraine didn't have the armed forces to be capable being capable to deal with that. And many people understood if I don't step in, my family personally, like my family will not survive that fight. And many start gathering, helping. One was doing the masking net. The second one was bringing food to the front. The third one was like put his how to call it his coaching or his care about certain soldier he knows personally, and like one-to-one, face-to-face, it 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 built a wave that since 9 years, when Russia attacked in a full scale in February last year on the 24th, Ukrainians were already in that horizontal connections helping each other. Many knew his friend, family member, close, beloved, being on the front line, and many care of them having everything they need to hold the ground and to support their families behind them. So that's like that's the like circle and area of trust and cooperation, and the feeling is weird, but weird empowering, because like I mean, I tell you, I've met a couple of days ago the guy whom I gave the thermal drone with the thermal camera, and I didn't even know the guy. I gave him the device that costs for almost 5k dollars to be delivered to Ukraine. I mean, one would say you're an idiot. You put unnecessary risk behind. But behind that person were the group of people with whom we know each other for years, and those people take personal commitment that is in front of those who need that. That's how to call it. I mean, that's the area and circle of trust where you don't know the guy, but you know that the job will be done. That's the area of trust that is also that is scaling to the whole country, believing in their armed forces. You don't know the guy, but you know that he will do the best, that you are protected, and that's the concept. That's the how nation becomes strong, and how people trust each other. And one would say you're crazy, and it's not it is not how to call it. It is not gonna work, but it works. It works already for 10 years, and that's how Ukraine is winning against much bigger country, uh, enemy who is much stronger, and is a true battle between David and Goliath. That's the Bible in front of us, Bible story in front of us, that unfortunately that the history needs to be repeating, that many learn the lesson that was not learned. Sorry for my mind being a little bit philosophical today. I hope it makes sense. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Tim.
A very good morning, Marcus. I wanted to echo something Wardugger just said. I mean, it is a kind of a David and Goliath story, but if Goliath had, really let himself go, he'd just been living on donuts for the past 40 years. So he's kind of, it's like in the film Gladiator, when they bring that old and slightly tubby gladiator out of retirement to try and beat Russell Crowe. Yeah, I think it would be a bit like that. Anyway, I'm being silly, but yeah, I think this is something we discussed last week, War Doggo. The something that surprises me. You were talking about level of trust. Something that surprises me, as I said previously, is how unusual it is for this to go wrong. You'd think with the amount of goodwill and the amount of support, the amount of international support for Ukraine, and the extent to which it's being coordinated by basically anonymous people online, you'd think that there would be a lot more grifting and a lot more scamming, but it just hasn't emerged on any kind of scale, and that's what's really extraordinary. And I think it says a great deal about the character of the Ukrainian people, that this hasn't turned into that this kind of nest of corruption, I think. because you can imagine it going wrong so easily, and it just hasn't. It's really extraordinary. Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to also reinforce something Gunny said. Always a pleasure to hear Gunny up, especially this early in the morning. His soothing West Country lilt. Yeah, Bakhmut. I've had a lot of different conversations about this with a lot of different people, both in Ukraine and outside. As Gunny said, the only people who seem to be worried about Bakhmut are non-military people. This is something I've found as well. There is a symbolism to Bakhmut, I suppose, but it's not militarily significant, at least in the opinion of the military people I've spoken to so far. Some politicians are fairly worried, mainly because of the symbolism. As Gunny says, if Bakhmut does fall, there's a good chance that a formation of Ukrainian soldiers will be forced to surrender or be destroyed in place. This is obviously not something we would like to occur, but ultimately the military significance is limited. The other thing we have to understand is that there's another dimension to this war that Gunny touched on, and that's the humanitarian dimension. One of the reasons that Ukraine needs to defend its population centers so aggressively is that when the Russians take a population center, they commit a genocide against it. This has been true in every city they've taken. There are mass murders, there are mass deportations, there is mass propagandization of the people there. There is mass terror. This is what Russia does when they take a major city or they take a small city. Bucha, Irpin. These are not big places. These are not culturally or politically significant places. Yet nonetheless, they bear the brunt of Russian aggression because reasons I don't know. So Ukraine does have to defend its population centers. Fortunately, in Bucha, there's not really anybody there anymore. This was something I discussed with Natalia Andreeva. She estimated that there were around, bear in mind that this was over a month ago, she estimated that there were around 1,500 to 1,500 people still living in Bakhmut who were not in the Ukrainian army. So between 1,000 and 1,500 civilians still living there. They could be evacuated fairly quickly. They are currently not being evacuated because, well, they're not actively leaving. They're being encouraged to leave, but they're not actively leaving, largely for economic reasons, or at least they weren't 6 weeks ago when I had this conversation. So there is an issue with internally displaced persons and their management in Ukraine. It's a question of resources on the part of the Ukrainian government. And so a lot of people find themselves stuck in a suboptimal place because they can't afford to go anywhere else and they don't have anywhere else to go. This is a particular problem when their extended family live locally, which is fairly common. You're from Bakhmut. Most of your family is probably going to be from Bakhmut. So it's a bit of a pickle, but my point here is there are not very many civilians left in Bakhmut. This is not a functioning city anymore. So the humanitarian aspect becomes rather less important when it comes to Bakhmut because there's nobody there. So that's a small amount of comfort. I see Peter B is up. Peter B, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Senate. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I just wanted to reiterate a point that Timothy Snyder made in one of his lectures, in that one of the biggest things in Eastern Europe was the land and how you could get a piece of land and how you would work that land and how that land supported you. And so some of these people may be unwilling to leave because they are inheritors of the land or the land belongs to them. And so it's hard to give that up because that's one of the things that has inherently been a part of their lives, is that little slice of land in that place that has always been theirs or is now theirs again because Russia or the Soviet Union took it away. And it's a complicated story. But if you want to learn more, just go to Yale Lecture Series. Watch Timothy Snyder's The Making of Modern Ukraine. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Senate, for allowing me the time. Thank you for being here once again. Over so many days over the last year, you bring tears to my eyes, sir. You are excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but you missed out a very, very important person. That is my co-host Mockers, who's been doing tireless work on the space over the last few weeks. So thank you very much to Mockers.
Me? Oh, I'm just part of the furniture these days, I think. I've got an MOD report for you if you'd like it.
Yes, I would. Is it about shovels again? I want to hear more about shovels.
This one is still kind of no. It's got a tone, put it that way. I'll just read it out and you see what you think. So this is the MOD report for the 6th of March 23. The Russian military has continued to respond to heavy armoured vehicle losses by deploying 60-year-old T-62 main battle tanks. There is a realistic possibility that even units of the 1st Guards Army, supposedly Russia's premier tank force, will be re-equipped with T-62s to make up for previous losses. The 1st Guards Tank Army had previously been due to receive the next generation T-14 Armata from 2021. Unfortunately, they couldn't gather enough horses together to get them to the front. Sorry, that was my addition. In recent days, Russian BTR-50 armoured personnel carriers, first fielded in 1954, have also been identified deployed in Ukraine for the first time. Since summer 22, approximately 800 T-62s have been taken from storage, and some have received upgraded sighting systems, which will highly likely improve their effectiveness at night. However, both these vintage vehicle types will present many vulnerabilities on the modern battlefield, including the absence of modern explosive reactive armour. I believe they're making a bit of a point there.
Absolutely, and this is quite extraordinary. So the T-62, the clue is in the name. It is a very, very old tank. We're talking, 3 generations of main battle tank ago. So it's not a Challenger 3, it's not a Challenger 2, it's not a Challenger 1, it's a Centurion. Was it Centurion, the previous one? I think it was. So it's an M60 pattern, right? So it's so old that it's one of those vehicles that probably shouldn't be in service even in a heavily refurbished form, because it's just the basic design of it is very, very old and very, very obsolete. There are a handful of mainly, I think mainly Middle Eastern countries that still use tanks of that vintage. I think is it Lebanon uses a refurbished and modernized M60 pattern tank, the American one of the same vintage. I think it's Lebanon who do that, but very, very heavily upgraded with new optics. I think it might have a new gun as well. But even still, this is not a vehicle that a country fancies itself as a superpower would field without feeling more than slightly ashamed, even if they do upgrade it very heavily. Oh yeah, sorry, my DM's Chieftain, not Centurion. Centurion's older still, but not that much older. You think about Centurion came out in 1944, so it's not that much older than a T-62. Yeah, these are really, really old vehicles. So with that, I wish them the absolute best of luck. I see Kerry is up. Kerry, good morning.
Morning, guys. So just a comment, really. I absolutely love the way that the British Ministry of Defence has finally got trolling. So the last couple of days, they have absolutely bossed trolling the Russians. So they have taken a leaf out of the Ukrainians' book, and it's just magical. They finally get it. I have hooted with laughter the last couple of days with the releases from the Ministry of Defence, and trolling is a superpower against the Russians, and they have finally clicked on it. So I think it's in and of itself, it makes it more than it was previously. A matter of reporting on things. It's going to be a wind up, and it's just perfect.
It is good fun. It is good fun, isn't it? I think it must be the same guy who writes it every morning. I think there's a very definite voice, and that voice never seems to change. So they either have a house style, or they just have the same person writing it each morning. What do you think, Kerry? You're a teacher.
I think they probably have the same person, but that person has finally put their finger on what's going to be more than just a case of feeding back on what's happening. They've actually got the hang of the fact that it can be used in and of itself to humiliate and to further emphasize how utterly incompetent and ridiculous the Russians are, knowing that that's going to needle, knowing that lots of people are going to read this who maybe aren't people that are aware of all the trolling that's going on that we know about. Maybe a lot of people are going to read that. They don't know about NAFO. They don't know about TikTok. They haven't seen all the different things that we've seen. So it's a nice little introduction.
Absolutely, and I think it is interesting the way the interplay between the way the intelligence services are playing this on social media and the wider trolling movement. They seem to have a very symbiotic relationship, and I don't know. Is this the first war that has this degree of kind of online memeing? I think it probably is, right?
100%. I mean, this is a major feature of this war, and the reason it is because Russia has always operated in this sphere, and we've all allowed them to have an open playing field. But now we're starting to wise up, and we're so much better than they are at it. It's very exciting to see.
Absolutely is, and this is something I say a lot, but it surprised us all, right? Just how crap Russia is at the online war and at the propaganda side. We used to think, it's changed. It's a lot like our opinion of their military capability. Informed opinion, really thought that this was going to be a very short war and a very short Russian victory in early 2022. The Russians started talking about this, this three-day war or whatever it was. Whoever, I think it was them that started that nonsense. And everybody kind of agreed. A lot of informed military opinion was there saying, yeah, this is, the Ukrainians, they have a snowman's chance in hell of winning this. So it's not going to work. And they were very wrong. And the same is true of the online thing, right? So we used to think that Russia basically owned the internet. That the propaganda space was very much their wheelhouse, was something that they did, that they were very good at, that they were very, they were very insidious, that they could, control narratives, that they could swing entire political systems in their favor, and that was bollocks. And looking at it, it doesn't take a supporter of Ukraine or anybody who's particularly, invested in the propaganda aspect of this conflict to see just how weird and turgid and mendacious the Russian position is on everything. It's like whenever Russia tweets or whenever a Russian politician says something, my mind goes straight to, a Soviet
mid-ranking Soviet party official hectoring workers about tractor production, right? That's where my mind goes. These very, very long, very lumpy 3-hour speeches about being on your guard against the capitalist running dogs and saboteurs and all that stuff. That's what they sound like. They sound like Yuri Andropov. They sound like some forgotten apparatchik from a dismal era, and it's just amazing the way our perception of these things has changed. It's quite incredible. What do you think, Marcus?
Oh, hello. Sorry, I'm hot micing on you. I apologise for that. Yeah, sorry, I'm just cleaning up after cats. So my opinion is limited right now. But yeah, the MOD report especially, I love the tone of it, because they really are getting into the hang of throwing the shade there. I also noted yesterday on the BBC that their subtitles were also throwing some shade. I'm not sure it was supposed to be, but it's something I found hilarious. Sergei Lavrov was transformed to Sir Gay Lads something or other, and well, it's just typical of British subtitles to be so naff, but it was hilarious. I retweeted it somewhere yesterday, and well, if you can find it, good luck to you, because I retweet a lot. Kerry, go ahead.
I was also going to say that I don't normally get into online argy-bargy with Russian trolls, but there was this one person that the NAFO guys and I were called the pack. We mauled them, and I found my own way of dealing with things like that. So because I kept coming back to them, because I got the fellas involved, they just sent an absolute hilarious message to me, you know, calling me all the names under the sun. And I just found it really funny. And I just sent a message back once they'd lost it saying, "Ooh, temper, somebody's got their knickers in a twist." I left it at that. And it was like, that is the best response. Oh, and then I liked their message where they were slagging me off. I sort of retweeted it and liked it and told them that they were getting their knickers in a twist, and just patronised them. And it was perfect.
Absolutely, and this was, you know, this was something people have observed about the NAFO playbook, is that its success is largely down to its lack of serious engagement, right? Because if you try and argue with one of these people, they'll just lie. You know, they'll do a sort of gish gallop of bullshit. And the thing about lying on the internet, there is a lot of nonsense on the internet, which may come as a shock to many people, but a lot of the internet is not actually true. And it's much lower effort to pump bullshit out than it is to refute that bullshit, right? So it's much more productive to spread lies. It's much more effective to spread lies because it takes a long time to counter lies. And this was something I think that NAFO understood very, very early on, was there's no point in engaging because they're lying, right? They're not doing anything in good faith. And the people who are amplifying it, whether they're doing it deliberately or whether they're just naive, they are just parroting the lines they've been given, right? They're accepting something as true or closely approximating truth, and they're just pumping that out. And you see this with even the more thinking, essentially pro-Russian accounts. I know Peter Hitchens is one of them, for example. You know, he's not an unintelligent man. He's a very good writer. He does have a thorough moral foundation to his thought, but he repeats the same bullshit. You know, when it comes to right, which is right? Which is, we all expect our politicians to bend the truth. We don't expect politicians to outright lie in an easily falsifiable way, right? We just don't, that's not something we fully understand in a democracy. We expect them to massage figures. We expect them to emphasize things that shouldn't be emphasized. We expect them to be, we expect them to be liberal with the truth. We expect spin, but we don't expect outright lies, because we, in our mode of political thought, we believe that if somebody is caught on a lie, that will embarrass them. That will discredit them. That will make them, that will make them feel bad. And that comes down to psychology at the end of the day. Lying makes us uncomfortable. And it makes us uncomfortable because it's not a nice thing to do. It also makes us uncomfortable because at the back of our mind, there's always the thought that we might get caught out on the lie, right? So, yeah, just give me a second. So it makes us very uncomfortable, right? Russians don't think like that, the way they do things. One of the reasons this tactic is effective on people is because, as I said, we don't expect politicians to lie. We certainly don't expect the governments of foreign countries to lie in quite so brazen a way. So it's very easy for us to fall into the trap of, well, there are two sides to this. This is an official organ of the Russian state. Russia is a major power. They're not just going to lie in this barefaced way, because they'll end up with egg on their faces. And this seems to be, this is what makes their lying effective, because we don't expect them to be lying to quite such an extent and in quite such a brazen way. And this is certainly something I fell for before I became involved in the MriyaReport. I kind of took this, well, there must be two sides to this, because nobody's going to be comfortable lying like this. And it took me quite a long time to shake that mindset and realize that actually everything they say is bullshit. Everything they say is a brazen lie. This is of course a deliberate tactic of Russian propaganda, right? They don't care about the truth. They care about the political effect of what they're saying. Whether or not the thing is true or not is a very, very distant consideration for them, right? Their number one consideration is the rhetorical effect of their message. Whether the message has any grounding in reality is a very, very distant priority. It's meh, if we don't care if it's true or not, we only care about the effect it has. That's how the propaganda works, and it's a curveball for people who live in societies where politics must at least have some grounding in honesty, because we know that our politicians won't get away with behaving like that, right? I mean, it's a cliche that all politicians lie. I don't think it's true. I think in the West, politicians, they have to avoid lying because they know they will be accountable, they know they will be caught out on it, and they know they'll look ridiculous. Not like that in Russia. Not like that in Russia at all. And Russia's behavior on the international stage is very much a product of her political system. So it's nothing they say is true. And the great strength of NATO is that you can't engage with behavior like that if your opponent is not acting in good faith, if your opponent is not a member of the fact-based community, then there's no point in arguing. There's no point in debating, because they'll just make stuff up. So what you do instead is you just make them look ridiculous. So you fill their timeline with silly memes and silly cartoons of dogs, and lots of pictures of Putin with a penis photoshopped onto his head and all of that stuff. So every time Russia tweets something, Russia just gets this absolute avalanche of silliness and rudeness and lewdness, and their whole timeline just looks like an absolute circus. So I think that's one of the great strengths of NATO, in my opinion. What do you reckon, Marcus?
Well, they created the circus in the first place. So the fact that other people have turned up to join in, well, that's their own fault, as far as I'm concerned. And I absolutely love the NATO way. you know, the term "this is the way." Whenever they see something good, or whenever they do something to help with the cause, we all know that that is the way, and it brings joy. It brings camaraderie, and it brings humour to something which is very serious and very emotionally draining. This is, sorry, I'm just mooching about the house and washing my hands and stuff. Yeah, so it brings a level of coming together of people from all over the world, all over the, you know, the spectrum of people from young to old. It's brought people out that I wouldn't expect. Veterans in their 60s and, you know, people who have nothing to do with the military, but just see the injustice and want to do something about it. This sort of coming together of people has, well, it's restored my faith in humanity somewhat. Yeah, I just, I'm impressed that I get to live in this time where I see a massive injustice in the world, and then I see a huge effort to try and do something about that. And I've lost my cup of coffee while I've been wandering around.
Can I just quickly say I've got to go, guys. Have a wonderful day. I'll catch up with you all later.
Thank you very much, Kerry. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Yeah, I think the diversity of NAFO is something that amuses me. I like to read their bios. As a surprising number of the doggos have honest bios, so they don't identify themselves, but they do say who they are and what they do. And you know, you'll see things like, you know, this a handle like, I don't know, hashtag NAFO F Putin, etc. And the bio says 71-year-old retired surgeon from Bangladesh or something like that. And it's just it's amusing to see. It's amusing to see the diversity, and it speaks to the universality of the NAFO cause, of the Ukrainian cause. I think that so many people feel they can get behind this gigantic meme. And that's something I find interesting. But we have a real fella here. I'm not actually a member of NAFO. My shadowy Mossad handlers have told me to strike a more serious tone. So I'm not actually a member, but NAFO Dave is. So NAFO Dave, welcome up.
Yes, I thought you were an honorable member, Tim. But yeah, I heard NAFO. You know, it's kind of like Beetlejuice. If you say NAFO 3 times, I appear. So I agree that it's really interesting cultural kind of response to a war where you have just people from all different backgrounds are united about one cause. And since, as you pointed out, since the opposition doesn't deal with facts, we can't use facts to combat them. So we use nonsense, you know, because they declared this nonsense, not us. Just had to bring that up. So and now, well, so Tim, why are you not consider yourself a fella?
Well, a fella is not anybody who says he's a fella, and I think this is important. A fella, becoming a fella. If anybody is interested in becoming a fella, you must make a donation to a particular charity. There are basically any charity will do. We will of course recommend MriyaReport, which is our charity. I don't want to say partner, but the charity that we collectively support. That provides non-lethal aid to the Ukrainian armed forces, as well as wider civil defense organizations such as the fire brigade, police, etc. So making a donation, which I strongly recommend you do, and contacting a fellow forger. Kama Camilla is the founder of NAFO, and probably the most prestigious fellow forger, but there are dozens and dozens of people who are handy with Photoshop who will be able to help you with that. So becoming a fella involves those two things. You make a donation, whatever you could afford. You send a screenshot of that donation to a fella forger. If you search for fella forgers, you'll find loads of them, and they will make you a fella. They will probably make you two. They'll make you a standalone image to use in your profile picture, and they'll make you a banner as well to put at the back. And your fella can be whatever you want it to be. So if you have a particular, shall we say, aspect of your personality, your profession, your interests that you want reflected in your fella, then your talented fella forger will do his or her best to incorporate that into your fella. And your fella is, of course, a Shiba Inu dog with a slightly rotund stature and standing upright like a human being, but not necessarily. So this is a very variable thing. Why am I not a fella? As I've said, I try to take a more serious tone. So I limit the memeing. I try to be somebody that Vatniks feel they can engage with seriously, if that makes sense. I mean, we have said that there's not a lot of point in engaging with organs of the Russian state because they will just throw bullshit back at you. I don't think that's true of all their believers, right? In my experience, and this is something I've been doing for a long time, my work on Holocaust denial, for example, one of my little hobbies is I like to talk Holocaust deniers out of it. So I've done this successfully several dozen times, where people who are active in online Holocaust denial communities. They're not approaching it from a position of prejudice necessarily. That may seem surprising, but I find that a lot of them actually aren't. You know, the hardcore of Holocaust denial is often motivated by anti-Semitism, but there is a followership of genuinely curious people who think they've stumbled upon some kind of esoteric knowledge. And in my experience, they can be talked around because they tend to be reasonable and curious and open to being persuaded. I take the same approach with this. So I prefer to be seen as somebody who's kind of serious, in the hope that a thinking pro-Russian person, if they stumble upon me, will take me a little more seriously than if I'm just chucking out cartoon dog pictures. Does that make sense, Nafo Dave?
It does. And I must admit, I have another. So I have a serious profile, and I have my NAFO profile. And so when I want to engage people, such as that, because I'm a scientist. I like to present facts and talk to people, reason with people, and try to figure out how to convince them, or not necessarily convince them, but get them to convince themselves of things that they have wrong. I use my serious profile, but if I'm dealing with Vatniks and Tankies, then they get the NAFO Dave.
God help them all if they get the NAFO Dave.
So see, you could have a serious and a NAFO profile. Yeah, I'm sure you've contributed. So the only step you're missing is taking a screenshot and sending it in.
Absolutely. I will consider it. There is considerable pressure on me to join NAFO. I'm just not sure if NAFO is ready for me yet. I don't know. I don't want to break it.
You should know by now that it's non-negotiable.
Yes, it's non-negotiable, NAFO expansion. And I don't think you could break something that is already completely broken. And that's the genius of NAFO, is it's completely disorganized, but yet it functions as a unit. I compare it to bird murmuration, where you see those big flocks of starlings, just completely chaotic, but making intricate and delicate shapes. That's kind of NAFO. There's no organization to break, but we all function together.
Absolutely, and that's another strength of it, right? Because it means you can't infiltrate it.
You know, like what are you going to do? You join NATO, you get a fella, and then you post silly memes, or like what do you do? How do you discredit it? How do you infiltrate it? It's impossible, right?
Yeah, it is. But people try all the time, and of course they get called out from the other fellas. So it doesn't last long. Yeah, it's it's kind of like I don't know a BitTorrent approach to or like torrents that were, it's completely decentralized servers that can focus and deliver a file in one spot. We're delivering nonsense to the Russians from all over the world.
Absolutely.
It sort of reminds me when people try and have a go at NAFO, it sort of reminds me of, like, if you were like firing a bullet at a flock of birds, it's not going to work.
Yes, exactly. It's I think that's it. I don't know. It's one of the, I guess, it gives me an outlet for nonsense because, as I said, I like to talk facts and be dispassionate about things. But I do have a creative, emotional side that gets repressed in my work environment and in science. You have to, as Gunny was talking earlier about how military people have to be dispassionate. There's no place for blind optimism in the field. And for me, it's the same at work. There's no room for blind optimism. It's going to just waste money and time. You have to be realistic. And so NAFO gives me a outlet for my not so, I guess, organized, not so critical personality.
Speaking of scientists, very good morning, Tom.
Good morning. Does psychology count as a proper science now?
Not really.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, it's still all wrong.
Yeah.
But I guess you guys make an effort, right?
We try. You wouldn't believe how much bullshit there is. I mean, Nick is a professional de-bullshitter, debunker. I don't know. Anyway, de-bullshitting is what NAFO is all about, right? The thing with the Russians is, because they've got this culture of lying, including such lies as the Vranyo, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, where they know it's a lie, and you know it's a lie, and they know that you know it's a lie, and you know that they know that you know that it's a lie, because it's bloody stupid. Like, Ukraine started this war. That was one of Lavrov's, right? The thing is, they're not trying to actually win a sensible argument by lying. They're not doing like a really cunning lie with like lots of fake evidence that it might be true to actually get you to believe it. The whole point of Vranyo is to say, look, I can lie anyway, and you can't do anything about it. So it's like a power lie, right? It's an emotional power struggle. And if you do make the mistake of trying to prove them wrong, then they've basically won. Because if they say, look, Ukraine is full of Nazis, and you spend 2 hours on Twitter going, oh, actually, there aren't really Nazis in Ukraine. Okay, well, maybe there was like 1 or 2 in Azov ages ago, but they all got chucked out. 2 hours later, you've been arguing for 2 hours about whether or not there are Nazis in Ukraine, and you haven't been talking about Russian genocide and illegal invasion and warfare and war crimes. So that's what they want you to do, right? They want to suck you into this with their bullshit. And like NAFO just undercuts all of that by simply laughing at them. You automatically win the emotional battle by laughing at someone and not taking them seriously, rather than engaging, which is what they want you to do. So that's the best thing about NAFO, really, is that it just immediately humiliates the Russians, because if you laugh at someone, you're not scared of them. If you laugh at someone, you're not even angry with them. You don't take them seriously. And that's that's what they want. They want us to see them as this huge, powerful country that has to be respected, and we can't fight them, and we can't help the Ukrainians. And yeah, laughing at them is really powerful. And I think that's why you see the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense trolling them so much. Although I don't think I've seen as much trolling from them lately. Have we seen much trolling from the Ministry of Defense?
We certainly have. Yesterday's MOD report was basically laughing that they're using these spades as weapons in some cases. And today was taking the mick out of the age of their tanks, quite pointedly indeed. So yeah, the MOD is on the case with the shade throwing.
Ah, yeah. So that's British MOD, and I have seen that one. But actually, British MOD has been late to the party. I was thinking about the Ukrainian MOD, you know, when they hit like Crimea and stuff, and they were talking about, oh, you got to be careful with your fire safety. I haven't seen as much Ukrainian MOD trolling, but maybe I've just missed it.
The last good one I saw from the Ukrainian MOD was a couple of weeks ago, when they tweeted the AI. I assume it was an AI generated picture, very much your wheelhouse, Tom, of a cat tank driver, and it was kind of very serious and photorealistic. And I think this was when the UK first delivered a Challenger, or somebody first delivered a Leopard or something like that, and they tweeted out this picture of a cat in a helmet driving a tank, looking very serious. I thought that was a particularly good one.
I mean, we're known for our expert cat tank drivers in NATO, and I think maybe if we sent some of them over, that would be evidence that we were directly fighting Russia with our soldiers. So Russia should be all over that, really. They should be retweeting it, saying, look, NATO are sending cat soldiers, you know, like, and there'd be no stopping them then. But obviously they'll just pretend it was fake, it was just made of AI, you know, they'll question whether a cat could actually even drive a tank. But you see, if we get the Russians to do that, they're playing our game, right? They're trying to debunk our stuff rather than just go cat tank drivers, whatever, you know.
Put in mind, yeah, not so much Challenger 2 as Challenger Mew. Get it? I put in mind of when I was reading, when I was very young. I must have been about 6 or 7 when I was reading a history book about the Great War, and I was quite literal minded as a child. I didn't really understand. Well, as 6-year-olds tend not to. I didn't really deal in the figurative. So I took everything a little literally, and this First World War kind of pictorial history I was reading was it had several pages on propaganda posters, and one of them was the famous, I think it's American, but it's a picture of a German army soldier as a kind of anthropomorphized gorilla, holding the lifeless body of Belgium in its arms and a great big club in the other. And the caption is "Destroy this mad brute, enlist today." And for quite a long period of time, until I actually met a German, my working assumption was that's what Germans looked like. And then I met Axel, and I realized, yes, this is completely true. No, I'm teasing. So it was I was quite literal about that. Yeah, I'm thinking perhaps if we can convince the Russians that there literally are tank driving cats in NATO, that we've cracked the code of the cat, and we now have, you know, cat tank drivers, I think that would really put the shits up them. What do you reckon, Mockers?
Well, my cats are pretty savage, so yeah. I think it works. And also, we have seen the cats taking advantage of deceased Russians, shall we say. Nicest way I can put it. And yeah, let's just say the cats have no Fs left to give.
You know, that cat tank driver is probably a result of our biolabs, you know, program. I think that was program 764.1 was the cat tank driver development team.
Yeah, we've all seen the raccoon soldiers. You've seen the raccoon soldiers on my Twitter feed, right? They were made in the biolabs.
Well, a great many members of the MriyaReport community now have anthropomorphized animal avatars, myself included, which were created in the labs of Zimbardo Inc. Of Langley, and so yes, so I have my former iStar soldier, now banker Fox, generated by Zimbardo Industries. So thank you for that, Tom.
No problem. Mockers, did you not manage to get onto a computer and put your images up? Or?
Yeah, I'm still having trouble downloading them from my app, so I'm waiting for my next update, basically, which should be soon because there are issues.
Was there any serious news that happened during the night, or has it been a slow news night?
There was some serious news, actually. Yes, there were 15 Shahed-type drones released over Ukraine, mostly towards the area of Kyiv, by the looks of things. However, 13 of these drones were shot down, and it goes to show that the air defence is definitely working in that area. I think there were a couple of hits. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just getting past something else. Oh my God, so much information. Yeah, so 4 were shot down over the Dnipro region during the night. 2 explosions occurred. Oh, right, that's something that I reported earlier. 2 explosions occurred in the Melitopol region, according to the mayor of Melitopol in exile. However, we are still waiting for confirmation from the general staff of this. So, yeah, 15 kamikaze drones from the north, 13 of the 15 unmanned aerial vehicles were destroyed. And there is no particular news of anywhere where they were hit. There's nothing stating that there's... yeah, no, only shelling has caused damage, and that damage was in the Kupiansk district. So, and some of that shelling was done with tanks because apparently they didn't have enough artillery in that area. Apparently.
Okay, so as bad as it is that they're being attacked, is it me, or is the intensity of cruise missile attacks and the frequency of cruise missile attacks really dropped off recently compared to how it was in, say, like December?
It absolutely has. The armed forces of Ukraine have reported that they are changing tactics. The last time they fired any missiles, what they did was they sent out some drones and some decoys, and then they also sent out just two, but they were these X-22 Kinzhal missiles, which Ukraine has nothing to counter really at the moment, and they were very directed. So they did fire some missiles, but it wasn't a mass missile attack, and it appears to be a change of tactic to fire some decoys and then follow up with some actual missiles, which right now Ukraine doesn't have a chance of countering. And of course the Russians know that, but it does seem strange that they haven't really taken advantage of that and kept on doing that. It does seem that maybe they're husbanding some of them back, or maybe they're struggling to get them all together, or maybe they're just waiting for something. Again, you know, you can't guarantee that they're running out, put it that way. Prince, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, you sort of covered what I was going to say. I think they're just running low, and they're trying to husband those resources for when they really need it. So that's my personal opinion. and it's almost midnight, so I'm going to turn into a pumpkin soon. But that's my personal opinion. Other than it's really, really good to see you, Tom.
Good to see you too, Prince. Don't turn into a pumpkin. We need you. Pumpkins aren't effective.
I turn back into a human around 8 a.m. Sometime around 8 a.m. it happens automatically.
Yeah, I kind of need a coffee and one of those defibrillator machines, and sometimes an EpiPen to get me going. But you know, otherwise I'm just a pumpkin, and they're not very effective psychologists. But yeah, I agree with you on the missiles. I think there's a good chance they're just running low, or that they want to hold them back in case, you know, anyone actually attacked them. I know, I want to say it was like October, November time last year. There was somebody that produced like a nice sort of infographic along with sound sources suggesting that they might have had about a third of their cruise missiles left in some stocks at that point. Do we know if the people who produced those figures have got an updated estimate? Because obviously the Russians will have some level of production of missiles, but given their shortage of microchips and whatnot, it's probably limited. And I seriously doubt that they can produce them as fast as they were using them. So they would have been continuing to use up stockpiles. But I just wonder if we've got any sort of further serious estimate of what they might have left.
In terms of what they have left, I'm not entirely sure. I have seen estimates of their production figures on the Caliber cruise missiles. They can make about 40 of them a month, 40.
Okay, well, that still sucks, but that doesn't mean that they can send 100 of those things a day, like they were at one point, I think, in December, where it may have been a mixture of Calibers and other missiles.
Correct, yeah, and you know we do see symptoms of this shortage. For example, using S-300, which is a heavy anti-air missile system. They're using it in its secondary role as a ground attack system. So this they were designed to have a secondary role in attacking the ground. It's not what they're designed for strictly, but the Russians have been using them in that way. And also, you know, the Shahed drone as well. This is a symptom of of Russia's lack of capability and waning capability. And I will have a slight niggle with mockers at this point. Shahid means martyr. Shahed means witness. So these Shahed missiles. They're not Shahid missiles. These drones, they are Shahed missiles. So it means witness rather than martyr. Hence the La ilaha wa Allah anna Muhammadun witness. And yeah, so anyway, minor niggle. It's a Shahed, not a Shahid. Shaggy.
As long as they don't send Persian cat missiles, we're okay.
I was just going to add, you already know my pronunciation is a bit wonky.
Hi, morning everybody. I hope you're all well. Mockers, I'm not going to bring up the old Oxford comma discussion on this one. This is a missile comment. I remember last year I was trying to keep track of how many missiles I had left based on the Institute of War reports and how many missiles of various. They came out with an initial estimate for how many they had, and then I was trying to work out by how many the Russians used, how many they had left, and I thought they were down to around about like 17% of the caliber ones, and then a report came out by the Ukrainian intelligence detailing how many they could make of these various types of missiles, which completely screwed me up because I thought they couldn't make them anymore. I was under the assumption they couldn't make them, which kind of touches on what Tim mentioned. They can make a various number of these different missiles every month to replace. I'm trying to dig out that report, actually. It's probably from around about October, November last year. And if I find it, I'll DM it to Mockers or Tim and you, Tom, as well. But yeah, they seem to be able to replace at least part of their production, but not all.
Thank you, Shaggy. Please do come back up and talk when you have a little more information on that. In the meantime, stay up and talk about something else. That's fine. I have a message from a listener. We talked about what trolling has been going on recently from the Ukrainian side. Apparently, the Ukrainian Foreign Secretary Dmytro Kuleba and his team have been spotted wearing T-shirts with Kiev regime written on them, which is, of course, what the Russians refer to the elected Ukrainian government, internationally recognized Ukrainian government, as. They call it the Kiev regime. So the foreign minister had some T-shirts made for him and his team that say Kiev regime on them, which I think is rather fun.
They are very good at the trolling, aren't they?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I'm just wrangling with my work computer. It's working now, thank God for that. So this is what I do for you folks. I come here, I love you guys so much that I'm shirking my work responsibilities. I'm a terrible person for it, but I love you too much. Tom, please go ahead.
So I was just thinking if, oh, sorry, I've got a big truck trying to crush me. Yeah, it's not going to crush me. With the whole sending stuff to Ukraine, there seems to be a sort of pattern that we're kind of going through, which is that individual NATO countries don't send them stuff for two reasons. One, maybe misplaced fear of upsetting the Russians and causing World War III. And two, not wanting to send all your stuff while the French send nothing. So what seems to happen is that NATO sort of bickers and goes, oh, you know, we can't send tanks. And then the French will send, oh, we will send this tank. And then the British are like, that isn't a tank. I know you like to call it. Okay, let the French pretend it's a tank. Let them pretend. Don't upset them. They're on our side. Are they? Are they on? Yeah, they're on our side. Agincourt. And then we go, look, that isn't a tank, right? This is a tank. And we send a tank, right? The Brits. And everyone else is like, the bloody Brits have sent the tanks. We must send the tanks. No, we haven't got any tanks. So we have got tanks. We sent it. No, it's not a tank. And then the Germans are like, we're still not sending any tanks. We've got an important business contract. We just paperwork and bureaucracy. And then the Americans are like, the Brits have sent some tanks. We've got to send some tanks as well. So they send some tanks next year, but they're still going to send them. And then the Germans are like, okay, we'll send some tanks. And then eventually, slowly, everyone starts sending tanks. So really, all you need to do to get ATACMS into Ukraine is you need to get the French to send a missile that isn't really a decent long-range missile, but technically kind of is. And then everyone debates on whether it really is an ATACMS. And then you need the British to go, that's not an ATACMS. This is an ATACMS. And just send one, right? And obviously, if the Ukrainians immediately fire that at the Kremlin, we've made a bit of a mistake. But if they don't fire it at the Kremlin and they fire it at a concentration of like Russian forces in Ukraine, or even a little bit over the border into Russia, and the Russians don't start World War III, we can go, look, see, it's all right. And then the French will be like, they've sent the ATACMS. We too have ATACMS, you know. They don't want to be outdone by the Brits. And so then they'll send an ATACMS. And then the Americans will be like, they've sent an ATACMS. We got to send some more. We can't be outdone by the Europeans. And then the Germans will be like, okay, we send the ATACMS. Right. See, that's how we get it done. And exactly the same with F-16s. We get the French to send a Mirage or whatever. I mean, I prefer they send a real aeroplane rather than a pretend one, you know. But and they send that over, and we go, that's not a fighter jet. This is a fighter jet. And send some, I don't know, whatever it is, tornadoes or something. I don't know these things. And then the Americans send F-16s, and yeah. You see?
This is a very valid point. The problem with this particular that the UK has for ATACMS is probably Storm Shadows, and that is also operated by the French. So we would have to paint them a different color or something like that. But it's basically the same missile. It is the same missile. So we might have trouble spinning that. What we'd have to do is we'd have to get the French to produce a knockoff. They're very good at producing knockoffs. That's the way common defence procurement tends to work in Europe, is that the UK, Germany, France and Italy get together and decide they want something. And then everybody disagrees about exactly what it is they want. The French flounce out of the program, steal all the intellectual property, and create their own slightly shitter version with all of the stolen IP. But anyway, so we'd have to get the French to produce a worse version, give it a different name. So we'd call it the AF2 baguette. And they will send that to Ukraine. And then we will say, actually, we'll send you Storm Shadow. It's totally different. Do you think that would work, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I thought the whole point of Brexit was us being able to do stuff and not give a damn about what the French and Italians think. Apologies to any French and Italians, not the Belgians though. Surely what we can do is get the French to send a Storm Shadow, but just without a warhead, and fill it full of, I don't know, confetti or propaganda or Viagra. That would be a good thing.
Garlic and ortolans.
Yeah. Fill it full of Viagra just to troll them, and drop that on Russian military base, and then assuming that they don't withdraw the Viagra warhead, put in their own homemade nuke and drop it on Moscow, we're okay. And then at that point, the British can go, that's not a Storm Shadow missile. This is a Storm Shadow missile, and send it to them. I mean, if there's logistical problems with these things, would it not be possible for us to fire missiles at Russia, but then while they're in the air, sell them to Ukraine, so they're technically not British missiles, and then it's Ukrainian missiles hitting Russia that we just delivered in the air?
Oh, I don't know. I'm of the school of thought that we should just fire missiles at Russia and say they're Ukrainians. Say it's the Ukrainians doing it. Just lie about it. I mean, they pronounced this bullshit, not us. So why not play their own game? I think you did raise a serious point there, and this is as far as I'll go into this particular culture war. But I had this conversation about Brexit with Ivana Klimpush, who was the Ukrainian minister for European and NATO integration. She now chairs the committee of the parliament of the same purpose. So she's the chairman of the Committee for European and NATO Integration of the Ukrainian Parliament. And she raised this exact point. She said that we touched on Brexit during our interview, and she said, well, on the one hand, it's disappointing because the UK brings a hell of a lot to the table. On the other hand, it does mean that the UK is able to operate more independently. And she was of the view that the UK, if the UK was still a member of the European Union, the level of support and leadership that the UK has shown for Ukraine on the Ukraine issues probably wouldn't have been as extensive because the UK would be looking at this kind of common position, as it were, which was a very interesting point made by none other than Ivana Klimpush. I have on the issue of German tanks. I have a comedy sketch in my head that I'd quite like to produce about the naming of the tank. Now, the tank was, of course, like every good thing, a British invention, and it was called the Tank as a kind of cover name because they didn't want the Germans to know that they were developing an armored, a mobile armored vehicle, and so they called it a tank as a code name, so they would think it was a water tank or whatever, because it's basically the same principle. It's a great big steel box. And the Germans, of course, didn't call it a tank. And I've always had the sketch in my mind of these German army officers discussing what to call the tank. Of course, one of them says, well, it's the British, they call it a car. And the other one says, Nein, we will call it Panzerkampfwagen, an armored struggle car, which is very, very German. Anyway, funny jokes aside, good morning, Doman.
Good morning. I need to correct you, Tim. The French do not have the Storm Shadow. They have Le Scalp, which is the same thing, but with a different name painted down the side.
Oh, right. Okay. I don't know. I think scalp is a better name, isn't it? It seems more brutal.
It seems like the task. No, I think there's a little helper word missing, like to scalp or something.
I think it seems to be the British tradition to name these things like they're the latest brand of Gillette shaver. You know, you can think you can well imagine them bringing out a razor called Storm Shadow. You know, like fusion, power, stealth, Storm Shadow. You know, just lots of cool little boy words. But no, I think I prefer the French name to this one, Scalp. It's visceral, it's real.
Tim, if anything, the Storm Shadow is it's a certain particularly excellent type of a 5 o'clock shadow.
Very good, Tom.
Yeah, I thought we followed a long tradition in Britain of naming things after the weather. In the case of warfare, particularly severe forms of weather, like storm, shadow, tornado, typhoon. You're not going to call it light drizzle with a chance of sleet and snow, are you? I mean, that's not very good.
I'd like to see Spitfire weather. Indeed, I think that'd be great for the Weather Channel viewing.
But even back then, we had more hurricanes than Spitfires, So.
Well, we've yet to produce an aircraft called Leaves on the Line or Signal Failures.
It's a bit cold and they haven't gritted the roads tank.
No, I'm sorry, Tom. The wrong kind of snow.
Well, we don't have enough names for snow. We'd have to leave that to the bins or something.
I'd quite like a munition called a cluster bomb called Light Drizzle.
The British penchant for understatement, would that be?
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, penchant for understatement would be a fantastic name for a warship.
HMS Understatement.
That's very good. That's very good.
Although, Doman, if you've seen today's MOD report, they're employing that cutting
I did. But
sarcasm again.
I want to go through it thoroughly and in great detail at some point in a while when there's a lot. Absolutely, it's as though I had written it in certain ways. Certainly the main subject matter focus.
Well, yesterday they had a swipe at the infantry, and today they're having a good old swipe at the tanks. It brought me some joy. Tom, please go ahead.
Yeah, so, joking aside, my little comic sketch about how to get Atacams and F-16s or equivalents into Ukraine, that is how I think it will actually happen. Like, someone will send something, there'll be a bit of a furore and lots of squabbling. Russia won't do anything. The Ukrainians won't drop it on Moscow straight away. And then we'll realise, we can send them airplanes and Atacam missiles, and it's not causing World War III. And and actually, we're not going to be the only ones that do it, because when we send one, the French send something, or the Americans send something, or the Germans send something, and then everyone else follows suit. So, and that is what's happened with the tanks. So, on the basis that if we assume that might actually happen with fighter jets and potentially long-range missiles, is there anything at all that our community could do to sort of speed that up, like we tried to with Free the Leopards, do you think? To just persuade someone to just one Atacam, just one. It is wafer thin,
Watch your manners.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as the Dominator is up, I will be dropping off. I will see you at 1500 Kiev time, 1 o'clock London time, as Doman will need to drop then. And in the meantime, I have some actual work to do. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, mockers. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Doman, and thank you very much to our panel.
Thank you very much, Tim, for coming and joining me on this ridiculously early morning stint. Prince, please go ahead.
Well, before I turn into a pumpkin and call it good night, I thought I would bring a piece of news to you that just crossed my computer screen. Of course, it is probably not confirmed at this point. However, it is entertaining, confirmed or not. It wouldn't surprise me. We've heard a lot of this kind of thing. In Kursk at night, a conscript guard shot his colleagues. So there was a guard standing sentry in the recruitment camp or training camp or conscription camp, whatever it was. And he heard something outside that spooked him. And he decided to start shooting and killed one person, and the other person is hospitalized. So it's very kind of the Russians to deplete themselves before they even get to Ukraine. And with that, I'm going to bed. Good night.
Good night, Prince. And yeah, it would seem they're a little bit, I don't know, what's that word? There's no panic? No panic.
Jumpy. They're a little jumpy. You say jumpy very beautifully, so they're a little jumpy.
Jumpy. I like that. Right. Yes, and that's a terrible shame for his colleagues there. Awful. Nafo Dave, please go ahead.
Hey, I'd just like to, since we've been talking about TACMs, that I have to put in the obligatory advertisement for the TACMs brand cigarettes, the cigarette that smokes you. It's the official brand of MriyaReport, and we highly recommend that all Russians smoke TACMs because they smoke you. And also, I wanted to applaud Tom's seamless switch from British accent to French accent to German accent to American accent. It was perfect.
Well, thank you. I live with an American lady. I'm not sure that my French and German accents were particularly good, but never mind.
Well, I'm an American, so I wouldn't know, right?
Who knew that Tom was quite so talented, hey?
Oh, I see Ryan's in the audience. Does that mean he's made it to Ukraine?
I believe Ryan may be in Ukraine, yes. Yeah, we got a big thumbs up from him then. Yeah, he's definitely in Ukraine. Go ahead, Doman. Sorry, I keep talking.
No. So, Nefo, just a quick question for you. The animal with a big bushy tail, little animal, jumps from tree to tree. What is it called?
A little squirrel.
Ah, okay. Well, at least we know you're not German.
Oh, what would a German?
I will leave it to the Brits in the panel to explain.
Difficult to say if you're a German, I believe.
It was a shibboleth. It was one of the shibboleths, allegedly, at least during various wars, to tell out very well-spoken Germans who learned English later in life from Brits.
Isn't the word bread something that the Ukrainians use in a way?
A specific type of bread, palyanice. Actually, a very good one is brand ukrozaliznesia.
Yeah, I still struggle with it slightly from time to time.
It puts forms of vowels next to each other that don't usually appear in Russian. It's not as though it's impossible. It's just feels unnatural if you haven't said it many times. If you're a Russian speaker who never had to say ukrozaliznesia. Obviously, if you're a Russian speaker who grew up in Ukraine, it's a word you will have been exposed to a lot, and obviously your dialectical makeup is going to be different. So it doesn't discriminate against people who speak Russian. It discriminates against people who speak Russian but aren't from Ukraine, which is perfect, which is exactly what it's meant to do. There's a few other ones as well. I think these two are widely public. So I've been told of a few other ones that are really, really hard to say. If you just see it written down, it's just what is this? So anyway.
That's most of Ukrainian for me if I just see it written down. There is the odd word that I can now recognise, but Cyrillic alphabet is it's amusing.
Not that difficult.
I'm sure it's not that difficult. I have noticed the sounds for certain what I wouldn't recognise as a normal letter. So I have figured out some of the sounds for some of the letters. Yeah, I'm trying. I've also had a number of people offer to assist me with my pronunciation, which is lovely, and thank you. And if I ever get the time, I might just.
Shall we go to Shaggy, and then I want an update from Ryan on what he's up to.
Yeah, well, I was going to kind of segue into Russian Federation breakup from a report that I read the other day, if that's okay. There was an article out on TVP World, not really heard of them before, about 5.
It's the English version of the mainline Polish television. It's like the Polish BBC. Kind of.
Oh, okay. All right then. So it's a reputable source, maybe then. They were talking about some surveys that were done there, asking people if they wanted to break up from the Russian Federation or not, and the numbers are quite high. So this is to do with where are we? The Ingria, Ural, Siberia, Kuban, and the Kaliningrad Oblast, and some of the percentages, like 72.1% of respondees in Kaliningrad wanted to break away, and the lowest was the Kuban Oblast, which apparently used to belong to Ukraine. It's kind of near where Rostov is, just across the Kerch Bridge, which is kind of handy. 55.7% of those would like to secede from the Russian Federation. So this is something that I've kind of wanted and thought about a few territories, but this is the first time I've actually seen some numbers on it.
Can I just say, Kuban Oblast doesn't exist, I think, anymore.
Okay.
It's not Krasnodar Krai in that area, or Rostov Oblast, but not Kuban. Kuban Oblast, I don't think is a thing anymore. It used to be, but
okay. Yeah.
Also, the numbers polled are sketchy, right? It was a very small number and a self-selecting group of people who were on the right website thingy, right Telegram channel, and would dare vote in it and whatever. So it's I wouldn't put too much weight on it, just because it's polling in Russia is a right mess.
Oh yeah. I'm not hanging my reputation on this article. It's just it's the first time I've actually seen any kind of numbers come out, which kind of, in my view, helps get the ball rolling towards that idea of a breakup more in the mainstream than kind of in the back channels, as it were.
Now, if you want me to comment a little bit on it, so a few polls have come out of Russia since the start of the Volska invasion, but only a few. The problem is you never know who's asking the questions and whether or not they're brandishing weapons when they're asking questions. You remember the Shamarenda, how that looked like, right? So, and even if it's just a phone call, if you might have dissenting ideas and you think, hey, the guy on the other side of the line might have my eye on them, I better just say nothing. And this is kind of one of the aspects of the apoliticalness of Russians, right? They just declare themselves outwardly as, no, I'm apolitical. This is both kind of below me and beyond me at the same time. There has been a couple good polls done in Belarus that were done by Chatham House. I believe those. If you've heard of Chatham House, I'm sure, Shaggy. I think kind of the original think tank, right? They're done pretty well. But any polling that's from within Russia, I would just kind of assume that this is what somebody somewhere in the Kremlin decided to have Westerners see. And whether they've asked anyone or not, the final numbers are definitely a press release rather than a survey of any sorts. Except in this case, which just seems like I've never seen a good breakdown. Maybe I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it's just a handful of people, relatively, non-systematically polled.
Yeah, I agree, and you're usually right, Dermot. I'm kind of going to be using this article as a on my stock account to show a little bit of confusion amongst them. So it's a little crack which I'll use this article to leverage, should we say, more problems in there. Or whether it's correct or not, I don't know. Yeah, I agree with you mostly on that. A pinch of salt or a bag of salt with this, but it may come in handy.
Deva?
Yes, I have an anecdote to go along with that, what Shaggy just brought up. I have a friend that lives in Novosibirsk, and she is very, very careful about what she says online and even in encrypted chats and stuff, but has in various roundabout ways indicated that she and many of our neighbors would really love to not be part of Russia anymore.
Exactly, right. But you will never have a feel for whether that's 1%, 5%, 10%. It's not going to be a whole lot more than that. And even if it is there going to be action? Because you can't just have opinions; you need action to go with it, to change it from where it currently is. It's too hard, too deep. Tom, go ahead, and I think I need to recycle to pick up an invite.
Yeah, so it's just on polling in general, and getting like representative samples from which you can generalize. This is something that psychologists get a lot of training in. Nick would be better at this than me, but I'll try my best. So generally speaking, if you're just trying to get a response, you get more people to respond in person, then fewer people will respond to a phone call, even fewer people will respond to a letter, and even fewer people will respond to an email, even though it's a lot easier to email. Although on subjects where there might be a desired response and an undesirable response, people are more likely to tell the truth if it's completely anonymous. So something like a Telegram channel might actually have an advantage in that. But then, as Domin rightly said, you've got what we call a selection bias, which is the people that you're polling anyway have themselves decided to go onto a Telegram channel to try and get some truth about what's happening in Russia. And people that are that tech savvy, I know you don't think of it as being tech savvy, being able to join a Telegram group, but believe me, it is. What you've done is you've selected a sample of people that possibly aren't happy with watching, regular Russian TV news to get this idea of what's going on anyway. And thus those people might be predisposed towards holding, anti-regime views. And so whilst it is true that those people would like to not be part of the Russian Federation anymore, the problem, as Domin says, you don't know how representative it is. Is it representing the sort of top 10% of the opposition? Is it representing the top 30% of the opposition? It's very difficult to know. And then the final thing is that if you do a wider polling, face to face or by telephone, if someone phones up and says, "What do you think about Vladimir Putin?" as Domin says, you're either going to keep your mouth shut or go, "I love Putin," if you've got any sense at all, because they know where you live.
They know where you live. That's yeah, very true. Ryan, hello, Ryan. What Ryan doing?
Oh, looking at a light dusting of snow out the back door of the house where I stay outside of Kyiv. How is my audio? I may need to charge my headphones.
No, your audio's fine. You sound really good.
Perfect.
So cool.
Well, surprisingly, I was expecting more power interruptions when I came back, so I brought even more power banks than I had last time, and I haven't had to use a single one of them yet.
Yeah, I've heard that there's been stable electricity in most places now for got to be about 21 days.
Yeah, going on a full month. That was one small thing I noticed driving into the country was the E40 highway is surprisingly well lit, even in the remote rural areas of Ukraine. If you have a big bend in the highway, suddenly it's got streetlights like you see. The Russians can't even keep down the civil service power grid and employees. It's kind of comical. So much for that second best military in the world and their 3-day operation. I think
Absolutely.
the proper terminology they use in the States is clown show.
And then to the slightly ruder terms, I would imagine.
Well, sometimes clown show is preceded by an F-bomb, but I know this is a family program, so, but it's an effing clown show. I guess that's fit for family consumption. Aside from that,
Well,
I did get a chance to share a meal with Verlaine last night. I dropped her off a couple of care items I brought from home, and I gave her a set of googly eyes to do with whatever she wants. And I had some khachapuri, so
I've got to tell me, Ryan, have you now been reunited with your googly eyes?
absolutely. I have the other 2 sets. I've been reunited with my bag. All of my packed items are safely in my possession, and I am settled in with my Vodafone SIM card secured in my communication device. So I have everything I need. I've got all my bases covered. I can communicate. I can order myself a Bolt car if I don't have access to a car myself. I feel fully plugged in.
And more importantly, you have your peanut butter.
Indeed, I do. I'm short 2 cans. I actually gave the honey peanut butter and the regular creamy Peter Pan peanut butter to Verlaine, so she's got 2. I also brought her some caramel hot chocolate from Trader Joe's. I don't think they have Trader Joe's here in Ukraine, so figured I would bring a few items that she might appreciate. And I brought a couple of.
Well, I'm glad you got to see her, and I'm really happy that she left carrying more than she arrived with.
Funnily enough, I think she enjoyed the googly eyes the most, and they weren't even for her.
I think we can all appreciate the googly eyes. Shaggy fella, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if anybody knew anything more about the news that the Turkey let through a Russian cargo ship last night through the Bosphorus Strait, called the Sparta 4 or Sparta 1V, which is usually a military cargo. Novorossi, something or other. Novorossi, something or other. Novo something or other on the Black Sea in the Ukrainian shipping magazine. And I can send that to you, Mockers. Had a little look on vesselfinder.com, and yeah, it does seem to be actually in the Black Sea now as well. So I mean, I hope that was searched first. Well, apparently that vessel is under US sanctions. I'm just kind of wondering what it was carrying, whether it was actually carrying arms from Syria to to Russia, or whether it was empty or what, if anybody knows.
I think Damon might have an answer.
So it is under the Russian flag, but that doesn't mean it's a Russian military vessel. It's a merchant vessel, and under the rules, there's nothing that could allow Turks, unless they were to enact a blockade of Russia, which would be tantamount to, or could be interpreted as being tantamount to declaring war on Russia. Other than that, there's not much that they could have done, right? The Turkish Straits, that is to say the Dardanelles, the Sea of Marmara, and the Bosphorus. Not that the Sea of Marmara is part of the Straits; it's just kind of necessary to pass through both of them to also pass through the Sea of Marmara. Are considered international waters under various treaties, and etc. etc. So they can't block merchant vessels going through. Now, there's no search of such vessels, no nothing. So there's really nothing they could have done. It doesn't count as a warship because it's not a warship. It's not a part of the Russian Navy. And yes, it was probably carrying weapons. It's not the first time this has happened. This has happened a few times now, at least once that I remember very specifically, which is frustrating as anything. So yeah, couldn't agree more with that. But there's really nothing that can be done that could be done. What else? Oh yes, what does this mean? Now, if this was carrying lots of weapons back from Syria, what does this tell you, Shaggy? Because what it tells me is that Russians feel like they're in trouble, that they don't have enough weaponry accessible, in Russia, that they need more stuff, and that they will be in trouble unless they get more stuff. And that to me sounds kind of like good news, because we've already seen mobile air defenses specialized for Arctic warfare that were previously based in probably somewhere like Alakurti or something, moved and destroyed in Ukraine. We've already seen air defenses being depleted around St. Petersburg to be moved to Ukraine. Russia's running low. There are these thoughts of Russia having this infinite arsenal of everything. It doesn't. And the arsenal of democracy is markedly more expansive. So, it's everybody's focused on, why can't they stop it? No. Why are they doing it in the first place? Why are they needing to move stuff from Syria in the first place? That's a really interesting question. And the answer is kind of patently obvious. By the way, it's sailing to Novorossiysk, also known as Novorovorova, per Gunny.
Yeah, I agree. If you move in weapons from one theatre of war, as it were, like Syria, to another, then yeah, you've kind of got problems with them. It's kind of when you move. It's like when you move kind of personnel from one part of Russia that's keeping order, which is why I'm kind of interested in the secessionism argument to the front line. I mean, if secessionism starts happening in various places in Russia, they'll need to keep some people, some men and material there to keep order internally, and won't be able to send those things to the Ukrainian front. And the same with military equipment from Syria or any other places where Russia's military is at the moment. If they're scavenging in a way, then yeah, it's a good sign that they're running out or running low.
Vale? Oh, sorry, Marcus. Sorry, I keep running things before.
You're all right. Feel free.
Is it my turn now? Oh yeah, thanks. Hello, friends. I just wanted to bring you in the name of ago, where he retweets this Russian test range where they test I don't know what to call it, a robot or some sort that I don't know, Putin's face is just golden, and everybody should go and check out Colonel Jeff's retweet of this thing. It's great. Have a nice day, guys.
We need to go and look at that in a minute.
I mean, look, it goes forward at up to 7 kilometers an hour, which is twice as fast as the T-72 can go backwards. So, well, almost.
Absolutely, but check out Putin's face. I mean, that is just golden stuff right there.
I would likewise be amazed if I were in his position. You know, this is it's a face of longing, isn't it? Would that be a good description? You know, he's longing for the days where he was a young lad and he could have traveled at breakneck speeds of 7 kilometers an hour on a flat, tiled, concreted surface. Yeah.
Is that his,
Yeah,
is that his horse face? He's got a long face. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he is longing for actual engineers and not trade school amateurs. Probably students who made that one up.
Yeah, it does look like something some mechatronics students, took an ATV and then did the rest in the after class, 2 hours a week for a few months, and yeah, lovely, well done. That's an easy like B+.
Yeah, yeah. And what's the fascination of making it look like a human? What's that all about?
Well, I mean, you've seen those cool Japanese robots, right? That look humanoid. And they do all sorts of things. Well, Russia has the same thing at home.
I've just watched the video now, and well, gosh, that thing's impressive, isn't it?
Absolutely, and you can compare it to the Boston Dynamics robot that they have been working on. It's a bit different.
I just like the visor and the jacket. I think he looks very snazzy.
You know why they put a visor there? Because they didn't have time to figure out how that's supposed to look like. No, just cover it up. Just cover it up. It'll look better.
I'm not quite sure why it had to be like man-shaped anyway. Wouldn't that just like have issues
To
on the
fit on the ATV.
balance? Yeah, but it just looks weird to me. It looks like something that you might have made at college, to go into minefields or something. I don't know. Just looks odd.
Not college, trade school.
Exactly. It means slightly different things. So in the UK, everybody goes to the same school until they're 16. Okay, that's over exaggeration, overstatement, but pretty much. And then college is usually sort of for 17 and 18-year-olds, and that's where they split off, general studies versus trade school.
Ah, okay. My bad. Sorry, mockers.
No worries, Nale. It is a word that means very different things in different places. For example, the electoral college, a very different kind of college. You can't just go to when you're 16. So it really depends on, it means various things in different places. So don't worry about that. Happens to literally everyone. Any definition that is outside of their normal cultural environment. So no worries at all. William, very good morning.
Good morning. I'm only up here for a couple of minutes. How's everyone doing today? First and foremost, I woke up to a ton of news about T-62s, and I was just wondering if anybody had, any posts or any, links to where that's coming from. I'd love to take a look at it. I don't have a ton of time to scroll this morning, and it's just very interesting to see that.
I think the British MOD report specifically mentions these.
So the official British MOD is saying that there's T-62s heading to the battlefield of Ukraine right now.
I mean, the Oryx has already counted up like 50, 60 destroyed already. So, there's been lots already there. I think the British MOD is just commenting on the on how common they are. Right, T-62s. So 65 have either been destroyed, abandoned, or captured per Oryx's count up. And of course, that's just the visually confirmed one, right? There's probably more destroyed that were never, the pictures were never taken off.
Gotcha. And the other thing to go back to the conversation yesterday about these lovely little made up, I don't know what we call them, the periscope tracks with guns on them. I was looking at it and I cannot wait to see one of those get engaged with anything bigger than a AK-47 or a small arms, because the reality of it, when you're looking at the material, those and this is what was that called again, Doman? The upgraded
the MTOB.
Yes. All of that protection around the gun system they made is made from very basic sheet steel, maybe at a maximum 3/4 of an inch, and that is not going to stop much. And that's kind of what I just wanted to bring up. I'm going to come up a little bit later on when I get a little work done here, but I just wanted to kind of look through the T-62 stuff as it's really being highlighted today.
Thank you, Will. We are going to explore in greater detail the British MOD report, comment on it a little bit. But I was likewise heartened when I saw that I get to talk about T-62s and laugh at them for much of the day. So good tidings all around.
Okay, I'm going to drop down. I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right.
See you later, Will, and thank you. Nale, do you want to come in on this?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I want to ask you a question from the panel regarding Russia's capabilities in a certain area, because I was reading about their losses of vehicles during the Vuhledar offensive, where they apparently lost a lot of stuff there. So my question is, do we know if they actually have, first of all, a platform, second of all, the capability, and third of all, the will to use a recovery vehicle to get their broken tanks off the field and maybe fix them or something?
I get the impression that they aren't even recovering their wounded from the battlefield. So I have a funny feeling they're not making any great efforts to recover vehicles either. If they don't drive and they're leaving them behind, they've probably abandoned them pretty much. Sorry. I am of the opinion that it's just a gift for the armed forces of Ukraine once they abandon them. They don't seem to have the ability to recover a lot of stuff. And of course, they don't have any Ukrainian tractor drivers or Ukrainian tractors to pull them away. The tractor force is still working on the Ukrainian side, most definitely. Doman.
So what the Ukrainians are pretty good at doing, Nale, is once, let's say a Russian tank hits mine, right? The tank gets disabled but not destroyed. Now, Russians could recover it. Obviously, they'd be recovering it in a minefield, which is a little bit suboptimal. They could recover it, fix it, whatever. Russians haven't been seen exactly prone, like Mocker said, to even recover casualties, let alone vehicles. And even vehicles they do recover, how often they fix them, at least they could strip them for spares, right? We get it. But what Ukrainians have been pretty good at doing, you see a lot of these drones flying around destroying tanks. You see just a tank parked somewhere with an open hatch, and a drone flies and drops a grenade in it. That's kind of the important bit, right? So Ukrainians say, okay, look, we have these mortar shells. Mortar shells are cheap. We shall hang it from the underside of a drone and drop it in the open cavity of a tank. What this does is bricks the tank, because everything that's complicated that's inside the tank blows up. And this way they made them useless, kind of. Russians could recover them, but they're basically just good for scrap metal at that point. Maybe you could like recover the other track and some drive wheels or something. It's basically useless at that point. And that's what they end up as, is scrap metal after they've been disposed of that way. So it's a really good question. What do the Russians do with these? Frankly, most of the time they just leave them there because they're no longer of any use. And this sort of cleanup operation with the Ukrainian drone forces is really good. Is actually really, really practical. It's really, it's actually really meaningful, because it really thoroughly denies the possibility to the Russians of ever then using those vehicles for anything else. So really good question. I mean, now we're getting towards like 150 identified vehicles, armored vehicles and tanks that Russia has lost at Vuhledar in like a month. There are whole militaries in Europe, Nale, that don't have that many tanks and IAVs as Russia has lost at Vuhledar. Even the Finnish army, the Finnish army is well kitted out. The Finnish army has 200 tanks, right there, about something like that. And the Finnish army is much larger than almost any army in Europe. It's that size of a country, right? About 5 million people. So to put that, to contextualize just how much kit Russians are losing, and yeah, it's not very good kit. It's not very high level kit, but still, to contextualize, what the Russians are losing there is, it's a lot. It's a lot. And that's just one little city. And they have made negative progress in the month of February at Vuhledar. So they took a little bit of territory and they lost a little bit more territory right next to it. It's really mind-boggling. At least to me, in the numbers that are coming out, it seems that Vuhledar is literally the most efficient, effective delay blocking action that the Ukrainians have done anywhere, because there's a massive gulf in casualties, there's a massive gulf in KIA, there's a massive gulf in the amount of equipment decommissioned on each side. So really thoroughly, excellently well done.
Absolutely. Thank you, Doman. And Mockers too.
Well, it appears when I've been amongst all these knowledgeable people that I've picked a bit up myself. Hooray for that. Learning every day.
Mocker, speaking of tanks, shall we go through the lovely report from this morning from the UK MOD? Because I would absolutely love to hear all the details of it yet again. I read it early in the morning, briefly, quickly, but in an appropriate voice.
Oh, absolutely. I understand that I've got the correct accent for it, and possibly the same sense of humour. So, yeah, here we go. The Russian military has continued to respond to heavy armoured vehicle losses by deploying 60-year-old T-62 main battle tanks. There is a realistic possibility that even units of the 1st Guards Tank Army, supposedly Russia's premier tank force, will be re-equipped with T-62s to make up for their previous losses. The 1st Guards Tank Army had previously been due to receive the next generation T-14 Armata main battle tanks from 2021. I'm sorry, that makes me chuckle because we all know how good the T-14 are. In recent days, Russian BTR-50 armoured personnel carriers, first fielded in 1954, have also been identified deployed in Ukraine for the first time. Since summer 22, approximately 800 T-62s have been taken from storage, and some have received upgraded sighting systems, which will highly likely improve their effectiveness at night. However, both these vintage vehicle types will present many vulnerabilities on the modern battlefield, including the absence of modern explosive reactive armour. So, yeah, the MOD there, making sure to have a proper good dig at the Russian armour, and pointing out that even if they upgrade the sights, they've not got a new tank. They're still driving around in a very vintage vehicle, which is much older than me.
So shall I work through this because there's a lot of things to pick up on. Okay, first of all, as they say, some 800 have been taken out from storage. We know that 65, have visually confirmedly been already destroyed or captured by the Ukrainians. So when we first saw these, there were lots of suggestions saying, these are just going to be, they're going to be used on the back lines. I mean, what are you going to use a tank for on the back lines in the first place? You're just going to be used on the back lines, it's okay. Or they're going to be dug in and used as indirect fire. So basically, it's short-range artillery pieces, right? Because Russians have this thing where they dig a tank in and they dig it in on an incline, so that the barrel pointing more upwards than it could otherwise, relative to the Earth. That is, in the frame of reference of the Earth, it's pointing more up. And I think, it's only a question of time when, right? And then, especially during the push of Russians out of the right bank in Kherson Oblast, so many of these were shown, destroyed, captured, whatnot, including a T-62 Classic. They say here they've been taken from storage, and some have received upgraded sighting systems. There has been at least one that has been a true classic, I think, that was captured. So there's lots of good pictures of all of its things that it doesn't have that came out of that one. They do note the absence of modern explosive reactive armor. That's true for many, but not all of them. On quite a few, they just put lots of these bricks of first generation or second generation ERA on them. So there's a little bit of that. The problem is it's still an ancient tank, and it's not actually very useful. The one thing I really wonder with all of these Russian tanks that have been in Siberia for a very long time, not necessarily in Siberia, but there's a lot of places in Russia that get very cold in the winter, and then get very hot in the summer. So Mockers in Britain, you have a very, very narrow temperature range during the year, right? So where you live, you're going to have, maybe you're going to have a few hot summer days in the 30 plus Celsius, but not very many. You're also going to have a very small number of days where it drops below freezing, and it only drops a little bit below freezing, but pretty much most of the year is somewhere between, +5 and +25, right? It's quite a narrow temperature range.
Yeah, we're quite lucky, really, with our weather. There's nothing too wild.
Exactly, right? It doesn't go really hot, really cold. If you're in some places in Russia, you might be getting, days where it's -40 during the winter and +40 during the summer in the same place. Right? So much, much wider temperature range. And I wonder what this is doing to the materials that these tanks are made of, because they've gone through all of these, metals expand at high temperatures and they contract at lower temperatures, right? So they've gone through all of these expansion contraction cycles. And either if the welding wasn't done just right, or things were bolted together in some places, it might have led to quite a lot of friction there, even if they weren't really used, they weren't putting miles on them, but never just these quite large ranges of expansion contraction. I know it happens quite slowly, so that's good for it, right? So it's less, it affects it less. But when a tank is 60 years old, you might have gone through quite a lot of these, and there were some cases also where hulls just had to be scrapped because they left hatches open so water could come in, but they didn't have the drain plugs open at the bottom, so it couldn't drain out. So they finally came to a tank that's been parked somewhere for 20, 30 years, and they're like, no, it's full of water. Actually, it's completely full of water. And if you try to drain the water now, good luck, because how are you going to save any of the stuff that's inside, right? Even if the metal is not rusted through, which probably is, but how are you going to get anything that's inside? Rusted through is maybe an exaggeration, but quite rusty. So all of those, I think, are quite interesting points. They talk about sighting systems. The bulk of the sighting system upgrades that T62s are getting, I think, is from a large stock of 1980s optics, because they've been fitting those 1980s optics that were at the time meant to go on T62s, they just never got around to it. Also in some T80s and some other more modern vehicles as well, to quote unquote upgrade them. And by upgrade, what they really meant is in the 90s or the 2000s, some enterprising colonel sold all of the, okay, I guess, T80 optics that were on the parked T80s to someone else, and they were just without them, so they had to put something on there. So they put the stuff that was in the 80s meant to upgrade, quote unquote, upgrade the T62s with. So I think that's the bulk of what they're getting. So not just that they're not particularly good, a bit outdated, they've also been sitting on a shelf somewhere for the past, give or take, 40 years. And as you might know, some things, a little bit more delicate equipment, sometimes doesn't work that well after it's just sitting on a shelf for 40 years. It might work fine, maybe. It might not. Who knows? I guess the first Guards tank army is going to get to discover that. And lastly, saying that the first Guards tank army is going to get T62s is fabulous. I'm not actually sure if the first Guards tank army ever had T62s in the first place. Actually, because I think they might have gotten from 55s to 64s to 72s. Skipping T62s? Someone tell me if you have written a book on the history of the first Guards tank army and are now writing the sequel. We never thought they were this bad. That's a working title, at least. If you don't have it yet, feel free to take it. Please tell me if the first Guards tank army actually ever operated the T62, or this is the first time they're getting them. They're supposed to be the best armored force that Russia has, and let's just say there's not that many left of them because they were rather depleted quite early on in the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. I'm being told the proper basing models aren't called classic, they're called vanilla. Okay, so the T62 vanilla. I don't know, vanilla sounds too positive, too American. Should be something else. Should be something more, I don't know, T62 chi, I guess, something like that.
Sounds kind of bland to me, vanilla. You know what I mean? There's other words. What I was going to mention is there was a lucky young man who received a T90 tank. Unfortunately, he didn't last very long with it. But you were just saying about the lack of, lack of stuff, but also there's the lack of people. So this young lad was mobilised and he lasted about 60 days. Bless him. So, a short story. Andrei Arestov mobilised on the 27th of September. So after 10 days of shooting training, he was sent to the front line and he was given a T-72 B3 MB is evidence that he became a commander of a T-90M tank, which was taken out on the 16th of January with him inside it. However, that seems like quite a promotion from, you know, you can drive this tank. Here you go. Here's a completely different one. Go drive that one instead. Now, I don't know about you, but I've heard that different tanks might require a bit of extra training. And you probably don't want to give them to somebody who's freshly mobilised, who literally has experience of driving one tank once. Yeah, so I just thought that was a bit of an anomaly.
So wait, so what happened afterwards? What happened with his experience with the T-90?
It was short-lived because the T-90 was taken out on the 16th of January with the poor chap on board. Yes, this was a story of his very short-lived 60-day career in the armed forces of Russia.
I guess that's why it's also quite a short story, because it was only 60 days at the end of the day. No, so the T-90M is let's call it the best version of the T-90. It's designated Prorив. Breakthrough is the naming that they use for that subversion, and they really have broken through. Let me just consult Oryx. I wonder how many of those were lost thus far. Not very many, I don't think. Oh, 14. Okay. So 30 4090As, 1 T90AK, 60 90Ss, which are the export version, presumably destined for India, but I guess, India, Ukraine, you get confused, don't you? When you're filling in the delivery manifest.
Very similar climates.
Yeah. I once got a postcard. There was a stamp on it, an extra sort of red wet stamp that said "missent to Bermuda." Now, I don't know how you missend something to Bermuda when it's literally going from one European country to the neighboring European country, but it happens. Is what I'm trying to illustrate. Anyway, so 14 T-90Ms have thus far been visually evidenced to have been destroyed or captured, just pretty good. Because again, they've not had that many to start with, and again, those are just the ones that have been visually evidenced to have been destroyed and or captured. There are a few other things I wanted to pick up on from the UK Ministry of Defence report. They were supposed to. They were supposed to receive the Armata MBTs, and that's kind of interesting. You can think of all the various reasons of why they didn't receive the Armata MBTs. Maybe it was something very simple. Maybe it was for, say, a lack of trained horse trainers in the First Guards tank army, right? If you don't have people who know how to handle horses or oxen, you're not going to get in. You're not going to get very far with your horse-drawn tanks, are you?
That's very true. You're going to need a team to look after them as well, surely.
You're going to need a team to look after the team of oxen?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, otherwise, they're not pulling your tank at all. But you know what will happen, don't you?
What?
Those oxen will arrive somewhere near the front, and there'll be all these poor, hungry Mobics, and those oxen won't be at the front for very much longer, because we know what happened when they reached the zoo. Everything that looked like it could be eaten got eaten, I believe, which is pleasant. Now Doman has dropped off on me, bless him. So he's obviously having a connection moment. So, Shaggy fella, it's me and thee. Oh, he's waving at me, so Maybe he's okay now. Shall we bring him back? Go on then, as he's asking. Oh, Twitter, we love you. We love how you give us trouble all the time.
Yeah, I can talk to you, Mark, because I've been keeping quiet because I've been kind of just listening. I'm used to just listening here, so we can waffle away if we need to.
It's all right. I've dragged him back from wherever he got to. Can you hear us,
Oh
Gemma?
yeah, all good. Just as I know that there will be an invite incoming at the reset quickly. But yeah, I think it's really fascinating, and with this lack of trained animal trainers, drivers. They need to take care of horses. People aren't used to that anymore. This isn't the First World War anymore. This would have come more naturally. It is really interesting why they made this deliberate step back, right, Mockers? Deliberate step back to from internal combustion back into the world of horse-drawn and oxen-drawn. Have you ever had a horse-drawn tank before? I don't think so. I think this is really the novelty.
Yeah, I think maybe artillery pieces, guns, but no, never a tank.
Exactly. I think that the real problem is when you have a howitzer, a horse-drawn howitzer, that's fine because you park it and then you take the horses away somewhere else, and then you shoot, right? But in a tank, a lot of the time you're meant to stop and then shoot straight away, or even shoot on the go. And I think the problem was that everybody's previously faced was it's very difficult to ensure that you have horses that don't startle, scare when there's a big tank gun shooting right over their heads.
Yeah, that's a good point. That horses are flighty beasts, are they not?
They're prone to startling. That's kind of the issue, I think. Mockers, mic check.
Yo.
Oh, good, excellent. I was worried there for a second, and now we'll be able to see to see speaker requests. So if you had been requesting to speak over the past 40 minutes at some point, and Mockers didn't see you because of technical issues, I might, probably, not necessarily, but probably. So now's your chance. If you would like to dunk on the T14 Armata, absolutely feel free, because there's a lot more to dunk on. I thought of a solution for the T14 Armata. Tanks do have this benefit of turrets, right? And the turret can point in various directions. So maybe what they should do, so as not to shoot right over the horse's head, is turn the turret by 90 degrees, process along the edge of the battlefield. So not go forward, but kind of go sideways. So the horses are pulling the tank, say from east to west, but the gun's pointing north. Then they can shoot it well. Except the problem is that in the Armata, the stabilization system doesn't work. So I don't know if they can actually shoot well while on the move. There was this propaganda video of Russians saying, now we have armatas in theater. And it was basically a tank in the middle of a field, and there's nothing anywhere, and it's shot. And then the gun went up and down and up and down and up and down and down. And then it just stayed pointing in a very different direction to where it was pointing before it shot. And I don't think that the gun already selected the next target somewhere lower down. I think that wasn't intentional. So all told, if I were the first guards tank army, I might feel relieved that I'll get a tried and tested tank instead of that.
That's a very good point. When that thing fired, the whole thing bounced.
I mean, anything is possible, really, isn't it? Anything is possible. That's why they're now introducing the MTLB Dalek.
Oh Lord, that thing is hilarious. We had quite some discussion over this the Frankenstein contraption, and there is a bit of an issue that these guns that they've popped on the top, these naval turrets that they've popped on the top, don't really aim, downwards. So they're pretty much straight ahead and up. So if they're going to dig them into the ground, well, it's a heck of a lot of work for a beast like that. But if they're going to dig them into the ground, fair enough. But otherwise, what are they shooting at? 3-meter tall chaps? I'm not too sure.
Daniel.
Good morning. You looked so lonely up here, so I thought I'd come up and just keep you some company. I was actually thinking about talking a little bit about footwear. Did you see the pictures posted yesterday? Some Russian POWs.
Mockers is the footwear expert here. This isn't being sexist. She just actually cares, and I don't.
You actually should care a lot, because if it was something I learned in the military, and it's a very long time ago, it's that your feet are actually the most important thing you have. I mean, guns, yeah, nice to be able to fight. You can always pick up a stick if it's necessary, if you don't have a gun. Food, it's really, really nice. It's very high up there on your Maslow pyramid. And have dry clothes and stuff like that. It's also really, really high up there. But on the top, I would say your feet are. To have good footwear, dry feet, and dry, warm socks. There's nothing that is more important than that. And that footage that were posted about of some Russian POWs was, I really don't have words for it. It was there were people with a lot of variants of different kind of footwear. There were sneakers and stuff like that, but primarily there were one guy standing there with red loafers, and I would swear that those were Swede loafers. I really don't know what to say, but that guy cannot have had any high moral. He was not happy in any way. It's dangerous to not have good footwear. You can have, if it's moist, you can get trench foot, which is really, really dangerous. You can die from that. It's sort of like a frostbite. It's just in a different way, and you often get it when it's not that cold. But if you have tight footwear and primarily if you have wet feet, you can get that, and it can go really, really fast. In a couple of hours, you can lose toes and foots in that way. But it's also, if it's cold, you need to have something that, obviously we get frostbites. But it's not just that it's dangerous to not have dry and warm feet. It's also that it's really bad for morale. You're not effective if you don't have warm feet. And I've experienced that several times when you're out, it's cold, and you've been sweating in your shoes, and you have like a bit of a moist socks, and then you bring out the dry ones, the extra pair that you have been warming in your crouch. Actually, that's the best way to dry socks. And you put them on, and you're happy as a clam. It doesn't matter everything else. It's such a fantastic feeling. You're suddenly a human being again. And I mean, seeing those POWs in those, appalling conditions, I can only imagine how they were feeling. And it's not a winning army having that kind of equipment for their soldiers. I mean, we've been laughing at them getting old weapons, old tanks, and so on. But footwear, it's really a sign of a losing army.
Daniel, I didn't think he was issued those.
No, but the problem is that they were probably not issued anything.
No, they probably issued something, and it was probably even worse to the degree that probably went into what I'm hoping was an abandoned house and stole a pair of shoes from it.
You mean he was issued something that was worse than a pair of red loafers? I mean, apart from all the things I was speaking about here, the fashion statement is really, really bad also. You don't wear that kind of footwear.
He obviously had fashion issues, but don't worry, the fashion police got him.
To be honest, I think he was lucky because, as you say, the fashion police, the Ukrainian army, since they took them as prisoners, he will survive. He wouldn't have done that otherwise. So it's yeah. Again, I'm really. If you look for any signs that the
Reminds me of the young soldier, reminds me of from the ground and put a hat, was taken as prisoner and put his sort of neck windbreaker thing up so that he was warmer, and he's saying to him, here you go, little rabbit, we don't want you getting cold. And this lad's crying his eyes out thinking he's going to be horribly tortured, and there they are doing up his jacket for him so that he won't get too cold while he's waiting to be carried off to wherever it is they take POWs these days. And that, just the very fact that they've given him a hat, because none of them would have gone out, would have been sent out without sort of at least the basics. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Them shoes are hilarious. The absolute basics, and this guy doesn't have them. And if that had been seen in the Ukrainian armed forces right now, somebody would have found that man a better pair of boots. They wouldn't have let him go out into the field like that, I'm absolutely sure.
I mean, also sign of them losing. I mean, they don't seem to take care of each other. It's not just about taking care of yourself. In that state, you're not capable of doing it, but they don't take care of each other.
What I've noticed is that they are separating into small groups, maybe by sort of the fact that they've come from a particular area, or the fact that they've sort of been grouped into smaller groups. But these small groups seem to sort of look after one another to a degree, but they don't interact with any of the other groups. And like, for example, some newly mobilized were injured on the battlefield, and they were left to drag themselves to a hospital. And some of these people had leg injuries, and the only people willing to help them were the guys that had turned up with them. The rest of them were like, make it yourself. And they specifically observed on the opposite side Ukraine making a point of driving up an armoured vehicle and trying to take out their wounded as quickly as possible. And they've noted that themselves, and they've passed that information back to people at home. Yeah, so they are terribly disgruntled with the way they're being treated, not just by the commanders and officers, but by each other's sort of smaller gang type groups. They've sort of formed these gangs, and they don't seem to get very well. That's how I see it.
No, absolutely, and it's the not caring at any level. And earlier, who was it? Was it Nale asking about reclaiming damaged armored vehicles, tanks, the Russians, that is, and how they're not doing that. And the same applies to, in most cases, the wounded as well. And we got to Kure, who's been waiting for a little while, and then back to Shaggy and back to Daniel. Kure.
Well, thank you. First, I want to respond a little bit to Orka's response. I'm a Finnish American heritage. My grandparents and parents were from Finland, and some of them were part of the 1939 and the continuation war. And I want to say I heard some of the same stories that you were telling about that some of my, first or second cousins were on the front line and, gave mittens and hats to some of the Soviet soldiers who they were fighting against at that time. What I was thinking about was, I mean, at this point, Russia is pretty damn weak, and there seems the sort of a little bit of a as a Finnish American, I was thinking, what the hell are they going to do? They're really in bad shape. The former Soviets and the Russians. I mean, are they going to be so weak that they would lose a war and then want to give the 10% of the country of that Finland that had ceded in 1939 or 44 to the Soviets, wanting back? I don't know if the Finns would be interested in regaining that and wanting to, have Viipuri, the city of Viipuri, as part of their present day status. I mean, there's a lot of money that's involved. I mean, it's just sort of an ironic thing I was thinking of, just sort of as a knowing my cousins and who are still living in Finland and so on. Like, man, we might not want to take on this tax burden. So that is sort of my little American Finnish humor a little bit going on there. So I just want to think. I mean, but it is a possibility. Maybe they're so weak that the Russians would say, well, we lost this damn thing, so let's give it back. I don't know. You think about it. That just was sort of my little strange Finnish American humor here at this point. So, but it is a serious thing. On the other hand, as a Finnish American, I want to say this: the Ukrainians have what they call in Finland sisu. They have this toughness. And as a Finnish American, I'm telling you this: let's give the Ukrainians everything they need to maintain and keep their freedom. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Thank you, Kore.
Ciao.
The only thing I'd add to that is the Finns might not be interested simply because Finns aren't really left in those areas, and often the care is more about the people than there is about land, simply put. Not to mention how mismanaged, to say the least, it had been for the past many decades now. Shaggy fella.
Yeah, I just spent a little bit of time obsecking those shoes, and I'm pretty sure they are hush puppies, and I'm pretty sure they are an Elvis, due to Elvis Presley, and were created on the 12th of July last year in honor of the new Elvis biopic. So I've stuck that up on my timeline with the link to it. Yeah, and yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Shaggy fella. That doesn't reflect well on them when it comes to the sort of properties, Daniel, that you were bringing up, that are not just desirable but essential. Daniel.
Well, we'll just add one more thing. Maybe the guy kind of joined the Russian military, but he got told it was all rock and roll, and I'll drop down.
Yeah. No, I to answer about the Viipuri, I don't think at all the Finnish guys are. Now, I'm not Finnish and Swedish, but I don't think that Finland is at all interested in getting that back. It's even at the point that I heard that the Finnish Karelian Society have publicly stated that they don't want to have those parts rejoined with Finland. So I think it won't happen at all. There are no Finnish people left there, as Doman said. So it's really, there's only historical reasons, and those are not reasons, as we've discussed previously, about why Russia is doing what they are doing. But about the shoes and stuff like that, I'm not surprised. I've sort of passed that, but it still baffles me a little bit that Russia has this tactic of quantity being a quality in itself, and that's nothing new. That's something we've known for, since Russia has existed. But it still baffles me that they sort of go all in on that. They don't seem to look at all at any other qualities. It's just, if we send in as many people as possible, we don't have to give them equipment, we don't have to train them, we don't have to do anything. We just send as many as possible, and if there are enough of people, we won't be able. They won't be able to stop us, and that's simply not true. And I really don't understand that kind of thinking. I read something the other day. It was some Ukrainian in Bakhmut that said that we are fighting a zombie war, and that's sort of probably one of the best descriptions of what it is right now.
Actually, let me expand on that one. That was in the Wall Street Journal yesterday. Wait, I still have it open here. Yeah, saying they're throwing cannon fodder at us, aiming to cause maximum damage. We obviously can't respond the same way because we don't have as much personnel and we are sensitive to losses. This is the continuation of "it's a zombie war" quote from Senior Lieutenant Petro Horbatenko, who's a battalion commander in one of the Ukrainian units in Bakhmut. You know, it really illustrates what it is, right? Notably, I will read another passage from this because I think it's very, very instructive, Daniel. Maybe you can tell us how you would have expected to have done this differently. Okay, so one of Wagner's men captured on the Bakhmut front, a 48-year-old recidivist, that is to say, someone who's committed a crime, went to prison, was released, another crime, went to prison again, with convictions for murder, robbery, and drug offenses, said that he was trained for 3 weeks with basically one skill: how to crawl and advance in a forest, an indication that he wasn't expected to survive his first mission. Then, on the night of January 29th, 2 Wagner squads, each containing 5 regular convicts and 1 commander, so 5 regular convicts and 1 commander convict? Oh yes, it says also an inmate, were ordered to assault a fortified Ukrainian outpost. 2 machine guns were blazing at us, people were being torn to bits, but they kept telling us, keep crawling ahead and dig in. It was just plain dumb, said the man who was captured by Ukrainian forces in March in an interview. 4 of the 12 members of that attack group remained combat fit by the end of the night, with most others killed. The Wagner fighter said he was allowed to retreat by the morning because of injuries to his arm. Even for the troopers who had sustained serious wounds, a pullback without permission wasn't an option. If you don't push ahead and do what you're told, you simply get nullified, that is to say, executed. Everyone knows that. And I think this tells us a lot, right? Of this answers the question of why they keep going. This also answers how it looks like, and I think this is really, a typical case as opposed to an atypical case, especially since he was on several such, clearly managed somehow to survive several such advances. Daniel, any thoughts, any comments? It's really an illustration of the zombiness, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, it fits how they are fighting. I wouldn't say that they're fighting in the wrong way in that respect, because everything sort of fits together. It makes sense from sort of a nonsensical perspective. I mean, everything in this war right now is sort of very alien for me, because my experience, my training, we were small groups, we were mobile, we were not visible. So this trench warfare is really something that I don't have any like training or theoretical knowledge almost, apart from what you read as a civilian, because this is totally the opposite to how we would have fared warfare. So I can just say that it makes sense using convicts to just send them in as zombies if that is your tactics, because you can't send in normal trained thinking people in that way, because then they would tell you to go. We wanted to have well trained, well educated. It's not just about training and knowing that stuff. You need to also have a brain. You have to know what you're doing and why you're doing it, and think of by yourself. And we wanted to have. I mean, there were people sort of coming to our units just because it was tough, and they thought they were really tough. And sometimes you had people with, let's call it, fringe opinions. But those are seldom very well suited for that kind of training and that kind of environment. So we wanted to get rid of those. And I would say also that it's not the guys with the most muscles that will survive this kind of ordeals. It's the guy with the brains, the guy who is tenacious, who doesn't give up, and also sort of do the right things. I have a hard time expressing this in English, but yeah, it's so alien for me, this kind of warfare. So I really can't have that many comments, to be honest.
Would you say that knowing what not to do is a part of knowing what to do?
Absolutely. I mean, it goes to everything you do in the civilian life also. So I mean, that is part of the training. I read some people when we were approaching winters and we had a mobilization. Some people were arguing that they are just putting out Mobics there with no equipment and in the winter just to harden them, to make them learn how to cope with winter. And I mean, that's not how you do it. You don't brace your body and make it hard. You learn what you should do and what you should not do, and you do that by experience. Of course, you can't just theoretically read about it, but you have to make the mistakes. You have to see what happens if you don't take care of yourself. What happens if you don't take care of your mates and so on. So you definitely you have to know what not to do also, but you need a training to do that.
I'm frankly surprised they got 3 weeks. You know, in many other cases, this seems to be at the high end. A lot of the time, it was 1 day, half a day, a week. 3 weeks sounds relatively thorough compared to some of these.
Yeah, but I mean, there we go again. It still baffles me. Why are they so set on just having quantity and no quality at all in their soldiers? I mean, why waste 3 weeks then? It doesn't give you that much. So you could just throw them into the battle directly, almost. I really don't get it, to be honest.
No, I see what you mean, right? Because they're clearly betting entirely and completely on just the one thing, which is just endless pushes of light infantry into nowhere almost, right? But why then, if you're going all in on that, and we know that they're going all in on that because everything else is so lacking that it has to be deliberately ignored, right? Why then not ignore it also for some of these other things additionally? That's a very interesting question, Daniel, actually. So it's almost like they're inefficient inefficiently.
Precisely, exactly. But I have a sort of theory, and I think that they are doing it in sort of in different levels, because when they did the mobilization, they sent in people directly. We have records of that. They didn't last very long, but the purpose of that was to fill the gaps that they had, so that sort of the whole war wouldn't just collapse. And they were prepared to send in many people just to their death, just to achieve that. And then they still need to send in more people, and then they send in people with just a couple of weeks training, and they are probably a little bit more effective than those that were sent directly. And I wouldn't say hope, because I really don't hope that, but I would assume that if they have any intelligence in the management of the Russian army. They actually have a next level where they have people that are really being trained, has been trained thoroughly, and perhaps even in a new way compared to what Russian army used to do in Belarus and in on Crimea and so on, training to actually have a relatively large part to put in later on that actually is effective. Now, I really don't know if they're doing that, but that could be a strategy from their side.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Kure. 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 I think you unmuted and muted back. Yeah.
Hello, can you
Yes,
hear
we
me?
can.
Well, I'm in. Thank you. I want to speak to I'm double dipping tonight, and I come from a little bit of a unique position. I have always been a pacifist. I'm not quite a Quaker in my American society. Maybe more so toward a Unitarian or whatever. But I've always been against war and such. But I have a son who joined the military many years ago, and it was a battle. I tell you what. And when you talk about some of the, but and eventually over the years, I mean it's already 20 years practically. He was a warrior and an officer, a sergeant, and so on in Afghanistan and what. But I will tell you what. I respect it. I grew up in the era when Vietnam was an issue, and I didn't agree with some of our politics that came in between. And I got to meet some of the people that my son served with, and so on. And when you talk about the quality and the training that that the U.S. forces get, whether on every level, my son came up from a Marine Corps person, and he went through the ranks. And even though I opposed his, I struggled against it too, because I thought when he was going in, I said, "Man, this is not a good thing that he was signing up for." I did, and I opposed it, and I did it really out of love. But I tell you what, he excelled in it. And when he got married a few years ago, I met his mates, who he served with in Iraq and Afghanistan and so on. Man, they were top notch. My son has excelled. He became an officer and a pilot eventually. And I tell you what, I'm a pacifist. I tell you, and I tell you this from the bottom of my heart. I'm so proud. And I think of these guys who are having to and I would never take up an arm against another person. But and he told me about his he's became a pilot, and he's a career officer right now. I'm so proud of him. And I tell you what, I fought against his decision from the root of my heart, because I didn't want him to have to come in harm's way. But I'm telling you what, when I went to his wedding a few years ago, his mates that he served with in Afghanistan and Iraq, oh,
Right. Thank you, Kure.
You can't imagine the Bond brothers that were there.
Thank you.
And
thank you, Kure.
And what I want to say is this: as far as as far as that goes, is I feel the same way toward the people who are fighting in Ukraine right now. I'm a pacifist, but I'm telling you, my friends, just let's support them in every way we can. I've never been for war, but I'm telling you what, let's double down on this. I say that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
100%. Thank you, Corey. Angry Ants, go ahead.
Hey, Kurt, I just wanted to say thank you for coming up and sharing that beautiful segment, a few sentences about your son, and tying that to the young men and women who are doing everything they can to fight for their country. And I come from a very similar story where my father was very similar to you. And when I decided to join, it was a very difficult decision. But my unit, and this is what I always support people who have views that and that like that that war is the most horrible and vile thing in the world, and there should never be a war. But unfortunately, there are bad people in this world, and my unit has from Iraq has a motto, and the motto was won in North Africa. Our unit completely decimated a Nazi SS tank division in northern Africa, and they had 2 palm leaves as their unit sign for the Africa Corps, and we stole that from them, and we said our motto now was let him bear the palm who's earned it and won it. And what that means is there's very few wars that are just. There's very many wars. I can talk about some wars that I've been through that I have my own personal opinions of now. I kind of got into the anti-war movement when I came home because of some of the decisions that leaders have made. But there's nothing stronger than the bond that young men and women find when they band together in a fight for justice. And I can see that in these young men and women's faces in Ukraine every single day, and also in the leaders. Their leaders care about their soldiers. So I will double down with you to say, let's do whatever we can to support them, whether you're a pacifist, whether you're an extremist, whatever it is. If you support Ukraine, let's double down on it. Because unfortunately, this is a just war for Ukraine. It's not I apologize. It's an unjust war. It's a war that should not be happening, but it's a war that has to be fought. And that vile, disgusting thing that war is has to be done to ensure that Ukraine and their people have their safety and their freedom for generations to come. But thank you for that very, very heartfelt statement today.
Thank you, Angry Ant. And Angry Ant, I don't know how much you heard of what we were talking about with Daniel about the seeming disconnect within the Russian military between, on the one hand, going all in on the maxim that quantity has a quality of its own, but foregoing all other quality with it, and then occasionally, nevertheless, expending additional resources that, in principle, should lead to the gain of other qualities, only for those to go completely unused after all. It seems kind of like they're intentionally being, inefficient with their personnel, but sometimes also additionally inefficiently so.
Yes, and I will tell you what. I'm a human being, and I sit at night sometimes and just almost cry thinking about the young men and women who are being mobilized and being forced to be cannon fodder from this imperialistic, colonialistic regime. Many of them from very poor communities, many of them from ethnic communities in Russia, who are not given who are just being considered dispensable. And I think back to my roots growing up in Ireland and some of the things that have happened to my culture in the past by imperialistic countries, and how they were used, and this harkens back to a time where we had castles and lords that we see there, and really that's what Russia is. It's a country of oligarchs that do not care about the people. They only care about a very few people, and again, I was going to drop down again, but that's what I just wanted to say. I really appreciate that sentiment, sir. And Doman, it is horrific to see what they're doing to the youth of Russia today. I'm sorry. No, if you have a soul, you have to. Now, I am someone who wants to see as many people. I know exactly what it takes to win this war, and it's going to take a lot of those young men and women paying the ultimate price and struggling, but it is going to happen. So anyway, I apologize for going on a bit of a rant there, but I again, it's good sentiment.
Thank you, Grant. And to think that the setup of society, of government, has been set up precisely almost in order to maximize their own casualties, right? Because this is, at the end of the day, what the natural conclusion of this is. This is where a whole lot of assumptions that many observers further west, especially ones in decision-making positions, have to come to a realization about, right? That this isn't normal, that they have to leave their usual assumptions at the door, not just forget about them, but actively dismiss them, because otherwise, getting closer to an understanding of what and how it's going to look like, it's not going to work out. So whenever there are suggestions, right, of but maybe negotiate, but maybe this, but maybe that, no, because it doesn't. Look at it on very plainly. They keep showing that no, of course it's not going to work, because no, they don't have the reservations, the considerations that would normally be made by any normal country.
Roman, if any military allowed their soldiers to have the footwear in that video that Daniel was talking about, I saw that, and it hit me very. I felt those feet, and any military that's willing to use human life like that deserves to be completely and utterly destroyed and decimated off this planet. There's no place for that in a civil society in our day. We're better than that as humans. We're not the great. We have all of our faults as a human nation, human, as humankind. But we have the ability to make different choices, and it's just horrific to see anybody not value human life in the way that Russia is doing right now, and both for their own soldiers, but more so what they're trying to do to Ukraine, independent Ukraine, and the civilians especially, and people fighting to defend their homeland. So I will be happy to see I'll be happy to see the 300,000 number mark when and I'll celebrate it with a probably a large drink when I see 300,000 Russians killed. But I'll be very sad still that many human lives have lost for senseless nonsense like this.
One correction or one addition, one amendment, if you so wish, to that. Well, strike out right now. Because Russia has done this for close to 800 years, and it will never change, unfortunately. There is a projection of doom in what I just said. There is absolutely no hope that the nihilistic culture which has borne this out for so many generations will change within the next 1 or 2 generations.
Let's go to Daniel, then to Kure. Daniel.
Yeah, I think it was actually Kure, but I would like to just sort of reply to Angry Ants here, because I also sort of come from a similar background where my mother's family were pacifists, and since military service was mandatory in Sweden before, my uncle and my grandfather and so on that side, they were like firefighters and stuff like that, really not bearing arms. And on the other side of my family, on my father's side, we have like professional militaries several generation back, and my uncle was a officer for his whole career. So I see the conflict. I've heard the arguments and so on, and I think it's a very hard thing to sort of grasp, that by sending more arms and sending better arms to Ukraine and now and do it everything, you're actually shortening the war and you're saving life, because it's sort of counter logical if you just look at it on the surface. You have to sort of understand the whole situation and really get rid of the way. It's very easy to just think, I'm peaceful, I would not take up arms and so on, and I couldn't harm another person, and I don't want to contribute to that, so the best option is just to negotiate. The best option is not sending any arms at all, and to realize and sort of come to grips with yourself and your world image and realize that that's not true. That's very hard to do.
Daniel, let's go to Kure, and then I want to return back to exactly this last bit you said, which is a guiding policy still, less so, much less so than it was a year ago, but a guiding policy still in some decision-making circles. Kure?
Hello, I missed you. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Kure.
Well, I think maybe I put my hand up accidentally,
very
but I
well.
want to. In any case, I'm in the same boat as the previous speaker. My parents were older when I was born, but they were of the born during the Depression. Grew up as young people before World War II happened. My dad was of conscription age, but he had a hernia, so he did not have to serve in the military. But many of my uncles and aunts did. And when I was born, he was already in his 40s, which was pretty late. I was born in 56. So there was never a thought among my left-wing relatives and parents and Finnish relatives and so on about the obligation for duty and service. They may have been not have agreed with some of the politics, but of course they were probably Roosevelt Democrats and so on. The idea of duty and serving was never far from our minds. I tell you that. Even when my dad was young, he was part of the CCC camps when the Depression was going on, and I have many veterans among his my mother's family, and on the other hand, my dad's brother, who was older and went back to the Soviet Union. He was actually a victim of Stalin's reign of terror, and he's buried in a place on the north part of the lake of in a place called Sondermoch. And I found out his stories later on. So I have a rich history. But that being said, I want to say this struggle that we are doing with now in Ukraine. I'm a pacifist. I've been almost like a Quaker type of religious background in some regards, Unitarian. And I have a son who is serving currently in the military. This is the struggle of our age. And if I was young enough and strong enough and had the skills that Malcolm Nance had, I would be in Ukraine right now. But each of you right here, you can do your part. And I'm going to make a pitch for this platform right now. You can donate just a few bucks, whatever you are spending on coffee weekly with your, I'm retired, with your friends. You go to coffee week in and week out. You spend at least, I'm going to guess, I bet you spend at least 10 or 12 bucks a week. Tell you what, I'm going to give you a challenge. Match it up. Give 12 bucks or 15 bucks to MriyaReport and do your part. And then call your senators from your respective states, your congressperson, and then your president, and say, yes, we want to say yes to life. Like Viktor Frankl, so for fast 80 Jahren früher gesagt hat, trotz allem, sag ja zum Leben, say yes to life. And when you give it to MriyaReport, you are saying yes to life, because this struggle in the Ukraine, and I'm a pacifist from a long time ago, this is the most important struggle of our era. And I'm going to end it with that. Basically, this is not just another war on the border. No, we've seen this before in the 30s and so on. I have the history of my family and the oral history that what they told me what happened. This is not too different. So I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to plead to you. Give your donations to MriyaReport. Maybe you have American Ukrainian congregation that is doing the same thing in your own state. Whatever it is, do your part, my friends. This is it. This is important. This will define us, in my opinion, for the next 50 years, like the World War II defined us prior to this, or maybe even the Korean War. Thank you.
Thank you, Kore. And let's have this echo out and lead to both some action and sleep well, Kore, as well. And I know it's getting to that time, isn't it? Daniel, earlier you said something that really struck a chord with me here, which was, just don't send weapons, because weapons is what leads to weapons is what causes war, right? Weapons is what leads to war, and this is a refrain that has for a long time been, in part of the policy of some countries, some governments, parties. But it was also a policy that, if you think back, 12 months, 13 months, was very much being applied to Ukraine, wrongly, thoroughly, completely wrongly. But it was also being applied to Ukraine, with people saying, with some people in positions of decision-making, even saying things like, well, it's a lost cause, it will just prolong the suffering, it will just lead to more war. In the specific case, it's impossible to beat out Russia anyway. Look at their, infinite arsenals. And then in the general case, weapons is what leads to war. Never deliver weapons to a war zone was another oft refrain. Do you hear many of those still echoing, Daniel? Because I really don't. There are very few, and I think the last really vocal ones were also with some level of decision-making power, really, in Europe, sounded out just before Germany authorized the sending of Leopard 2 tanks to Ukraine. And then there really have been just complete outcasts there at the end of horseshoes who have still been promoting things like that. Or am I in too impervious a bubble, Daniel, and I'm not hearing this being said an awful lot anymore by persons other than, for example, Sarah Wagenknecht and that their ilk?
I don't know. Maybe I'm also in the bubble, but I can actually agree with you a little bit there. I think if you look for them, you can find them. And I only have the sort of Swedish perspective. There are some what I would call fringe newspapers that still drives this, but if you look at the main media picture, it's really not that way anymore. In the beginning, you had a lot of those kind of voices coming through. I remember the first months we have there is a society here in Sweden called Svenska Freds, Swedish Peace, which is, to be honest, not a very large organization. I think they get some kind of governmental support for being some kind of, I don't know what the criteria is for it. But they really don't have that many members. I think the Swedish Kennel Club has more members than those, but they have for so many decades. I think they are actually quite old organization, almost 100 years or even more. But they have for so many decades had so much attention from media. Every time they are trying to say something, media is there and they are like echoing it. And it was like that in the beginning of this all-out conflict in Ukraine, but no one is really talking about them anymore. And I even think that they feel that it's really not the time to get out and be vocal and loud. Even if they do some stuff, they are not really trying to be visible because that would just be counterproductive for them. So I totally agree with you. But if you, the notion of sending weapons and to conflicts and not doing that, I think in Sweden we had that as a policy, and that was more from a neutrality perspective and make the neutrality, so to speak, more believable. That you should not get involved in a conflict. If there is a conflict, we can supply sort of spare parts to someone that we already have contract with, but we will never send weapons to conflicts that we haven't sent weapons to before, because then we are a part of that conflict and we're taking sides, so to speak. So that was like a general rule, with the exception that if it could be argued that it was advantageous for Swedish security issues, then the government could bypass that. But I think also the main sort of way of arguing why we had a defense and why we had to have a strong defense and to protect our neutrality was that by having a strong defense, we would hopefully not have to use it. And that was something that I've grown up with at least. That by having a lot of arms, by having a strong army, and that's what I'm telling my kids also, you don't have to fight a war, hopefully. So if you have to fight, you have failed in some way. And if you have failed, then you need to have the arms. So then it's, and you have them, that's good. But the main purpose is actually not to have to fight. To be beefy, be big on the schoolyard is good because you don't have to fight, and that's basically the message.
Thank you, Danny. And what I will highlight as a positive thing is it's really not something that you hear a lot of anymore. It's really not something that you consistently hear anymore. This was a loud voice a year ago, no, still 10 months ago. Now it is truly and utterly exclusively the fringe that still says anything like that, and I think that is a really big improvement here. Daniel, quick comments, and we'll go to Think Ethic.
No, actually, I can have a comment. I wanted to say something different, so I can do that later on. But to comment, I think that actually it has shifted a little bit. The comments you hear is more like, yeah, it's going to be expensive to send more. It's still in the fringes, but that's the kind of arguments you hear. Not that we shouldn't send weapons and it's bad. It's more that we have to think about our own security and we can't afford it and stuff like that. That's what I hear more. Still, it's in the fringes.
Think Ethical.
Daniel, I'm also in Sweden. I came as a moral objector to the final act of American hubris by George W. Bush. I unfortunately knew too much, and I was responding to the falsehood and lies that were going on, and I was clearly a well of Rumsfeld from way back. And I came to Sweden as a conscientious objector to that particular war, having put war in a category that well, imperial powers using and deploying weapons for the expansion of their interests economically and politically and geographically. But I grew up with this schizophrenia, and the schizophrenia was this: I had two compelling forces. My mother was a biblicist, a scholar, a very, very devout Christian woman who conveyed Jesus in the nonviolent sense, and it went completely against the other side of my family that was FDR Republicans or Democrats, and my mom was a Republican. So I grew up with this conflict within myself, and in university I fell into or was chosen. I will actually have to say that, chosen to be in this think tank that John Glenn had gathered at Ohio State for the study of nuclear war. And so I was put in this capacity of researching nuclear war and taking physics, taking policy, and I ended up being able to work in Washington, D.C., buried deep, just reading at my heart's desire what I could, when I could. And I came across some CIA documents. Now, at the time, I was going to be assigned to an intelligence unit in the DIA, and being a SEAL, perhaps. That was my goal because I was an athlete. I swam and I ran and I was strong and I was alive, and so I had that. And we're being trained Taekwondo, all kinds of martial arts, and so I had that aggression, and I was willing to use it, but simultaneously I had this counter force pulling me in the pacifist direction, or at least in the academic direction to consider all points of view. And I actually was the one in the class who was assigned to be Brezhnev. So when I was doing that deep study, I learned about the onerousness of the Russian mentality, going all the way back, as Axel pointed out, 800 years. And the hordes who came and inculcated this militarism, this barbarity into their culture, if you could call it that. It is not a culture. Was still at play, and that actually the ideals of Marx never were really at all the objective, but to use that to enslave the people through the Bolshevism. So the Bolshevik revolution then led this people, Russia, to enslave its neighbors and to deny them their cultures, and to be this brutal imperialist power that has now taken Ukraine and made a false history. So as an aside, I had a Professor Zonheiser who gave me that privilege to be Brezhnev, and it was a privilege. but he cautioned me at the end. He says, well, because we were all going to be going into the Marine Corps probably, and he cautioned me and he said, well, all that you've learned and all that you've stated, I want you to understand one thing, Mr. Spiker. If a Russian tells you something, it's a lie. Do never believe what he says. And I, to this day, always remember the blue-eyed German colonel looking at me and telling me that. And so I use that as a litmus test. When a Russian tells me anything, I do not believe him. So I just do not. So this, back to the moral dilemma that triggered just this morning. It's really, it really, that at 21 I was heading forward, and I came across some CIA documents in the basement of the Library of Congress, and I was allowed to read everything except current CIA documents. I had somewhat of a clearance. I hadn't yet signed up for the military, but they gave me.
Maybe that's best to keep.
Yeah, but no, okay. I would say the nature of the CIA documents were that I had then a moral conflict about my own country and the patriotism of my own country, and so I made a choice not to put my my body into the mill, and I dropped out and became an organic Amish. I lived on an Amish farm and became an organic farmer. And but there is a critical mass, and the critical mass was reached in February 24th. So for the first time since World War II, anybody with a soul, anybody with a recognition of history or any understanding was triggered. And so I was triggered. I was triggered in a deep way to do whatever it takes to finally and at once to remove this cancer from the face of the earth. So I just wanted to share that because, it really is, each of us have a moral obligation to abide by our faith. And my faith, it tells me that there's a reason to be armed, and it's to protect the things you love and defend, which is democracy. And yeah, I can't even imagine or fathom what the mistakes of the American foreign policy did after World War II in not embracing and removing Stalin from the face of the earth at that time. So it's almost like we owe it now to the world to cleanse the cancer.
It's a patternless policy that you're suggesting effectively, right? But the one thing that I would really pick up on, as you say, if that your professor at the time told you that if they say something, assume that they're lying. It's a good start, right? It's a good assumption than the converse.
Well, of course, one is an individual, and if someone is fleeing, if somebody has had that epiphany, a Russian who's had that epiphany that their system is corrupt to the core, and wanting desperately to be removed from that system, and doing the things that are required to remove themselves from that system, then yes, over time they need to be given a chance to. Undo the brainwashing that they've all been inculcated with since the age of 1. Yeah. So I'm. I just want to anybody who can be comforted or understand that this dialectic, this it's almost a spiritual dialectic. Taking on some of the Buddhist tendencies of decoding trolls, that we have to abide by that inner guidance, if you would. But there comes a time when you have to let the pacifism go and be willing to fight. This is that time.
Think ethical, Daniel.
Yeah, I was thinking a little bit in the same sort of direction. I was what Axel said, that they will not change, and I wouldn't in any way argue for anyone to really invading Russia and forcing any changes on them. And I know we've talked a little bit about that we cannot do anything about what will happen in Russia, but still what we can do is that we can do something about how we react to whatever happens in Russia, and we haven't discussed that much here, as far as I have heard. Sort of what are our options for the future once Russia is kicked out of Ukraine. I'm afraid. I wouldn't use that word because I'm not afraid, but I'm concerned that we sooner or later will get back here in some form, in if it's 30 or 50 or 80 years. But my learning from history and is that we have very short memories, and there is always coming a new generation, decision makers that don't understand the reasoning why
certain things are set in place in a certain way. They might have read history, but they haven't felt history. They're quite new, and then they think that, yeah, well, we want to have big profits, and there is a whole country out here that we can trade with. We can do business with them, and they're not as bad as our parents always said. And then they will change the rules, and they will start to do the same mistakes, and then we're here again. So what can we do? What can we really do? Of course, it depends on what happens. What happens when Russia leaves Ukraine? Will it collapse? Will it be the same thing? Will it be a new North Korea and so on? That, of course, sets the scene for it. But still, what can we do? Maybe I'm that kind of person that always thinks in the future, and I'm often criticized for not being here and now, which I try to be. But yeah, we haven't discussed that as much, and I'm wondering a little bit why also, and what can we do?
See, I think this is an interesting one to think about, right? What does happen after? Well, there's many things that could happen after. The one thing that I'm afraid of is much more here and now, actually, rather than what happens after. What I'm much more afraid of is what's happening now, which is, at least I'm recognizing in some circles, there is an apprehension because it is so difficult to tell what will come after. And further to that, it is difficult for many of those who are in positions of decision-making authority, who are used to being able to make decisions affect change, are having a hard time sometimes, often, maybe too hard a time, recognizing and realizing that they don't actually have a way to affect it, that they don't actually have power over it, power to decide what is going to happen. And therefore, and then, tend to inaction instead of action. For fear of having to carry the burden of whatever might come later, being blamed on their action, they're doing the worst possible and not acting or holding back where they should wholeheartedly push forward. And this, if anything, I think is the real question, and the real issue, and the real problem at hand, so to speak. All manner of things could happen going forward, right? All manner of things could be the consequence. It could be a dissolution, civil war, change of regime, and staying more or less where it is. Bits breaking off, but not a full scale war. Who knows? A vassal relationship with China. All manner. But the real problem that we're facing now is those who say, "Oh, but we don't want to have to deal with whatever might come after, because what if we're the ones blamed for it?" Daniel?
Yeah, I just wanted to reply. I agree with you 100%, but I also think that it's very important that we start to think, what do we want, no matter what happens in Russia, because we can't do much about what will happen there. I mean, for instance, to start with, the sanctions. I haven't heard anyone discussing what would it take to lift the sanctions. And if you haven't decided that before and said that we want to have like democratic reforms, we want to see this in these changes in Russia or whatever, set up the criteria for it, there's a risk that someone else is coming before you've started to think about it and say that, well, now they've sort of left Ukraine and we don't have any reasons to have them there still. And then they own the agenda, so to speak, and they can start arguing for that, and you will get traction on that. You have to decide these things before. You have to decide, what do we want to achieve and what do we want to do, whatever happens in Russia. Because if you haven't decided before, someone else will decide it before you start to think about it.
No, quite. The one thing that I would caution against would be setting too specific triggers, however, because then it's like when you have teachers teaching to the test. you might have behavior fitting to that test, to that set of conditions. But more concerningly, even beyond that, not just to that set of conditions, but also the hubris therein, the hubris contained therein, that it is possible to define well a situation that might come up later. I think that is very, very difficult indeed. You can set some necessary conditions. I don't think you can set sufficient conditions, if that makes sense, right? You can set some minima. For example, return of those, according to Russians, millions who have been taken to Russia since February 24, 2022, not to mention the ones beforehand, but especially since. It can definitely be a necessary condition, a minimum, but certainly not a sufficient condition in itself. So that's a difficulty. So
there's many waiting. I just want to add one last thing there. I think another thing that we can do, and I agree with you, I hate KPIs. As a manager, I hate KPIs because you only get people fulfilling the numbers of the KPI and not your intention. And that's exactly what I think you're saying here.
Exactly.
But what I mean also is that we perhaps also, politicians and military leaders in West should communicate to the opinion that this is probably something that's going to be in the long haul. We're not just winning the war in Ukraine. That's not the only goal. We also have to come to terms with that. We will have probably for quite a long time, we will have to have larger militaries. We have to be able to meet whatever threat that might come up from Russia, and we have to set our minds to this. And if you don't communicate that, at least, it's not a decision about what we should do, but rather how we should think, then there is a risk that people get tired of the war, and finally Russia gets out. They think that, oh, now we can go back to normal, and start to think in that way. And I think that can be dangerous.
Dale.
Yeah, I agree with Daniel on everything he said, and Domen also.
But that's good because Daniel and I are largely in agreement anyway, so it does make sense.
Yes, add me to that, so we are three in agreement. But I wanted to ask you, Domen, do you want to hear about the life expectancy rate in Russia for men?
Has it been dropping?
Oh yes. According to Iikka Korhonen, who was here on the panel speaking about economics, he has posted a link to the Economist, which says that compared to 2019, when it was 68.8 years, which is really low, by the way, in 2021, it dropped to 64.2 years. So they have shaved off 4.6 years in 2 years of the life.
And that was before, Dali. That was before they started sending lots of Russian males into the war.
Yeah. And this means that Russian men now die 6 years earlier than men in Bangladesh. Let that sink in. Bangladesh, after all, is one of the poorer countries on earth. And then there are reasons why this is. COVID is one, and partly from alcohol-related disease. So they have been started to drink even more. So here we are.
Thank you, Nale. I will say, again, this is by 2021, right? So this is pre-invasion statistics. Now, will we ever get very good statistics after that? Probably not. If the people who normally be doing them, I think, generally left in a lot of cases, and are no longer in Russia because they know how that goes, and those who might take their place, well, they might not be in the country anymore on said country's orders. So that's going to make it very difficult to get reliable numbers out. Not that numbers necessarily particularly matter. All right, let's go on to Shaggy, to Yang, to David, to Kurin, to Katik, Shaggy.
Yeah, thanks, Durban. I'm going to slightly change the topic for a minute or so onto natural gas prices. So the Dutch TFT gas price has dropped about another 5%, around about 5% again today. It's just under 43 euros per mega, or whatever it is. The
Megawatt
US,
hour.
yeah, megawatt hour. The US is, well, it did get a big drop down to 2, but it's still very, very low. And the UK natural gas price is also flirting at multi-year bottoms. Just having a look now, yeah, August 2021. So I've put all that in a tweet on my thread for people who are interested. Yeah, but the specifically the UK and the European gas prices, that's, I think, is probably going to help a lot with the artificial caps that the governments have put on, and therefore they're paying the difference to energy suppliers and capping the bills for consumers. That means that their budget is going to be a little bit better, because that difference will be a little bit lower than it usually was. So I think it's good news it's coming down, basically because of the mild weather. But it's just made me a little economic update there.
Thank you, Shaggy. Absolutely, that's definitely helping out with it. And the end of what's considered the heating season in much of Europe, which is sort of October through March, is coming to an end very, very shortly, in just a few weeks. And that's for quite clearly for the best, right? All right. Last I checked, which was about 4 or 5 days ago, the storage of natural gas across Europe was at just about historical maximums over the past decade for the same, comparing with the same week. So very good.
They're, it says they're at 62%, and the 10-year average is 54%. So yeah, well above that.
Exactly. Yang, go ahead.
Hey, thank you all for the stimulating conversation this morning. I was enjoying the topic of pacifism, and I find myself in a lot of echo chambers as a American engaged in politics with a lot of pacifists or people that lean that way or make that argument when the subject of the Russian invasion of Ukraine comes up. And I always like to circle back to the paradox of nonviolence, because I forget the philosopher that wrote that, and maybe someone here remembers, but the paradox of nonviolence is if you have a society that sets the ideal of nonviolence as unbendable, and they're faced with an opponent who's hell-bent on destroying them, their ideals of pacifism will be destroyed with their society. And so we can have that ideal and put it very high, but we can't place it above our own self-defense. And I'll drop down. Just curious anyone's thoughts on that. Enjoying the conversation this morning. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, I can just briefly note that this illustrates the importance of deterrence, right? And it illustrates the importance for many smaller European countries of NATO, for example. Right? And it shows just how much of a force for good it is, because it genuinely prevents them from having to be engaged in war, from being attacked, and so on. Right. So it's really an illustration of that. Now, it's very rarely now, exceedingly rarely, that you look at things with Western liberal democratic eyes, however you want to phrase it, and say, yes, what I really want is war. Right? It just isn't really a thing, and because of that, it's important to be well prepared. The error that has been made in a number of countries across Europe throughout the 90s and 2000s was assuming that it was the end of history, assuming that, well, if that nobody's going to start anything ever, and that there's no need for preparation, and the dropping of standards, the dropping of levels of preparedness, and now it shows how very folly that was. That's kind of the underlying the underlying question. I would say the other assumption that was made was often, we brought it up earlier with Daniel, was the assumption that, but Russia is so very much omnipotent. It is so strong. It is so great. It has such vast stocks of equipment. And that's really falling flat on its face as well. And I think that's worthwhile calling out, because you're looking at this country, which, yes, has a lot of stuff, but what kind of stuff? Now they're probably going to be close to 1,000 T-62s deployed. Appropriate for what awaits them, not even appropriate for what awaits them, not even. Were they really such a great arsenal? Were they really so well prepared? Were they really so able to sustain, a high intensity war endlessly, that could be used as an argument for, oh, don't even bother trying, you're going to lose anyway? They simply have the volume. They don't. If they did, they wouldn't be sending T-62s to be tidied up and sent to Ukraine. If they were, they wouldn't be sending light infantry to attack fortified position with literally spades. They don't have this endless arsenal. They are not endlessly well prepared for a long, protracted, high-intensity war. The arsenal of democracy simply is still better equipped. Not just technologically, not just at the top end, but also when it comes to quantity. It is just that it's proving unnecessarily difficult to unleash it. So I think that's a worthwhile reminder as well. David, go ahead.
Yeah, coming on to this what next kind of question. And first of all, I'd start off with saying that basically this topic's kind of 3 orders of beyond what we should be really focusing. And those things would be getting Russia out of Ukraine, keeping Russia in its box, and then strengthening our own internal institutions and rejuvenating the belief in what we're doing as being the right way of doing things. And so, Ben Tellis has talked about this a lot with his neo-idealism stuff. But, if we are going to focus on what next, then basically both Ben Tellis's approach and what you're discussing here at the moment kind of doesn't, in terms of foreign policy, it doesn't survive first contact, right? So if you think about what happens after, so we have what I always call North Korea on steroids scenario, and Israel armed and supported well enough to make sure that stays the case. Then what happens? What's the West's position on trade? What's the West's position on separatist movements within the Russian Federation? Does it support them? Does it not support them? Is that destabilizing the regime? And so on and so forth. So you can see that here there are a whole bunch of questions which, although as I said, these probably shouldn't be our focus for now. These things certainly need to be talked about and thought about in anger and in depth in order to be really prepared. Because at the end of the day, not doing so means we just kick the can down the road and we end up here 50 years to a century later, which is, not going to hurt me, but it's going to hurt our children, right? So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, David. And I actually agree with that. I'll just I just don't think that it's being done the right way. I don't think it's being done the way that you're describing it, because my prescription would be, look, don't tailor your actions now to what might happen later, but be prepared for all of the possible eventualities within.
Yeah, surely, but you need to. I think the first thing is that we need to be much more confident in the fact that there is such a thing as good governance, and there are certain things that you need to protect, and those things should be supported globally, irrespective. So it's not about a global empire driven by the United States, but it is about saying, look, what we know from bitter experience, and here are the numbers of deaths that have been caused by not doing it like this. So at least do these things. At least make sure you've got freedom of press, and at least make sure you've got an independent judiciary. At least do these things. So I think that, you know, in terms of the imperialist aspect of it, you maintain that imperialist aspect, but only to the bare minimum of possible legislation. And that's something that I think we need to get to. We need to come to this understanding that, you know, there is such a thing as good governance, and it should be promoted. And I don't see
I
that.
don't think that's an issue at all, David. I just think that this is something that's really down the line. I mean, we're starting, you know, with Russia still in a I won't call it borderline medieval, but actually I might call it borderline medieval approach to things, right? And we see this court intrigue with Prigozhin and Kadyrov trying to supplant Gerasimov and Shoigu, and you know, it does feel an awful lot like you still have, you know, the one feudal lord with a bunch of vassals around him who need to pay him tribute, but also, you know, give security assurances, provide fighting men. And I know, but, and you know, and then when you talk about good governance, it's almost like you're trying to get you're jumping over a bunch of developmental stages when we bring that up. But more importantly, right, you need to manage the fallout, because first there's going to be a fallout, then you need to manage the fallout, and then you can start talking about, okay, and now from the ashes, the rubble that might, you know, come wherever the Russian Federation used to be.
Well,
now you can start talking about good governance.
Even more important than that is, I think, the attention to our system and our democracy. So that's something which has been, I think, sadly lacking. You know, basically most democracies around the world still have the same constitution they had at their inception, and part of that's worthy conservatism, wise conservatism. But you know, there are a lot of improvements that can be made, and Mrs. Callas has just become the new Prime Minister of, well, continuing as Prime Minister with a bigger mandate. Estonia is a great example of a country which is evolved democracy for the benefit of everyone else to learn from. And you know, you don't see that in established democracies, and that's where we kind of need to start. We need to revitalize our own institutions even before we start thinking about what we do with others. Nevertheless, we should be doing all of these things. You know, as much as it's much like the weapons, we should be doing more, faster, and of even more.
I will, on a technicality, first say that Kaja Kallas is not yet the next Prime Minister of Estonia, bar, you know, although this is more or less a technicality, but just on the technical basis, not quite yet, because there's going to be some time for coalition negotiations, etc. I think it will be fairly swift, and I think she will indeed, as you say, yet again become Prime Minister of Estonia, as she is now. I would caution against necessarily changing constitutions. Now, David, you yourself are of course from a country which does have a constitution, except nobody's bothered to write it down ever, which is an additional complicating factor. But I would say that, you know, the one example of a country which has been a democracy for a while, or at least several times over, and which has gone through a number of constitutions would be France. And I don't know how many political scientists would claim that it's particularly wise to, you know, go and redo the constitution every time all over again. I don't know if, you know, it necessarily led to very good outcomes. What I think is maybe even much more important than constitutions is a healthy society, and this is something that I think in the most steadfast, but also you know, stable countries, that's more of what you tend to see. More importantly, you know, almost regardless of how the constitution itself is structured, although that might be a little bit by the by. But I would say that some points where great levels of moral clarity are achieved, David will agree with me on this one, such as right now, standing on the sidelines and seeing this Russian invasion of Ukraine in all its horror, well, not all its horror, but in much of its horror, I think maybe this can be can have the inadvertent consequence, certainly inadvertent, very much a side effect, to kind of clarify in more people's minds in various societies across Europe and the Western world, just where the future will be going. David?
Yeah, just that the guy before me was asking about this paradox of well, it's like the paradox of tolerance is what I know it as, and that's from Karl Popper. That's something that yeah, my favorite philosopher, basically.
Yes, I'll just say not the non-violence is Martin Luther King, the tolerance is Karl Popper, but they're based on very similar, because it's almost as though they were variations on a theme. Think ethical. Go ahead.
Yeah, wow. Everything. I when the Twitter handle is because everything has an ethical component, and it is that ethical component that needs to be discovered before we can determine our conviction. So, in this case, is it ethical to kill another human being? It goes back to Cain and Abel and the whole dilemma of bloodshed itself. So, in the ethicist's mind, there needs to be a determination of intent, motive, and all of the things that go behind the attack, the brutalization. So, in a pacifist framework, to the gentleman from America who was listening to the conversation, there's a fundamental requirement for every matter to be deemed one of ethical consideration, and that there are times when you must have I lived with Amish for a while, and they are completely and totally pacifist. If you hit them, they will give you the other cheek, misinterpreting everything Jesus ever said because he wasn't nonviolent. And their inability to see that isn't just an amazing, but it's another form of brainwashing and inculcation of falsehood. So the natural response to protect oneself and one's family and one's community is in a sense an ethical value, and that ethical value now in regard to Ukraine now has been violated. That there is an enemy who has designs to genocide the people, to remove them in a Holocaust, and if you don't fight, from my ethical point of view, that makes you a participant and complicit in a genocide. So there is no room for that type of pacifism in this matter, because this is an innocent who is being attacked by an aggressor, and that aggressor needs to be absolutely and totally annihilated and removed from causing harm and injury to the innocent. And it's with that I'll just say this is a wonderful discussion, and thank you, Doman, for giving it light.
Think ethical. Absolutely right. It is fundamentally wrong to be applying any sort of thoughts of, but for reasons of pacifism, let one aggressive imperialist destroy, take over another. Undoubtedly. Jenny could not agree more. What I would additionally like to raise on this, and maybe we can close out on this and move quite swiftly on to something else, is something positive. There's a lot less of this now than it was a year ago. we've come a long way. The world has come a long way. The free world has come a long way from arguments like this being common, maybe not dominant, but certainly commonplace, dominant in some countries, seeming reasonable. But then already in March last year, and then much more so in April, May, June, they started withering away. And the final hurrah of such argumentation was in January this year, just before the leopards were set free. Since then, it's been almost entirely quiet. Since then, it's been very much limited to fringes, the ends of the horseshoe. The ends of the horseshoe where thinking is often done as though the one doing the thinking had met the end of the horseshoe very quickly, very strongly to the thinking apparatus. No, it's definitely an improvement. It's a positive thing. Now everything else are technicalities, limitations, quantities, accounting. But at least we have clarified, generally speaking, the moral aspect of things. And it's almost like one of those. You've ticked off the necessary condition. Now all you have to do is build up enough of the others to make it sufficient for either greater quantities of equipment being shipped in the future, or additional types, be it long-range weapons, be it fighter planes, be it whatnot. But at least the moral question has been resolved for many, for plenty. It had always been resolved. But moral question has been resolved for a plebiscitary majority of most free populations. And that is an immense achievement. Even if you think to previous examples, right? And think ethical, you're a student of history, you'll remember the placards that some were carrying in New York, perhaps in 1939 and 1940, not our war, let's not get engaged. Giving weapons to the Brits is tantamount to being we warned the Germans, we don't want war, etc. Right? Even that took longer. Even that took an outright direct attack by the Japanese Imperial Fleet on the on Pearl Harbor. To really make the change. And I think this is, and again, I will underscore this. It is an illustration of healthy societies that this was able to be done without, first-hand direct involvement in the same way as it was needed previously. I think we've come a long way in that sense. And was it quick enough? No, certainly not. Is there a lot more to be done? Absolutely. But steps are actually being made. We can look and identify genuine, concrete progress, both on the ethical level as well as the very pragmatic, practical level. I'm still looking out, and this is now going to move us very much concretely to the present. I'm still looking out for formal reporting, so to say, on the doubling of the number of challengers being sent to Ukraine. Right, there was that. What was it? Was it an interview? Or was it reporting on an interview with the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK a few days ago? What was it? On Saturday? So 2 days ago it came out. And in that, the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK said, the UK, after Zelensky's visit, address to both houses of parliament, off in Westminster Hall, is now committing to send not just 14 Challenger 2 tanks, but 28, a doubling. I'm still waiting for more, let's call it official confirmation on that. But, it's things like that kind of even fly slightly under the radar. Additional clarifications, such as, it's going to be, 33, I think, AS-90s being sent in the end. Beyond that, commentary from people who are very much in understanding of defense industries, such as Nicholas Drummond, who's let's say a veteran defense industry analyst and consultant, saying, no, it's fine. Why not give them 40? It's easy for the UK to separate with 28, to part of 28. Why not 40? Why not the full regiment's worth? And at the end of the day, the Rheinmetall and BAE systems can always make more house. Don't worry about that. Just do the right thing here. And I think this is also a step change in thinking that needs to go further and forward in more places in the world. That last, very almost nihilistic step that still needs to be made. The nihilistic step of, you know what, it's time. It is time to realize that the strategic picture in Europe is benefited, and the strategic positioning of European countries is benefited by giving Ukraine more. So going beyond, the ethicals being cleared up, going beyond that to the next step of when actually, doing as much as we can, doing all we can is the best for us, very cynically, nihilistically, selfishly. And hopefully that will be the easier step additionally, because I think it is a fundamentally easy step to do. And that is probably a sufficient step to then override the various accountants and whatnot. Think ethical.
Yeah, well, thank you for the continuation. The moral component having been settled requires then the element of the physics to be employed. What physically can we do now? What must we do? What aren't just we compelled to do, but now what must we demand from those in authority to provide for an innocent people? Look, I read the Bucha account. I will never, ever, ever trust the Russian again in my entire life. I won't, because it's war criminality. Every act they do is a war crime. And having studied Geneva, the whole idea of a civilian being targeted is tantamount to the highest degree of insanity that civil society could allow. So those war criminals need to not just be contained, because containment is it's a misconception, because really all it does is it's jailing the convict, and the convict having 20 years to plan his return and his next criminal binge, which is exactly what containment does, and it causes the resentment then to give motive to the people to employ it after being imprisoned for the 25 years. So no, I cannot accept a containment of Russia. I cannot accept them not being punished for their war criminality. Each and every one of those soldiers is enacting a war crime when they are attacking a civilian, when they are it's rape, pillage, and destruction. So this is one of those times in human history where there just needs to be a worldwide epiphany as to the nature of the evil of this empire, and this empire now needs to be shown to be the paper tiger that it is, and that paper tiger needs to be thrown into the fire and burned for all time and eternity. That's how radical the 100,000 Americans. We don't even know if it's all 100,000. It could be 200,000. 200,000 people. My God, this stuff is this Holocaust. This is not time for neutral thinking. It's just time for action. And the irony is, and here is the irony, that the former British Empire, understanding the nature of empire, is the one that is pretty much saying, okay, we have what it takes. And Benjamin Wallace understands this. Within 24 hours, he rescued Kyiv. He gave them the SAMs that they needed, and he understood it. So let's just maybe let the UK lead the way. I'm fine with it. The Challengers are a great tank. 40 is probably not enough. So whatever it is, what's hindering the cooperation, and it has to do probably with the effects of Brexit and the animosities that arose in the European community. But it's not time to do anything now but to act. If I was younger, I would put on my boots and go to the front like Sarah has done, and many others, because I will die for freedom.
Thank you, Ethical. I think actually it is Ben. It's actually Ben, formally Ben, not Benjamin or Benedict or whatnot. Either way, it's quite besides the point. I really want to again highlight it as a positive thing. As a positive thing in the sense that this is under the radar. If the decision had indeed been taken, announced, what is this now, 4 weeks ago or some such, right, to go from 14 to 28, and it doesn't have to be public, frankly. Look at the Finnish deliveries. Nothing is really public, barely anything. Eventually they said, yes, we'll send some demining equipment. That's going to be public, when they were half forced to. The very few countries go into great detail on exactly what it is they're sending. The US specifies pretty well, but they always very kindly leave us guessing what the actual details are. Remember the HARM missiles, which were admitted to 6 weeks or something after they were clearly already taking out the Russian radars. And the beauty of this is, yes, they're not there yet. Yes, they'll need plenty of them, but in just a little while, you're going to be looking at T-62s being the only thing that Russians will have to stand up against 21st century models of tanks. To which I say, good luck, but not good luck. But they'd really need good luck to do anything with those. And to recount what has previously been brought up by a number of our friends here of the space who were, for example, in the first Gulf War, who said, the shells were just bouncing off Western tanks, the shells of Iraqi T-72s, yes, export versions, maybe a little bit underpowered, whatnot, bouncing off Western tanks. And this was 30 years ago. Now, this will be even more of a case, with even older Russian editions on the other side. There's that account from Challenger 2s specifically, which details greatly, lovely, how previously, in previous occasions, Challenger 2s survived, in one case, 70 RPG-7s hitting them, and yet the tank was perfectly fine and it could continue service. The technological gap is going to be significant, and yes, a lot more needs to be done with respect to numbers, but the technological gap is where Ukraine, for every new piece of equipment that they gain, being a better one, and every new piece of equipment, quote unquote, new that Russians gain being something that's worse than what they previously had, older, more outdated than what they previously had. Eventually, those will come home to roost. Very good morning.
Good morning. I can only speak briefly because I'm trying to get my kid to go to sleep. But it's just funny if they're getting these tanks, and we were calling out the Leopard 1s as being obsolete. Leopard 1s are not going to be so obsolete against these tanks. They're going to shred these tanks as well. So the Leopard 1 is not going to be so bad after all.
Well, of course, and not to mention that the whole tank on tank concept is likely going to be exceedingly unlikely anyway, right? But that if Russians try to, have a big Kursk or some such, and send all of their T-62s, I mean, they will be taken out at ranges longer that they can be effective, even in theory, let alone in practice.
They're most likely they wouldn't even get close to their range where they can actually see things before they are taken out if they're coming up against a Leopard 2 or Challenger or Abrams or anything like that. Even a Bradley or CV-90 will pick them off most likely. So good luck, Russian tank crews. RIP.
In other news, there are more videos of complaints of Russian mobix mostly, but also otherwise, saying we're being under-trained, under-equipped, sent various places, and we're appealing to Putin to save us. And in this case, they say that the weapons they've been issued are from 1940s, including rifles and mortars that they're being issued are straight from World War II or immediately post-World War II stocks, which just sounds absolutely lovely. And in these cases, these are from the west of Russia, from Kaliningrad, from Murmansk and Arkhangelsk. So very much from the west of Russia, from highly militarized areas in the first place. So, well done, I guess. Daniel.
Yeah, I was going to ask one thing here. We had a lovely story from Mockers this morning here about a guy who I think he was driving a BTR, and then he was promoted and got into a tank and became a tank commander. Any comments on that? Is that how it goes? Is that how you do it?
Of a T-90M, to be clear.
Yes, it was a real promotion then.
Wasn't he first the commander of a T-72 and then became a T-90 commander? So it's a tank from tank to tank, or am I incorrect?
Yeah,
that's what
I don't remember exactly, but I'm wondering, is that a normal career, and is that a normal army where you do that?
In less than 2 months, all of this as well.
Yeah, less than 2 months. That's not that's not ordinary procedure. But you can go for. I know a lot of people that start out on the CV-90 and then they go for a retraining program to move on to the 122, because you already have a lot of experience in the combined warfare aspect of IFV knowledge, a lot of things that is really valuable to you. So. It's not uncommon to start on a lower or less I don't know what to call it, right? A lower level tier equipment, at least if it's called heavy weaponry, and then you move upwards as you do like any sort of like career move, so to speak. It's not uncommon, but it's just the time suggests to me that they don't have enough good tank crews, because the T-90 is more advanced than a T-72 by a lot. So you need more skilled people in general, not just tank skilled, but maybe a bit more intelligent to operate it. And that seems to me that they find a guy that's decently intelligent, they send him straight up and quickly, because they need more crews that can operate these things. And if you don't have good crews, it doesn't matter what kind of fancy stuff you put in the tank. if you can't use it properly.
So basically, would you would say that if you have a very short time getting up in your career, you also have a quite short career, because I think this guy had like something like 6 months, was it?
Yeah,
In total.
Yeah, that's the case in general with things. If you have short training, you also have a short career in the military due to different factors. So you can be still good at your profession. You can be like a natural talent, of course. But in general, training is what saves lives. Training that is instilled into your backbone, what to do and what to act in certain situations without thinking, is what saves lives. Oh, someone started firing artillery at me. What do I do now? If you have been good, if you've been adequately trained, your body will know, find hard cover, and it will automatically identify hard cover without you even thinking about what is hard cover and run towards it. That's what happens when you know that your body identifies and your brain identifies things in the environment for you that you have been programmed to identify, and that is not something that you do with just 1 or 2 months of training. That takes a lot of time, and you can start the process there, but you need a lot more time to develop that skill. And moving on from such a, sorry to anyone using T-72 low-tech tank to a T-90, supposedly a quite heavy tech tank. In comparison, that's a big scale up to do. So you will probably be using it as you were using a T-72, which is not how you're meant to do it.
Thank you, 122. There are also lots of sorry tales of the Russians being sent in without any real armor or backup support. And that the tank shot before it hit something. And even then, it wasn't terribly effective. And also, it took ages because after every shot, they had to realign everything. It was apparently not in the best of health. So that just it adds to the joy that they're currently experiencing.
122, go ahead, and also can you give us an example of something where you'd be misusing a T90, like a concrete worked example, if you were using it as a T-72? 122.
You would probably getting in way more closer to your target than you need to with the T90. The T90 is supposedly to have much more advanced optics, more modern ones. I think they found was it German and French things in it, which supposedly is really high quality, and with that allows you to have a greater distance to your target, which and with the gun on the tank, that's also more effective than the T-72, that has longer effective range, that allows you to take safer and more distance shots, making it safer for you because you'll be further away from your target, and that target will have a harder time hitting you, most likely. So that's one of the things, and there's also the thing where if you have optics, you can sort of like do a drive-by scouting thing before you actually do anything. So you do a circle around and you come back when you have identified your targets. For example, you need to identify a Ukrainian. I'm just talking about how the Russians may see it. You identify a Ukrainian position, they run by it, they spot it, and they say, okay, here's their anti-tank position, and then they pop down the back the hill. They get in line, they prepare. Then when they come up, they are already aligned with their gun. They fire and they just back down quickly. The T-72, as I see it, doesn't have that kind of optics, maybe in general. so they need to stay out longer and maybe to identify the position, which makes it easier for the Ukrainian crew to target you and return fire before, or even shoot before you have fired. So that's how I have seen it. They need to be more eyes on with the T-72 for longer periods of time than you would actually need to with a more advanced tank as the T-90. I also would like to say, if they're getting short on that kind of armor like tanks and they only have one available, imagine what it will be like just putting for the Ukrainians, just putting a Bradley or a CV-90 in the rear guards of a front line position. So when Russia is trying to advance, they just shift one to that position. That infantry won't last long. That tank probably not, because one tank against one of those modern Western IFVs probably not going to be an even fight, to be honest. So that in its own will be quite devastating for the Russians if the Ukrainians get a more densely packed formations of IFVs. I don't think Ukrainians are going to use these IFVs as in defensive positions and spread them out. They're probably, as I said before, they're going to mass them for offensives. But yes, if and hopefully not, you get into sort of like a more prolonged conflict and stalemate, like in trenches. These weapons will be absolutely devastating to counter Russian offensives, since the Russians don't have any effective armor anymore, apparently.
Daniel?
I just have a question. Now we have 1 to 2 here. We've seen several times during this conflict where the Ukrainians are using drones in a very, very good and innovative manner. I think we saw some movies films from the Kharkiv offensive, where they showed how they basically had a command with a lot of big screens with a lot of different drones, and then they were basically commanding single tanks to, like, you have enemy in that and that direction. If you go around the house, you have some troops and so on. You have a threat there and so on. But nowadays, you also see in a lot of prototypes and plans for future tanks and IFVs that you integrate drones in the vehicles. You have like room for launching them, and in some cases also retrieving them. And then I guess that information feed you will get from those drones will go directly into the vehicle. And I was wondering a little bit how your view is on the differences between having drones where you have some more overview of the whole battle area and contact with everyone, that you have someone directing it, contra you as a commander in your tank getting information directly from your own drone. From my perspective, it would feel like you would get a little bit of information overload. You have a lot to do already, so starting to look at a drone and so on might in some cases be a little bit too much. But on the other hand, I can see that you can get some information what's over the next hill and so on, if you not have someone from higher up being able to give you that information. So do you have reflections around that kind of, would it be in the tank or in the command or both, or and so on?
I think the capability should be in both, to be honest, because there are cases when you need to quickly deploy something to get eyes on, or maybe have the possibility to get the eyes on first, because everyone knows when you talk upwards and downwards, it takes extra time away from you, and time is something that's of the essence in a lot of scenarios. So that's why you need to see, and sometimes you also need to see things for your own as well, to get an idea of what it looks like, because there are a lot of things that the old saying, a picture tells you more than 1,000 words, is kind of true here as well. But if it's intense and you're like in a real conflict, it would be good to have someone else bringing you the intel and just give you short briefs to be more quickly. But I also see a benefit of the commander of the tank being able to switch and get the feed from the drone into the tank to be able to see what the drone sees and not just have someone tell you. But as I said, it sort of like goes in the tank, the commander helps the other crew members to alleviate pressure from them so they can perform their task better. Having a command up high telling you as the commander things is also a thing that alleviates you or takes pressure off you as well. So it goes both ways. And in the modern tanks, if the system works properly, the overall command can put the battle map. You will see targets on this map as well. So you have a lot of ways to get information, but I see benefits of having a direct control of it from the tank or from that unit. And I see also benefits from an overall command to be able to send feedback and input to the tank. So sort of like, goes two ways, pros and cons.
Angry Ants, I was going to ask you for thoughts on the same. Perfect, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that that's great conversation too, and it shows how fast I think that warfare is evolving, and that we're even having this conversation. And it's really good. I think that being able to give a frontline soldier, whether you're an infantryman or a tank commander or Bradley commander, as much information and the ability to gain information of the battle space is critically important. I would too also fear a little bit of the information overload if you're trying to do it. But I think that, with task organization, designating, maybe one tank to be kind of the recon tank that allows to be able to use that. But also it still is going to be a good thing to have the ability for an individual commander to throw a quick quad drone up to be able to see over the hill around the corner. And it is only going to be able to help out. And I think that, and as technology moves, the better. The idea of, say, an infantry commander being able to throw up a drone so that the squad leader in the back of the track could see exactly where he was going or she was going, could observe an area, put that feed right back into the screen in the back, say, a Bradley. That'll be critically important. When I was in Iraq, the early days, it was at the very beginning of kind of low unit drone use. We had some very basic rudimentary drones in the early parts of Iraq. They were very helpful when you were out. We used them when we were doing ambushes. The ability to have a drone flying around, as additional kind of eyes on your area, but a very different style of drone, I would say. And to see that technology go from that just simply 20 years ago, or 18 years ago, to now we see Ukrainian soldiers using drones as literally close air support for assaulting troops, assaulting trench lines, being able to use kamikaze drones to take out positions that are literally 5 meters away from an assault squad that needs to turn a corner. It's just really incredible and really good stuff.
And Angry Ants, what it made me think of was something you were describing Bradleys, and you said, well, in some cases, the commander has a separate view from the driver, and then it's like, and this kind of made me think of that, right? Giving another separate view.
Yeah, so depending on the Bradley, and depending on and we've got Bradleys, we have other ones. The commander view is an upgrade. When I first was in Bradleys, we didn't have that option. It's a newer option. But the ability to feed that information back to the squad, even just with the additional periscope that they add, the autonomous camera that the commander can view, is critical. When you're dismounting out of that Bradley. The most dangerous point of any kind of an assault for mechanized infantry is getting out of the back of the Bradley when that ramp drops, and to know where to know where exactly your cover is if you do come underneath fire, to know exactly how many steps it's going to take to be able to kick in a door, to get into a compound or into a house. That's life-saving stuff, and that's the beauty of technology on the battlefield.
Thank you, Angry Ants. Daniel?
Yeah, I remember I read a lot about sort of projects in the 90s where they were trying to achieve just this, and it seems like we are finally starting to get there. Those projects failed quite miserably in the 90s, but I guess there were some takeaways that then later on actually found itself to be used. I was wondering a little bit. I read FMV, the Swedish Material Authority, that they were now going to implement link 16 and link, I think it's called link 22, which is like the data links for fighter aircrafts. They're going to implement that in the Swedish corvettes, the surface vessels, ships that Sweden have. I was wondering if that kind of sort of interfaces are implementable on tanks, or you actually have to invent something new. I don't know if Link 16 and those are just for airborne targets, or if it's something that you can sort of have also on the ground war and start to have this networked army that you were talking about in the 90s, that every soldier should be able to get the information he needs, whatever it comes from.
I apologize. I didn't catch the last end of that. I got distracted for a second, Daniel.
No, yeah, I mean, I don't want you to say anything that is secretive and so on, but I was just like curious if the interfaces like Link 16 that you have for aircrafts, they are now implementing them to ships in Sweden at least, and I guess the Americans are doing it also. And so my question was: is that an interface that can be used in tanks, or is it? Do you have to invent something new to have the same kind of integration where you have sharing information? And again, don't say anything that is classified.
Oh no, both of you. So I'll go back to kind of my time, and this is a great so there's multiple different versions of kind of that battlefield awareness technology that we've used. We've seen the U.S. Army go through many different iterations. We've seen some massive failures when it comes to some of the personalized stuff that they've tried to do, but we've also seen some really good successes. And again, early on, we had what was called Blue Force Tracker. It was battlefield awareness screen. It has advanced dramatically over the years, and I know what they're using now is much better. I don't know the exact. I've been out of the military just a little bit longer, and it's not not the number one thing that I focus on. But I do know now that there is the ability to transmit many different types of data into those screens, into those the interfaces that they have in both tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, Humvees. It is actually pretty incredible. Back in the day, it was very much more just simply knowing where your maps were. You knew where everybody else with the Blue Force Tracker was. You knew where every other one of your vehicles were. Very good stuff. The ability to instantaneously get 10-digit grid coordinates from anywhere on the battlefield. But it is really important stuff.
Thank you, Ankriant, who just dropped, and I'm sure he'll be back momentarily. This happens sometimes. Wanted to, if you can speak, I know that you had a sleeping child on your shoulder, I think, earlier. Do you have a similar setup? Did you still have a similar setup, or would this be a big change now coming in through the FMV?
She's asleep now, so I moved on to brushing my teeth. Sorry, so that's why I didn't speak. I'm just gonna say there are systems. What more I can say about it, I don't know, but there are sufficient and great systems.
May I just comment? The reason why I asked about Link 16 is that then I guess could then give like an ability to share information from ground forces also to the air forces. I don't know how useful that would be, but that was my thought.
What I'd be kind of curious to understand is if it gets linked up in a way where you can do targeting straight off of the drone with a main gun, for example. I think that would be quite interesting. And frankly, I presume yes, because certainly that can be figured out how to do that. Do you want to hear some amusing news? So apparently, there's a chap in Russia who was dressed in military uniform and wanted to blow up a conscription office with a grenade. So that's fun. In Moscow, by the way. Sorry, I should have said that. On a conscription office in the Moscow suburb of the Modedovo. So more of those, please. I'm very much for those. Daniel?
Yeah, from what I've heard, it doesn't really make that much matter anymore because, as far as I understand, I have actually modernized that since, they started the very failed mobilization. So I heard that they have moved a lot of those records to a centralized database. Before that, you could actually achieve something from burning down your local recruitment office because that's where they had all the records, as far as I understand.
That's completely true. I was just thinking more in the sense that it would, deprive the Russian military of a couple of officers.
Yeah, and it also shows that there is a certain sentiment among some Russians. So that's good.
Just imagine if just 3,000 of those who were mobilized in the autumn would have done the same. There'd be a lot less mobilizing having been done. Right, 1 to 2?
Yeah, I can only imagine out of my view as a former soldier how pissed off I would be at my command if I went through something like what the Russian soldiers have been through. At least some of those units where a lot of the comrades got obliterated, and the commander just said, "Keep going. I don't care about you," and then just say you get discharged. Russia, I think they have a time bomb on their hands of people coming over PTSD and not being happy with the command. So it's a whole another type of threat for them, which is great for us, but a real ticking bomb, I think, actually.
That wasn't a ticking bomb. It was a grenade. He was going to blow himself up as well. I know that it's a joke. I know what you meant. Shaggy got it. Shaggy?
I like that joke. I like your jokes, Doman. Even if other people may not get them, I get them. Sabotage. It's the British way, apparently. I think mockers might agree this. We got labelled, as British got labelled the other day, as the most evil of the freedom-loving people by the Russian press. And we're teaching. We're the best at sabotage. So I'm fully supportive of Russians going back or staying in Russia and sabotaging rather than marching in or trying to protest and just getting arrested. So sabotage is brilliant. I encourage it completely. If they need any tips on how to do it, I can furnish them with information, and I will support their war effort, their internal war effort, with that.
Do you remember during the main sort of mobilization push in the autumn, we figured out that if you shoot your mobilization officer, you only get 6 years in prison, I think it was, something like that. So, it's kind of a pretty reasonable trade-off compared to, being sent to the front in Ukraine and almost certainly dying in one of these light infantry assaults.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you open your mouth and protest the war, you get 15 years. But if you keep your mouth closed and keep stum and just shoot your officer, then you only get 6. So, I mean, it's not rocket science. It might be rocket science for Russian orcs, but generally speaking, yeah, 6 is lower than 15. So, yeah, just shoot your officer.
Maybe I was wrong on the 6. I know it was less than the protesting bit, so that was the relevant one. But maybe it was 10 versus 15. Either way, doesn't really matter. The crucial bit is that, yeah, indeed, it's they have the economics of this all wrong.
Yeah, and the other thing as well, if you get sent to a Russian prison these days, there's going to be a lot more room for you there because they've been cleared out, so you might actually get a cell to yourself. So it might be actually better than living at home with no toilets and stuff like that.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
I would just like to add that it's spin the wheel with who's the most evil. Obviously, it's just our turn at the moment, so no doubt it'll be back to the Polish very shortly. So don't feel too bad about it, everyone else. It's just our turn because the wheel landed on the UK this week.
I think we need to enjoy the spotlight while it's on us, Mockers. We need to make hay, flammable hay, while it shines, as it were.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Mockers, can I just say, I think it's a certificate that you're actually doing something very good against the Russians when you get targeted.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, when Schultz made some sort of statement last week, he was, handed a lot of harassment from the Russians on their TV show, and of course, I don't know what the British have done this week that was particularly different. Although we have talked about long-range weapons again, and what have you. Oh yeah, maybe some additional challenges and perhaps some more of the artillery pieces. So yeah, maybe they were taking umbrage to that, and that's a shame for them. It really is. Personally, I think we should just give some more and laugh a little while they cry. We've got some cheese for their wine.
I think it's part of the Russian divide and conquer strategy, but conquer as in horse chestnut, rather than any other type of spelling.
Mockers, but it's Poland and Romania's turn next.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, they're both very based, so happy with that.
And enjoy it for a while you can. Yeah, interesting. So it just came to my attention. You will like this. That on the 3rd of March, the Russian embassy in London published a tweet that said, "Why have Sergei and Yulia Skripal's mobile phone number been switched off for 4 hours on the 4th of March? Where were they during this period?" But they posted this on the 3rd of March. So unless they were referring to some future year in March, did they leak it before? What are even I'm confused. Even I'm stunned at this one. And if anybody wants to understand the mystery of this, or wishes to interpret the mystery of this, I'm quite up for it. Shaggy?
Could have been a planned outage. I know that I get some text messages from my provider 3 saying there's going to be a planned outage in a couple of days' time. I'm reaching here. I'm reaching.
I think you rather are, yes. Mockers?
Yeah, they made some sort of very fumbled attempt to find out where they were, saying, oh, we haven't seen these two for absolutely ages, and if somebody knows where they are, please let us know so we can ensure that they're, that they've not been abducted by the British government or something like that. And it was quite clearly a very lame attempt to find out where they were. So yeah, I think they're I don't know what the focus is here, but it's just another thing for them to whine about, I think.
Yeah, in the US they'd be putting them on a milk carton, right? But in Britain there aren't really milk cartons, and certainly not used in that way.
So they go on Twitter and say, "Hey, does anyone know where these people are? If someone wants to let us know, we just want to be, you know, checking up on their health." Like you do.
Yeah, there's a sketchy character walking around their house, touching all the door handles very suspiciously. Because you know that's how the last one was. So, 1 to 2. I got a question for you. Finland was finally made to speak about 2 weeks ago, and they said that they're going to deliver 3 Leopard 2 based demining vehicles. And I'm just curious, do you think Finland would be sending those on their own without any actual tanks? And secondly, how important are these? How important would you envisage these to be, especially in the event that Russia has, put anti-tank minefields various places between where the Ukrainians currently are and where the Ukrainians want to be?
I don't. Just taking a wild guess here. You wouldn't be sending them without the real tanks, but then again, it's a coalition. They might be sending it without the real tanks. It's really hard to know beforehand. It's really hard. I missed the second part of the question because I was just finishing up here. What was that?
Such demining tanks, what good are they? How do they function? How quickly do they work, crucially, if there is an armored push?
They're quite quick. Not, as quick as it will be a massive surprise for you. There are other ways to clear a path quicker. Sweden had a system before that was called, if it's a direct translation, snake smoke. One of those things you fire out in a line and then you explode the whole charge. That makes a more quicker path for you. If this is the vehicle I'm thinking it is. So yeah, they are great, but not, as people think. It takes time to clear away through a minefield. It doesn't just go zoom.
Yeah, it's one of those that look maybe a little bit like a spider, with sort of 3 giant claws sticking out at the front of it. I don't really know how to describe it very well.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's basically sort of like a reminiscent to a farmer's tool, so to speak. It doesn't go at full speed as a Leopard tank goes and just clears mines. It's not what it does. It takes time.
You want to do, Ioana?
Hi, Domin Smokers. So I wanted to comment on many things that you said, you talked about, but I couldn't. Right now, I raised my hand to speak about a new protest that is taking place in Moldova. And the reason is the fact that Romanian language was put in the constitution as being the language of Moldova. And they are protesting, a few hundred people, maybe 200 or something, protesting with, posters that say that law is above everything, Moldovans speak Moldovan, and do not defile the constitution, and so on and so forth. And this is really, really sad because they understand nothing. And I remember that we learned in school a lot of poems about Romanian language, and a few of them are written by Moldovan people. You know, the best of them are written by Moldovan people. And there was a Moldovan poet that wrote a poem, Romanian language is my country. And it's so sad and so annoying to see these Russians at work in Moldova for a non-issue, protesting like this. It's really, really heartbreaking to see this. Yeah, I'm sorry to be passionate about it. It's just really, really sad.
The concept of Moldovan was introduced by the Soviet authorities back soon after the founding of the Soviet Union, right? When most of what today is the Republic of Moldova was actually a part of the Kingdom of Romania. And they did it intentionally so already then initially to promote, to construct a separate identity in order to kind of keep people apart and not wanting to be a part of Romania. But they even much heightened that following the Second World War, right?
Yeah, so they made a split, and they called it a split to make it more of a split. And it's just, you know, sometimes naming things differently doesn't change the root of the things. You know, a rose is a rose and things like this. But they did it, and they manipulated a lot of people in thinking that they are some, okay, Moldova is a country. Nobody is contesting the borders or the sovereignty of Moldova. But calling a language by another name doesn't change it, you know. And it's just, you know, an effort to introduce more split, more separation into people, more divide. And it's so sad because that's how they work, you know, divide and conquer. That's their doctrine, we can say it. So yeah, I'm really saddened by this. Not that it matters so much, because it doesn't matter. It's just a few hundred people with, you know, posters saying nothing. But it's sad that they manipulate the people of Moldova in such a way, and they made them think that maybe, I don't know, they are speaking a language that doesn't exist, because Moldovan, let's be honest, doesn't exist. Moldovan language, I mean.
So, you know, I guess the test is mutual intelligibility. So if somebody from Moldova who claims to be speaking Moldovan goes to Romania, into somewhere far away in Romania, not near the border, let's say Timișoara, on the other side of Romania, on the western border of Romania. To what proportion are they understood and they understand everybody around them? Sort of 98%, 99%, 99.9%?
Yeah, it's about that. It's maybe 100%. The difference, there are some differences. There is an accent, but many people have accents even in Romania. There is an accent from Oltenia, there is another accent from Transylvania, there is a Moldovan accent in Moldovan county of Romania. So there is a difference in the accent. And then there are two other differences. One is that they tend to use more archaism than in Romania, because the language evolved much slowly than in Romania, and some words that we don't use anymore, they are using, but they are perfectly comprehensible. We understand the words, just we don't use them so much. And the second is that because they were taught in Russian in the schools in Moldova, they tend to translate expressions from Russian that make no sense in Romania. Like they are kind of strange in Romanian. We understand them, but it's strange. Like, for example, they use a pronoun that is used for persons, for things, you know, like you call a table with a pronoun that is used for a person, you know. This is kind of strange, but we understand. It's not that we don't understand and they don't understand us. It's just the use of some things in the language that are different. But I'm speaking about people that are like in a remote village in Moldova and did not have much contact with Romanians. Younger people, like 40 or younger, have a lot of contact with Romanian, because they worked in Romania, they read papers, they read books, and their language is much more similar with ours. For example, I had at work colleagues from Moldova, and I didn't realize that they are from Moldova until, I don't know, 3 or 4 days passed, because they spoke so much like us. Of course, they studied in Romania, for example. They did the university in Romania, so they spoke almost like us. It was maybe a very, very slight accent, something like this.
See, that's funny, right? Because coming from a place that's very dialectically diverse. Actually, then John, can you tell which part of Sweden somebody comes from if if they speak for, let's say, 2 minutes?
I think even after 2 seconds, yes, you can do that. No problem. You can even hear the where they come from on the English accent. Slightly.
Ooh, same here.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely. Dialects are prevalent. I mean, in every country, I think you have dialects, so not a big deal. Ridiculous. And last time I checked, they don't speak American in the US. Spanish and English and other languages. So yeah. Anyway, I actually came up to just to clarify or put some technical how should I say description on the Leopard 2 based.
Oh, before you go to that, then John, let me just close this out by saying, Russia has, even though they've invaded and occupied Transnistria since the early 90s, spent a lot of money and a lot of effort in sowing division within Moldova, between Moldova and Romania, causing difficulties for people, etc. They spend inordinate quantities of financing and effort on a day-to-day basis to be able to achieve it. This isn't a small deal. A destabilized Moldova harms Ukraine. Moldova is a large chunk of the southwestern flank of Ukraine. And if you just look at purely physically, economically, as a safe transit route for goods in and out, Moldova being destabilized like this by Russia is a big deal. That's why we should pay attention to it. That's why it's eminently. I'm really grateful when people bring this up, like Ivana did just now, with yet another example of this. Ivana?
Yeah, I just want to close it, but there is a comment to the post about it, which is really genial. It says like this: literally none of these signs need to be changed by a single word or a single letter to be in Romania. So they are protesting with signs written in Romanian about this thing, and literally it's Romanian. So yeah, that's all.
Astounding, isn't it? Then John, carry on with where were we? Leopards.
Yeah, the mine clearing vehicle. So yeah, it looks funny, but what you see in front is actually it looks like skis, and I think that's due to the blades that actually I think clearing the mines. The blades with tooth are in a very shallow angle, so I think without those skis it would just dig itself down. So it looks funny, but yeah. So it's not tentacles; it's skis to keep it from digging itself down. Because then there's a risk of it going under the mines, and that will not help. So that's why it's constructed like that, I think.
It's a skiing spider.
Exactly.
It has 8 skis?
No, I think only 3. So.
Well, we haven't seen it from the rear, have we?
That's true. That's a good point because you only see it from. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I guess what you're trying to say is we need to see the whole picture to figure out whether it's an arachnid or an insect.
Exactly. If it only has 6, it's not a spider.
Alrighty, and on that happy note, given my intense and comprehensive, not arachnophobia, but hostility towards those being in houses, we are very glad to report that Estonia has gotten rid of a spider. The spider is called Ekre, and that spider Ekre has two heads. Funny enough, it's the only two-headed spider we know of. They're both called helmet, so they are the helmets, if you so like. And they yesterday lost 2 seats. They didn't lose their own seats. They lost 2 seats of their party. And rather than scoring anything, they went down to 16.1% in the overall Estonian elections. And if you really want to know a lot more about it, yes, we can report that there is a possibility that the current coalition can continue. There's also a possibility that another coalition, pretty much in the same direction, can actually take its place. But in any event, the say leading party in this field, Estonians preferred Reform Party in this instance, having gained more individual votes in relation to the overall voter base, as well as nominally more votes than any other previous party in the country. The party of Kaja Kallas, the current prime minister, the one who's been very outspoken and in favor of Ukraine, has won 31.2%. We reported the data during the night when it was final, but still it bodes well because Estonia has quickly shown that it is very much in support of Ukraine. And this, for example, means that the parties who are evidently 100% in favor of freedom, meaning Reform, SD Kaksada, Fatherland or Isama, and the Social Democratic Party, all together have managed to overwhelm the other side completely. So we have definitely 2/3 of the country staunchly in the court of righteousness, and that's good. And both the party of the, shall we say, the post-communist so-called center party, Keskelada, and the well, populist hard right, which in recent years have migrated further into territory which could only be considered to be uselessly authoritarian. This way, rather than the center party, which is all the so-called rights of the former occupiers and their descendants. All of those have been relegated to the fringe of society because they lost 12 votes in the parliament, which means a lot because this parliament has 101 votes. So that's good. And we will be giving tomorrow, together with my friend and colleague, James Oates, a Scotsman, if there ever was one, and a hero of Estonia, once decorated with one of the highest orders of the country. We'll give an election update tomorrow at 3:30 Kiev time. Alrighty. And with that, I shall leave you alone again.
Hey guys, I was going to ask you about the center, and I muted earlier, and then you steered straight into it. So very good. It's the one case where your favorite saying that the center must hold is tumbles on its head, and we're very glad that the center indeed didn't hold.
It's funny. That's the thing. As always, at the beginning of the 1990s, and you can see this across Central and Eastern Europe, the post-Soviet or the post-Soviet, the parties preserving the rights of those and defending the rights of those who supposedly were now underprivileged because they were the poor descendants of the previous occupying regime, evidently tried various ways of establishing their names and the likes. And some were more honest than others about it. And in Estonia, it was called the Center Party, which, if it's the central water discharge and a waste treatment plant, that's probably true.
Oh my, very good. Thank you so much, Axel. And I was very heartened this morning, waking up and seeing 37 seats for Kaja Kallas's Reform Party out of 101. Whatever it is, Centre and Ekre definitely won't be sniffing the coalition, and there's at least 2 separate options of how to construct it. So yeah, very good.
The existing coalition would be with Isama or Fatherland and the Social Democrats. There is an upstart party run by people I know rather well, Estonia Gaksada or Estonia 200. However, it's very heterogeneous, and there's various discussions to be had. They evidently, for the first time, stood for a full-blown election campaign that they've done before, but still, it's the first time they've really stood for a full-blown election campaign successfully, and they gained 14 seats, which is not nothing. On the contrary, it's a suitable upstart. However, there are reasons why reform may simply say they'll continue the existing coalition. The Social Democrats here have become very, very pliable because they know that they have a limit on what they can achieve in terms of the electorate, but they want to push through their progressive agenda in a very specific way. The Estonian Social Democrats are a unique bunch, let's put it this way. Then there's Isamaa Fatherland, which is, former long-standing partner and actually one of the leading coalition partners and leading parties of Estonia. However, they've disintegrated their leadership over the past 15 years and have been reduced to what is now 8.2% of the total electorate. So they have become a minority partner, so to say, in a coalition with Reform. And they have been in coalition with Reform. The foreign minister, which many people will know, Rein Reinsalo, and who's done a reasonably decent job, well, probably has to eat a bit of crow now and get rid of somebody else in his party, Mr. Seda, who was in November trying to tank the coalition for his own purposes, which was probably not a good idea at all, and which garnered him the, shall we say, derision and livid, absolutely livid hatred of the Estonian diaspora, which has always been associated with the Fatherland or Isamaa party, because they are the center. They were formerly the conservative party of the country, and they stood for what their name is, the Fatherland, and they were part and parcel of Estonia's, shall we say, success in the 1990s and noughties together with Reform. However, they nearly disintegrated completely, and that they managed to hold at 8.2% is probably can be considered a success. So we'll have to see which coalition will be the outcome. But the good thing about it is, no matter which coalition the outcome will be, the position of Estonia is safe.
The one thing I'm worried for, actually, is whether he'll find any crow to be able to eat it, because crow stocks have been low ever since mid-late January and the release of the leopards. I don't know what happened there, but suddenly, overnight, a lot less crow around.
There you go. But again, tomorrow, 3:30 in the afternoon, after he has probably renewed his driver's license, James Oates and I will be here, and we'll be having a chat about the details of this, and we'll have a bit of a laugh just as well, because there is so many characters in a country as small as Estonia. The driving forces and characters of the various parties you actually meet in the street in Tallinn. You've sat for a glass of wine or a beer with them. You know the people, and it is If you've ever read the famous Asterix and Obelix, comic books, most Europeans have, very few Americans have, but some Canadians did. But if you were to look at this, somehow that Gallic village resembles what we have here.
So who's the bard?
Yeah, that's who is Trubadix? That's a good question. It's very difficult to say. I think at this point in time, one of the two Helmers is in the position of the bard.
Well, one will eat crow, and he row fish. Then John, please go ahead, and then we'll shift our attention to George after that. Then John.
Okay, so two questions to Axel. So who's the Romans? in that picture. And second question, a little bit more serious. Was there any concern about the election result? Was it according to polls, or what was the situation?
No, there was no real concern about them. The poll was pretty comprehensive. The funny part is that Estonia, you need to understand, Estonia is contrary to the discussions you have in other countries where essentially people can't get their election paper chats right because they have issues. Both Democrats and Republicans in the States are very good at messing up their elections and how to manage elections. Estonia obviously is a completely digitized nation, and with the leading digital ID card system in the world, albeit that the Ukrainians are picking up quite neatly. But Estonia has the most resilient and most protected ID system. People can do pretty much everything with digital ID here. It's far superior to anything which you otherwise see in other nations. Even the government of Singapore, which has tried to find ways of administering their own, hasn't come close to it. And so you can vote digitally here in a very well encrypted fashion, and which because you can found companies here digitally, you can do pretty much all your interaction with the government here digitally from your desk, which saves a ton of time, which saves a ton of money hiring bureaucrats to shift paper and do shit, and which allows the state to function well because it focuses on the real classic liberal functions of the state, plus a bit of social security support. But predominantly it is functioning of the state in regard to the defense of sovereignty, the say administration of the law, and providing healthcare. That's it. And all of this goes digitally. So what does it mean? You can vote digitally here. And Kaja Kallas publicly voted digitally. And yesterday in the evening, out of the 405, what we would call the election districts or wards, one of them is the electronic ward. And everybody expected that those people who are digitally literate, which is the overwhelming majority of the country, there's some people who love to go and vote because they are in the countryside. They want to meet at the local election hub, and it's a thing, and you go for the election. And I completely understand that. I like that too. But there's many people who travel, who are as Estonians abroad and anywhere in the world, but they have their digital ID and go through their encrypted, say, access to the system. They want to vote and they want to be heard. And so when this electronic vote came in, it was absolutely clear that at least two of the parties, which are very, very keen on pushing forward and supporting the Ukrainian agenda, very patriotic on the one hand, but also very technologically minded, would probably have a vast majority of that vote because most of their voters like doing it, meaning like using things digitally. And the vote came in, and the Reform Party and Esti Galksada took the absolute lion's share thereof. It was evident. It was completely clear that this would be the case, and we all knew it. But it was fun to see, nevertheless, and watch it on television in parallel. I mean, I was on the space, but I could watch the image of Mart Helme and go from bad to much worse within a split second. It was perfect.
And of course, actually, it wasn't just the prime minister who voted digitally; it was also the president. Although the problem there is that there are no allegations that it was in fact the president of Latvia who voted and merely appeared to be the president of Estonia.
Oh yeah, like both of the Helmers saying late yesterday that they would not recognize the electronic vote, which is completely silly because everybody in Estonia votes since the introduction of the digital ID in 2006. The Estonian society overall has embraced it and lives by it and sees the benefit of it. And there's a discussion to be had as to whether the whole digitization has the benefit of anywhere between 1.1 to 1.3% of the annual GDP of Estonia being saved. Some sources say that it should actually be much higher because it allows the Estonians to, that it has secondary and tertiary effects, derived effects, which are significantly more impactful on how Estonia, because of the time value of money, shrinks any and all bureaucracy, and therefore reduces the abuse of entitlements, and therefore reduces electioneering and all the shit which you see in most Western democracies. So Estonia's digitization literally prevents, eradicates some of the assumptions and the concerns of the Niskanen model of electioneering, if you so wish. And that's an interesting piece of the safety of democracy in future. If you have a unique ID which you own as an individual and which allows you to participate in the state, and the state is fully digitized, you can get rid of a lot of state employees, and that's a good idea. The state should have as few employees as possible and as many as necessary. And that's the concept of Estonia, and that works extremely well.
I think we went too far on the democracy accent. We scared away George. George, of course, doesn't hail from the home of democracy, but instead the home of people who kept destroying the home of democracy. Sparta and Athens were at war all the time. In which case,
yeah, Greece is still completely paper-based.
And specifically in this day, more people voted electronically than with paper. I mean, that's a. No, it's not just, oh yes, and this is the backup. No, this is now the majority way, which is fascinating, really. Yeah, I'm sure that in 30 years we'll look to this, and the world over, we're like, yeah, this is normal. Why was this so special? But the Estonians will know who started it. ATV.
Good day. Slight point of information. The bard's name was Cacophonics, which might even be more apropos, given the person you're talking about is his Estonian counterpart.
No, the problem is, in different translations, they translated the names. That's why I just went with the descriptor as opposed to, because in the original it had a different name than in the English translation and the German translation, etc. So.
Fair enough.
The relevant name is Trubadix, Troubadour, Trubadix.
I think if you think of Cacophonics, you might also appreciate it, but I will gladly surrender my point. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
I have a completely different thing to bring up, but I've seen it and I wanted to report on it. That the Ukrainian tennis player, Marta Kostyuk, has defeated the Russian player in the final of the WTA tournament in Austin, USA. After the match, understandably, she did not shake hands with the Russian player and did not take the traditional joint photo with her either. She stated, "In the position I am in right now, winning this title is especially important. I want to dedicate this title to Ukraine and to all our people fighting and dying. Obviously, this is a very special moment." And I just wanted to say, considering the position she was put in, having to play the Russian lady, can't remember her name. I think she did very well. She didn't back down in any way. She concentrated on her game and she kicked her ass. And good for her.
It is also, I believe, her first victory at this level. First victory of WTA singles, I think. I don't follow tennis well enough to be sure, but I'm pretty sure that that's what happened, which is very good.
Yeah, I don't follow tennis a great deal either, but I thought it was pretty shitty that they, had to face off, and I'm really glad that the Ukrainian lady won.
It brings us back to the topic which we had discussed last year with, oh God, don't remind me of the name. I'm now stuck at Henichevsk.
Vladislav,
exactly, yeah. Thank you. Who's been campaigning for the fact that any and all Russian sports people should be excluded from any and all professional and amateur sports worldwide. Clear embargo against them. The WTA, as well as any other sports organization, should be ashamed of themselves. They should send them all packing.
I have to agree.
And frankly, I'm just surprised that the U.S. border control let them in.
And by the way, if you haven't yet emptied a whole bucket of, say, dog shit on that person, if you find her somewhere, you should try to name and shame these bastards, all of them, and loads of shit on them.
And make it of a carnivore, not a herbivore. It's delivers the message much better.
Well, two options. You can either take red paint, blood. Pig's blood is good in that regard because it works well and stings well. Badly, as in. And the alternative is, of course, shit. Every Russian athlete should get that. Every single Russian athlete. Unless they apply for asylum and can document that they're against the war.
I think I would just prefer them to be excluded, to be fair.
I think they should be sent packing. I don't think they should have any visa. They should not be trying. It's like every Russian citizen. I still fail to completely understand as to why the EU is allowing any Russian citizen into the country. They should not be there. They should be sent packing. Go back to your home country. Fix your country first. We are 1 year into this, and they are still deeply supporting, both from abroad as well as from inside Russia, their regime and the genocide. They do not care what happens to the Ukrainians. Yeah, they complain, oh, we may have to trade this for that, and oh God, yeah, we should have probably not done it in this form. But they don't care as to whether they kill and rape and loot and whatnot. They consider that okay. Well, fair enough. Then go back to okay country.
And with just over a year from the 2024 Olympics, hopefully this will have been resolved not too long from now. Quite a lot of advances have been made in this direction, but I don't think the final decision has been made yet. The relevant one, exactly the relevant one to what you speak of. The earlier it is made, the earlier every other competition would have followed as well, which would have been the appropriate thing to do. Then John?
Yeah, to add to what Axel was saying, for people who don't understand or who don't care about Russia not caring about the Ukrainians, I don't know if that comes out right, but as you said, Axel, they don't care what happens to the Ukrainians. They are probably they are happy with it. But for people who don't care about that, then you should understand that they also don't like us outside Ukraine, the rest of Europe. So really, it's a case of being almost infiltrators or enemies. Not all of them, of course, but many. And some is enough for actually kicking all of them out, and go back to the country, as I said, Axel, and fix it, and then we'll see how we deal with it in the future. But now, go back and fix the country, or take 100% distance from it.
Speaking of people to which Axel would take 100% distance from, Alexander Vucic has been back in the news, saying that, again, assuring at the edge of the UN conference in Doha that they haven't sold a single piece of weapon to either Russia or Ukraine after about 3,500 Grad extended range rockets manufactured in Serbia found their way to Ukraine. Again, I would like to extend thanks to some government officials doing a very good job, specifically in this case, the Canadian pinstripe suit wearing bowler hat wearing Brolian briefcase carrying brigade. But how difficult a position does it have to be putting him? Oh, yes.
It is slightly amusing, I must say. Sorry, I'm trapped under a cat, and he was like in between me and my phone.
Axel?
Yeah, he's coming, but I can't take him alone. That's not fair. Okay, fine.
Axel, I think that's a hot mic. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, it was.
Yeah, I'm dealing with the dog.
Tim was joining us. Yeah, fair enough. No worries. It's just wasn't sure whether you're referring to a dog, to Tim, or to maybe to Vucic. Anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen. In today's update, I'll go back to it because I very much like the topic. The UK Ministry of Defence Intelligence Unit, has scolded Russians a little bit, revealed Russian ineptitude a little bit, by focusing on the very special T-62 main battle tanks, which are now becoming so widespread in Russian forces that they're starting to equip what remains, or what is being newly constituted, of the first Guards tank army with them. While only a couple of years ago, the first Guards tank army was supposed to be fully equipped with T-14 Armatas. The whole problem of the horses that draw them, the horses that pull them along, scaring rather, if you shoot the main gun over their heads, has been resolved. Has not been resolved, and therefore they have to resort to T-62s instead, which I think is absolutely wonderful. So with that, dear British Ministry of Defence, could we please have some more challengers, like lots more challengers, because Russians will keep dragging this obsolete armor out of stocks, and something needs to go and take care of it. Something needs to go and clean it up. So no. Ioana.
Yeah, so you talked earlier about those tanks with naval guns fitted on them, and I was thinking, you know the church Vasily Blazheny in the center of Moscow, with those towers, twisted towers. It is kind of Byzantine model, but they do like those towers. So maybe they are trying to do this. It's a postmodern take on tanks, something like this. I don't know. In Romanian we have a word butaforia for things that are false, like theater props or things like this. And I tried to find an equivalent in English, but I couldn't because there isn't. And then I tried to find the etymology of the word, and it's Russian. And apparently the Russians do like, falsehood and Potemkin villages and things like this. So yeah, it's kind of a prop thing. I don't know. Does it work? Doesn't it break the balance of the tank, especially if the road is not even when it goes up on a hill? I don't know. Do you think it works?
I think it works very well, and that's because that naval turret is just camouflage. It's not actually a naval turret. What it is a cover for the Dalek underneath. Right? So Russians finally found some friends, and after they couldn't really get much out of the Belarusians or the North Koreans, they're covering them with that turret-shaped thing that looks like it's from a naval gun to make everybody, laugh at it and think, oh, this isn't going to do anything. It's fine. It's perfectly harmless. Well, not perfectly harmless, but it's not really a danger. Whereas in reality, there's a Dalek under every single one of those, and I really don't know how Ukrainians will sort that. Maybe I have to call the police. I don't know. Then John.
Yeah, actually, I think that's more plausible because the version I heard is that this is a Bradley Challenger because it has 25mm guns, so they probably saw that spec somewhere on Wikipedia and figured this is how they want to do it. But I don't know if anyone else heard it yesterday or the day before or whenever it was. It was Wardogo who described what actually happened the next morning when those vehicles were launched. So the skipper of the ship woke up on his bridge and then he looked down to only see empty holes on the deck where those turrets previously were positioned, plus the crew, of course, now manning the thing.
Interesting. Do you think that it's a crewed turret or an uncrewed turret like an Armata?
Not sure actually. But
well, it's a crewed turret. There's a Dalek in it.
Yeah, true. But I mean, on a serious note, how do you aim the thing? How do you aim the thing? I guess you can aim it with trace ammunition or something like that. But I mean, I don't see any possibility to aim it unless they have some kind of, I don't know, optics or electronics. But it's highly doubtful. And also to what one was saying, if you can climb hills, I think it needs one of those skis or a pair of them from the Leopard mine clearing vehicle. Could make good use of it actually.
Frankly, if it is as top heavy as I think, and to be serious, the Ivan is not there, I would fear that it might topple over sideways in mud already. Not even if having to climb a hill, or not even if the two tracks were different elevations. It should be quite plausible, quite possible that it falls over terrifyingly easily. But such it is. Where was the other thing? Right, how do you aim it? I guess kind of the same way as a baseline ZU-23-2. Like those anti-aircraft guns. I don't think it's that different. It's just in a turret. So it's lightly protected from the elements. And I really don't think there's too much beyond that that it has to do in order to be able to be aimed. I think it's really just that, then, John.
So you think someone would actually sit in that turret and shoot it?
I think so, yeah. I think it can swivel side to side. It can go up and down. Right, they're anti-aircraft guns for ships in principle. So unless they've not included the bit where it can rotate around its axis, which would be particularly amusing, it should be able to.
I hope that they have ear protection in there because it's like a bell. It should be awful to shoot from in there.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because it will echo so much. It will just reverberate. With every shot, there will be a massive reverberation within the... Oh, goodness. Yeah, that's a... Oh. Oh, my. Laughing Tommy, please.
Hello, everybody. Actually, two very interesting things. One thing is that there's news from Germany that the Ukrainians have met with the Ukrainian officers have met with General Milley and other members of the high-ranking members of the U.S. Army for tabletop drills. And if you remember the last time when Ukraine was tabletopping stuff, it was for the Kharkiv offensive. So I'm guessing that things are stepping up regarding the spring offensive. So that's one. And regarding the naval turrets used on the MTOBs, because these aren't the only ones, by the way, it's not just the one big one. There's several MTOBs shown with those smaller machine guns that are used on ships bolted onto them. And something very interesting about the big one, though, is that it uses 25 millimeter ammo, which, as far as I've been able to Wikipedia, isn't used on most other vehicles. So maybe that speaks to an ammunition shortage as pertains to, the 30 millimeter or 23 millimeter ammo that Russians typically use. So that's an interesting thing to think about. Are they so degraded that they have to literally bolt guns meant for the Navy in order to have ammunition to use them?
Chris?
Oh yeah, I was just going to say to add on to that, the sound issue. If they're not particularly well welded, will they not start to work themselves loose and wobble? I have this idea that they won't last very long. The minute they start using them, they're going to suddenly find out it's very inaccurate because of all the shaking.
Do they have to give that turret a wobble?
No, they don't have to. That's a part of the design. Plenty wobbling. Whether they want it or not, it's built in. It's excellent, isn't it? Axel, what do you think about those contraptions? I've never heard your thoughts on them.
Yeah, that's a Potemkin trash can, and it's. I still hope that somebody just came up with the idea as a silly meme, and that's it, because nobody in their right mind can be that stupid.
Wow, I mean they'll laugh last once you see the Dalek contained within.
Maybe it's just a distraction. Maybe they think that when the Ukrainian forces see these things rolling onto the battlefield, they'll be laughing so hard they won't be able to defend themselves. It's a different tack, different option, but yeah.
They could just resuscitate some T-34s if that's what they wanted to achieve. Shaggy fella.
Yeah, when I first saw that turreted contraption, I was wondering if it was a snorkel for when they're going over like trying to go through little rivers and stuff like that. At least they can breathe a little bit. And then I was wondering, okay, is it just stuck on top, or is it stuck on top of a solid surface? I.e., you've actually got to put the anti-aircraft gunner person in it first of all, or can they crawl into it and out of it from the inside of that MTLB thing or whatever? Anyone know?
So the funny thing is, and I think you can access it from the inside. There's a hatch normally there anywhere in MTLB, but or at least sometimes. The really funny thing is that the MTLB is a fully amphibious light armored vehicle. That is to say, it floats. It's designed to be very light, so it floats. So maybe if we're really lucky, these turrets aren't too heavy, and we will actually see them employed in something of a naval, or at least riverine setting, because in a small flotilla of those going downstream and then toppling over undoubtedly would be particularly amusing.
Yeah, I remember seeing some of these supposed waterproof MBT things, wherever they are, on the Russian side, sinking basically when they're trying to go through water. So I'm not quite sure how waterproof they are. So maybe that's the improvement, is to have a little bit of snorkel going on.
Shaggy, to quote Antti, who in the Finnish army actually used MTOBs, to roughly quote Antti, they were told that under no circumstances will they be testing their amphibious properties. So I think that tells you all there is to know, that even MTOBs that have been maintained, by Finns, not by Russians, are considered to be amphibious by said Finns. That gives you an idea, I reckon. And that is to say, Finland would be a country that would be employing amphibious capabilities of armored personnel carriers quite a lot. And the ones that they produce themselves, quite a lot of them are made to be amphibious and are rather excellent at it. So, they know a thing or two about these things.
Well,
Finns kind of have fins anyway, don't they? So they're okay in water.
my God. Anyway, so the conflation of maritime and land-based concepts leading to the concoction of this contraption gave me a conniption fit.
Excellent. An aspirin for your alliteration. Laughing Tommy, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that regarding the amphibious capabilities of such vehicles, according to reports from around the time when the ill-fated Russian crossings of Bilohorivka were taking place, basically, even the Russians say that those vehicles need to have those
prep. They need snorkels fitted. They need to be prepared. They need to be sealed off. Yeah.
Yes, so the ceilings, the different rubber gaskets and so on have to be checked, oiled and so on. And that's if they haven't deteriorated due to decades of improper storage. And given how they took care of the tanks, which they rely on, I don't have high hopes for a third grade 50s or 60s armored vehicle.
This is where we differ. I have very high hopes, and I have very high hopes of them sinking very low indeed. Denjon?
Yeah, about the naval gun, because I was looking at the pictures now, and also on the picture of one that's not mounted to one of those terrain vehicles. So there seems to be a man hatch on the side of it actually, and if you look at the picture, well, one of the pictures, you can see that man door is there still, and also they put some kind of they welded something onto that cylinder underneath to put the feet on to climb up to it, I think. So you probably enter from the outside. So once you're there, you're there.
That is fantastic. 122. Would you like to leave your armored vehicle when trying to use its armament function? Is that a preferred method, or under in a situation where you'd like to use a larger gun, would it be better to stay inside the armored vehicle? What's the usual protocol?
Inside. Yeah, I was just going to make a bad joke about what you say when Finns do something that's actually extra good. Do you know what it is? Do you know what to say?
Beating the
Finally.
Swedes. No, it's no. It's beating the Swedes in ice hockey. That's what they do.
No, they say they did something fantastic.
How many times have I told you that you should not listen to the repeat of Yehuda's dad jokes? I mean, this is more infectious than COVID.
Well, the question is, are Yehuda's dad jokes from a lab or naturally occurring? No, but quite seriously. Actually, do you know why Navy SEALs are as elite a unit as they are?
Did you say baby seals?
No, Navy SEAls.
You came up with such an open question that there's barely any possible hint as to the answer.
Oh no, it's a variation on a theme because they always bring their fins with them.
Oh man, Dolman is infected.
Daniel?
Yeah, I would just like to say in the defense of 122, it's not called dad jokes in Sweden. It's called Göteborgs beats, which is where Gothenburg is exactly where 122 is coming from. So it's sort of in his I wouldn't say genes, but yeah, it comes very natural to him to do that kind of stuff.
Yes, intro Swedish fighting. Yes.
Well, the thing is, I'm originally from Gothenburg also, so yeah, but I'm not funny. So
are you telling us you escaped?
I escaped. I'm not funny, so I had to leave. But I'm going to try. Doman, you asked if the turret on those are if it's a crewless turret, and I would say that it will be. After the first battle contact, it will be a turretless, crewless turret.
So for you, Daleks don't count as crew? I see how it is.
I would say that the like dead bodies are not counted as crew.
Ouch. Yeah, ouch. I see why they kicked you out of Göteborg. But
oh, thanks for that.
No, but quite seriously. So they're supposed to be amphibious, the MTOBs, and I think it's only a question of time before we see that tested together with the naval gun system, which I think will be thoroughly amusing, except for all the fishes who will have their ecosystem disturbed by said allegedly amphibious craft.
I think they should just try and take them everywhere. Rivers, sea, go for it, enjoy.
I think reversing is very difficult. When you're a driver and that's obscuring your view backward.
You think it even goes backwards anymore at any sort of speed with that extra weight chopped on the top of it?
Never any more than 4 kilometers an hour, because that would just be unsafe, right? Then John?
Yeah, I think maybe we should be a little bit more kind to that vehicle, because now I found out that we actually used them in Sweden as well. Was a part of the Swedish army, so they can't be that bad.
we got rid of them.
Yeah. And I've actually found an auction site. Well, when I searched for the vehicle, an auction site came up, a Swedish one, and one of them went for, this was in December 2022. It went for 213,000 SEK without the turret. So quite an economical choice, I think.
Sorry to burst in here, but I think that is actually less than more than the Swedish defense paid for them when they got them. They got them from Germany, when everyone was selling off former Eastern Bloc equipment, and some smart guy in Sweden said, we should use those. So we buy a bunch of them, and then they found out that they were better at going in snow than they had anticipated, but they were not really good at vehicles. So then we got rid of them.
Well, snow is, after all, water, and if it's a fully amphibious craft, so of course it took to, snow like a fish to water.
Okay, the thing looks like what you use in Carnival, or if you look back at Animal House, that contraption looks like it. Animal House, the movie, people, anyone? May I have another?
I thought that was Oliver
It's
Twist.
only the millennials here now. What?
What was it called in Swedish, Axel?
What?
What was it called in Swedish, Axel? Because all the movies in Sweden are translated to Swedish, even the title. So you have to.
Animal House. National Lampoon's Animal House. Jesus. John Belushi. What is it with you people?
Sorry, I'm old, but I never seen the film movie.
Okay, Mr. M, we have to help you in that regard, but be careful because you might laugh yourself into oblivion.
John?
In Sweden, it was called Delta-gänget. So you see, it's not even close. That's why we didn't react.
Delta-gänget as in Delta Boys?
As in Delta Gang.
Like participant.
What did you call trading places then in, what's it? Or Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Checking.
Robin.
Well, I wouldn't ordinarily share this on this space, but considering the elevated level of the conversation of the last few minutes, do you know that? Yeah.
Thank you, Robin.
Yeah, well, I thought Norway should get some time too. Do you know why they barcode all of the ships in the Norwegian Navy? So that when they come back to port, they can Scandinavian.
Oh.
Anyway, okay, that's it. Slava Ukraini. Bye, guys.
It's obviously Silly Monday.
Yeah, a little bit of levity is fine from time to time, given the fact how brutal, how atrocious, how absolutely nerve-wracking and hard this war is for the Ukrainian side. My Ukrainian friends and colleagues have told me that if they can't find a way to laugh at least once a week a bit, somehow they think they are losing their humanity, and they have a dark, seething humor.
The difficulty is the Russians keep giving us so much to laugh at. And it's very difficult to be serious in those situations.
John?
Yeah, I had to respond to Axel's question about trading places. So ombytta roller, that's the Swedish name. Eddie Murphy and gang.
So is the situation this, that we have a blackout on information and we're all like just waiting? Is that where we all are right now?
There's that, but also I know nothing about films, so I just shut down and shut off, and that's what the conversation ends up.
We broke Doman with films. Let's not do that again.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Just no need for a cellulose fire even. Jerome, good morning.
Good morning, Doman, and apologies for my next statement, but I just happened that yesterday I was at my mother's helping her with a few things, and just so happened Dr. Zhivago comes on, and I never saw it before, but the first, I don't know, half an hour could easily be from today with killing of officers. Actually, the Russian flag was in that movie. Again, I wasn't aware of it. St. Peter's ribbons, killing of officers, Russian soldiers in trenches, ill-equipped, quitting. Lots of modern references. So just fascinating to me. I never saw it. Just talking of films, just triggered me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerome. If what can I say? If the frustrating bit is all bits of that timeline are kind of happening at the same time, because you do have the terror happening at the same time, and you do have the the post-revolutionary and the pre-revolutionary and the revolutionary and the very much post-revolutionary aspects of it all piled on top of each other all at once right now. So you can find so many so many parallels at all levels there, Jerome.
Yeah, I just thought that it was also just the typical romanticization of Russia with it could have been the French court given the settings they were showing, and not knowing any better, you would think Russia is this high-ended society, which I there was that at that time, that strata, but again, I didn't see the whole thing, maybe the first 45 minutes, and I left. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Jerome. Michael.
Hi, Doman. Good afternoon, everybody in Europe. Good morning, everybody in America. Was a little bit moved just to come up and talk just about the humor. First off, Axel, you definitely need to work in more Blues Brothers references if you're going to go Belushi. But on a serious note, I did want to, the whole idea of humor, needing to laugh, and the power of humor, and the power of coping. I think I don't know if I don't believe I've come up and spoken yet, but Saturday before last, it's only about there are so many people from different parts of Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union that would put their shared experience, and it's like they were coping together. I was really struck. There was a young man that was there that was working at the Estonian embassy, who was talking with someone that was a little bit older than me, probably old enough to be this young man's father, who had come over to Austria in the 90s and then eventually found his way to the States from the Czech Republic, and how they had been to each other's countries in different ways, and how things had changed, and how they were both shared for this just longing to be human. And it wasn't just them. There were Lithuanians that were there. There were Kazakhs that were there, and even though they spoke different languages and different things, they had that shared experience, which was they all wanted that commonality to be free. And I think humor is really really a good coping mechanism as well. You're right, you can't always be super serious or you'll blow a gasket, but just back to that reference, I mean, as far as the rally, I was so struck by how everybody that was there was supporting the Ukrainians and how the Ukrainians were real badass. And the last thing, there were probably maybe close to 10,000 people that were there. The weather's kind of bad. I will say I looked and I looked and I looked, and I probably creeped a few people out, but I didn't see a single Nazi or other reference when I was there. And so I'll say without fear of contradiction that as we know, that's bullshit. That is with my own eyes, I can validate that that's bullshit as well. So, but in any case, really appreciate the conversation and the likeness. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Michael. And you touch upon an important thing, right? There, what you witnessed was a microcosm, I would say, right, of these various nations who either, in most cases themselves, would have been under the thumb of Russian oppression, or at the very least were very thoroughly proximate to that, right, with strong connections there across. And this is something, is a shared experience, right, or a separate but parallel experience that you detailed. I think there's something very powerful there, and for those who kind of don't really understand what they might be looking at when they witness something like that, it's much more difficult for them to also comprehend why there's such a absolute outpouring of support, of help for Ukraine from this multitude of different countries, including the one that held an election, concluding yesterday, that we went into a little bit earlier with Axel, that being Estonia, but all the other ones as well. Why the response was so simple, so easy, so natural for the lot of them, and I think this is. So it's difficult to convey, as you have found yourself, undoubtedly. But once you see it once, you will really forever understand. And it's also something, Michael, that we've had reflected in the stories of freedom by our own dear Peter Duran on Saturday mornings in America, Saturday afternoons in Europe, working through, example after example, case after case of exactly that, right? These experiences, these snippets of history that altogether form, one big shared experience. In most cases, most of them building towards this, big aggressor out of the Kremlin, but also some, similar types from elsewhere. Stephen, good morning.
Good morning. One thing I don't think Americans seem to understand is the Russian definition of Nazi, and I wish that would be a little more clear in Western media, that it really has nothing to do with Hitler. It just means you love your country, and your country isn't Russia. It's that simple, and I just don't see it represented at all. We've talked about it here a little bit, but it's not anywhere else.
Yeah, I think I've gone in quite some depth on it, but it's not quite true that it's not anywhere else. It's more. I would say I've actually I've actually read threads on Twitter, a couple from Ukrainians that were almost verbatim saying what I had said previously, and I thought, oh, right, good. I'm glad there's other people in this case. I don't have to be the one that's the only one. But it's really just an inheritor of the previous white designation, right? Like the Red Army was fighting the white Russians, that is to say the Tsarists, the Royalists, and already there where they termed the Poles in 1920, the Battle of Warsaw, the White Poles, and then later the Finns in 1939 termed them the White Finns. It was already a good illustration of how details really don't matter. Descriptors really don't matter. Meaning behind that really doesn't matter, because neither the Poles nor the Finns were exactly fans of the Russian Tsars, as they certainly weren't there, trying to get the Russian Tsars back. And following the Second World War, that word was simply supplanted by fascist and Nazi for the Russian domestic consumption, because that is what the enemy was. It's just a designation, the enemy. Instead of saying, in 1939, the enemy Finns, they called them the white Finns. It's just a very easy emotional trigger of a designation, and that's something that I think Russians lucked into a little bit. With the misunderstanding in other places necessarily, right? At least as it regards the widespread commentary, which is a good bit to understand, and not to mention that some of the greatest financiers and supporters of various neo-Nazi movements across Europe, especially, but also elsewhere, have indeed been more or less straight from the Kremlin. Right, that's the real irony of it all. Stephen, thoughts in addition to this, and then we'll pass on to Duchovny and then John.
Yeah, quick follow-up question. What we hear in Ukrainian speaking, what sounds like Slavic Nazi, what is the translation to that? Because
not Nazi, it just means nation.
Okay, because that is definitely being used by the Russians against the Ukrainians.
Which is ironic, because they have exactly the same word in Russian. So they shouldn't be confused as to how to translate, because they don't even have to. No, but it literally means nation, right? Like nation, nationality, etc. Right? Natia means the nation, also the people, effectively, which is you're right. It's little easy bits like that. Without an explanation, go thoroughly somewhere else. Decoding, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Yeah, the Nazi thing. So I just copied Stephen in on something I wrote the other day as part of my Disin Folklore project. So what we learned from folklore and from these stories we're read as children is this idea of an inner and outer realm. And when we hear a story about, the child catcher who's coming in to, kidnap us and lead us off with candy, that's an outer realm person coming in and taking us away. And the function of the real Nazis was to create this inner realm, this in-group and an out-group. And Muscovy is riffing off this off-the-shelf in-out group dialectic, for want of a better word, or dual thought system, which is really deep in our as a civilization, as an Indo-European civilization. It's deeply entrenched in our language, in our cognitive frameworks, in our architectures. And what Putin does, as do certain other populist demagogic politicians, is they legislate through their legends and their language who is in and who is out. So immigrants, migrants are out. They're always the outer realm. They're coming in to invade the inner realm, which needs protection. The first dimension of it is always to do with sexual fertility, kidnapping. They're going to take away the women. They're going to dilute our blood. They're going to replace us. That's a theme which is deeply embedded in our psyches, in our folklore, in our mythology, in our stories, in Hollywood, in our politicians. And the magic of Putin and this Nazi thing is that it designates immediately this inner outer realm. And so you, as a Russian, are created as a Russian when you agree with this designation that all Ukrainians are Nazis. And this is embedded through billions upon billions of communications. I've collected thousands from occupied Ukraine in between 2015 and 2018, which I'm elucidating and using to exemplarize this idea, which I'm not making up. It is just there, and they embed this inner outer realm. And what I've noticed, what's really interesting about the Ukrainian example and the Russians' use of it, is that they claim. So the claim is that Ukrainians are held hostage, and that's another aspect of the folklore and the woman in the tower and all of this kind of monster ogre holding hostage people hostage. What's particularly interesting is, which I've noticed, is that the legislation, not just by name and by legend and by words of Putin and billions of examples of what I call this in folklore, it's also by bomb. So in MriyaReport theater, you had all these Russian language speaking Ukrainians who by definition are in a realm. They're ethnic Russians, because the definition of an ethnic Russian is a Russian who speaks the Russian language. That is the mid-19th century definition that the Russia state hasn't gotten over. And so if you speak the Russian language, you are in a realm inside Muscovy. And in fact, that's the whole claim about Ukraine, is that Ukraine is actually in a realm. It's part of Muscovy. And it has been the outer realm people from Europe are coming in, or the Nazis are coming in and pulling these Russians away. They're like the child snatchers. And what's particularly interesting about, say, the drama theater bombing, which I use to exemplify this in its simplest sense, is this archetypal woman who went there with her child, native Russian speaking, but she's Ukrainian. She goes into shelter in the theater, and as she goes in there, she is the inner realm native Russian, ethnic Russian, who is the whole purpose of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, to try and save it from being brought into the outer realm, is to save her. But when the bomb falls on there, immediately that bomb designates her as a Nazi, if she even exists. So they deny the bomb was there, they deny anyone was in there and all that. But then they say, oh, well, they all deserved it, they were all Nazis. And this rhetoric, which comes from the top to the bottom of their propaganda architecture, it's so powerful because it's riffing off these very deep set in-out group manifestations. And you cannot be a Russian today if you don't accept that all Ukrainians are Nazis. And this nonsense is made up of billions of communications, many of which we have become susceptible to. And you see these very they're genuine, sincere attempts to try and is Ukraine really a far-right paradise? Are there really Nazis fighting there and stuff like that? And you cannot escape this nonsense, even if you enter into this conversation to say, oh, well, actually, Ukrainians aren't Nazis. There's more far-right in France and Italy and etc. And you go into the whole stuff. Just by talking about that, you're further embedding this, and you're one of the billions of combinations of it. But at its essence, it's inner outer realm stuff. It's the forest. It's the and that's how it works, because it's so simple. And it's the same thing we hear from other national politicians about immigrants coming in and taking away our children, women, and all of those things. And then famine is the second element in it, and then maiming and killing is the third element. So these themes which we learn when we're very young. So Stephen, I'd say to you, yeah, that Nazi thing, that's what we can try and begin to understand ourselves, but also to communicate to others, because it's just a really extreme example in Ukraine. And the bomb example I've given you is it's just so It's so ridiculous, and most people don't really understand it. But because Russia is destroying these cities with ethnic Russians, the people they're coming to liberate, and at the same time, they're saying these people are being held hostage by the Kiev in their minds regime, and they won't even refer to Ukraine as a country. They now refer to it as the former Soviet Union. So they want to annihilate. Because this is obviously the problem in it. Because if Ukraine exists, then their war in favor of saying that Ukraine doesn't exist is a nonsense, and it is all a nonsense. But at its simplest, it's inner outer realm, and Nazi is just the immediate designation. And you see all those people latching on to it because it immediately brings them into the inner realm. It makes them one of the gang. And anyway, I'll leave it at that. Out.
Well, thank you. We'll go to John Jones.
White Finns and so on, and on to the nuts, white Finns and so on, and on to the nuts will be the next incarnation. Could that be enough for Swedes and enough for Poles and enough for Finns?
I think they've already chosen that for themselves, the NAFO people. I'm just going to welcome Tim. Hello, Tim. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, mockers. I'm sorry, I'm in a slightly noisy pub with Axel and 2 cases of Leopard main battle beer. See the nest for that. But our friends at Olaf Brewing in Finland, they produced this special beer in order to free the leopards, and the leopards are free, and now we have beer. So we've got 2 cases of that to enjoy. And it's fantastic. The box looks like an airfix kit, so it looks like a model tank, but it's actually full of beer. So that's amazing. See the nest for the picture. That is me.
I first thought it was a model tank, Tim. Now you say it's a case of beer. Okay, that's nice.
It is nice, yes. So this is a picture of the head brewer at Humali Koda, which is a pub here in Voltiana, Tallinn. Say again? Humala means hops. It means hops. I didn't know that. So he's very excited about this as well. So thanks to our friends, Olaf Brewing, in sunny Finland. Let's go to Joanna. You had your hand up. Your hand seems to have gone.
Yes, I wanted to. I'm very glad that you met and you have the leopard beer. That's fantastic. I just wanted to comment to what Decoding was speaking about this in and out realm that the Russians are speculating, in fact, for their narrative and for their propaganda. And I just wanted to mention that even if this split between us and them is present in all the cultures since the tribe times, there were always a differentiation between us and them. And I want to relate here to one philosopher, Levinas, who is talking about what makes us human and how we relate to the other. It doesn't matter if the other is not us, it's them. We always should recognize some sign of humanity, some sign of divine. And I'm not talking about any religion in particular, some sign of something higher than us in every human we meet, in every face we encounter. And unfortunately, the Russians seem to fail very much on this because they just bring destruction upon Ukraine. I am just done. It was just a comment on Decoding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Let's go to George. George.
Yeah, I'm upset that Doman's not here because I wanted to correct him on his historical inaccuracy of my people. He mentioned earlier in the space that Athens was the home of democracy, but only if you were a male chauvinist. Actually, in Sparta, women were allowed to um, actually have a big say in the goings on of the city state, and were allowed to own property. So, depends. A democracy. If you were a woman, you wanted to live in Sparta. If you were a guy, obviously, you wanted to live in Athens. But I just wanted to clarify that for the listeners on here. So, Sparta was the first political entity to allow women to actually own property. So we have that.
And it's all been downhill since.
Actually, not. No, women in southern Greece have a lot more. What might I say? Not prestige. They have a lot more.
No, I was doing a misogyny joke,
Yes,
not
yes, yes, yes.
not an anti-Greek
No,
joke.
no, I understand. No, but yeah, in southern Greece, yeah, there's a different type of respect for women down there than other parts of the country. And if you were to go down to southern Greece and catcall a woman, yeah, that might not be conducive to your life expectancy. Let's just leave it at that. But in other news, Tim? What is MTLB doing?
MTLB, are you talking about the newly released trebuchet variant?
Yeah, I saw the trebuchet variant. Oh my god, I'm waiting for the flaming pots, right, to go, careening toward the Ukrainian positions. We're hearing, from this is from the Russians themselves. This isn't like, we're not talking BS. We're talking about Russian units or groups of Russians complaining, making videos that they're being sent with the ammunitions and the actual entrenching tool as the primary weapon. So, it's harkening back to the that great scene from Enemy at the Gates. If you remember that movie, Tim, there's a guy on top of a truck, and they're handing out weapons to every other guy, to every other Soviet soldier. And he's yelling that the first man shoots, and if the first man falls or dies, the second man picks up the rifle and then he shoots. This is pretty much where the Russians have gotten to.
Well, I mean, this is a thing in the Russian military tradition, right? They're very proud of their shovel. The shovel is it's a design that basically hasn't changed in 130, 140 years. Actually, originally designed by a Danish man, funnily enough, but sold to the Imperial Russian Army. And they're very proud of this shovel. And the use of the shovel in close combat does form a part of Russian military doctrine and Russian military training.
Yeah.
So this is something they actually do. Right?
Yeah, but it was also part. Let's be honest. There was also a part of military training and doctrine. Both I'm not sure about the British. I can just tell you, the French and the German armies in World War One, they would actually sharpen the edges, wield it as an axe in trench warfare. But we're talking. This is World War One. Hopefully, you're not getting into combat situations where you have to wield your entrenching tool as an axe. It's absolutely insane. They're just they've reverted to World War II and just mass suicide waves. That's what we're seeing. We just need to get Ukrainians more firepower and everybody made fun of the Maxim guns, but we've discussed it here. But right now, a Maxim gun, because it has a water-cooled jacket, can pretty much fire pretty much all day till you wear out the barrel. Hey, more ammo for those things is good.
Well, absolutely. And this was, well, a couple of things to unpack there. So, yeah, I mean, during the Great War, hand-to-hand combat became something they started to examine in a lot more detail. So, for example, there was a controversy before the Great War about bayonet reach, and it was quite rightly thought that there would be basically in bayonet fighting, what you basically got is a spear. Right? You've got a rifle with you've got a rifle with a spike on the end. So that's your close combat weapon. And so it was thought that the longer your rifle, the greater advantage you would have in close combat. It was literally true. But this was brought to extreme degrees, and so the French issue rifle, the 8mm lapel, well, I think it was over 5 feet long. Yeah. I mean, it was a preposterously long weapon, and it kept getting longer and longer with its different iterations.
Extremely difficult to charge.
Yes, and it kept getting longer with its various iterations because they thought that actually, if this comes to a bayonet fight, which was it was expected to, the man with the longer rifle would have an advantage. This kind of this logic kind of evaporated a bit early in the war when the ability to fire rapidly and accurately became more important. However, they did start issuing towards the end of the war, particularly the Germans did start issuing trench clubs. So there was this move towards issuing effective hand-to-hand combat weaponry that the German army adopted as doctrine.
Yeah, and so did the Americans came out with a 1917 trench knife that included almost had like a brass knuckles type handle to it. But the other problem with those long rifles was once you jumped in the trench, the unwieldy, because it was so long, it became a hindrance. There was guys that would jump in and use an entrenching tool and actually use the long bayonet as a knife weapon. They would just actually take it off the rifle and jump in there using the two-handed combat with a entrenching tool in one hand and a fighting knife in the other. Became more effective for the more seasoned guys that were left by 1917, 1918.
May I have a speech for a while?
Yes, of course. Oh, sorry, hang on, a poodle's going crazy. We do appreciate it if you'd raise your hand, but by all means, go ahead, Jens.
Yeah. My father is actually, he was atomic physics, and he's born in Sweden in 28 or something. He passed away 3 or 4 years ago. But he always, I'm born actually in Berlin. So he's working at the Maitner Institute in Berlin. I think they have changed the word to Hahn physics or something in Berlin. But when I heard he's talking about his life when he nearly has passed away, so it's really interesting. He has never thought about how important he was in the history, so to say, or his pa was the Swedish SKF, the Swedish ball bearing company. He was head of a chief in Stuttgart when the Cold War actually raced in the old world, and his father flew away on a moped and get through the Swedish board by the Swedish buses in the Cold War. So and then he flew to America and started then a new era on the ball bearing area. I don't know. It's really famous ball bearing in. I don't know. I can't figure out the name now.
Jens, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Yeah.
We are a space that's focused on the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah.
If you have something related to that to contribute, please do go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. It's just my father was always when he was grown up, he was integrated with these Nazi groups. He was what do you call it? That's a common thing in Germany then, as a scout or something, but he didn't like it, so to say.
Yeah, so I mean, we are all aware of the Hitler Youth. Can you please land the plane?
Yeah.
We are a Ukraine-focused space.
Yeah, I just try to. I'm interested in history, so to say. So it's a very strange area that we live in now. So I can't explain it. No. Maybe I go out.
Thank you very much, Jens. As I've said, we are a Ukraine-focused space. We like to discuss Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. If you have something relevant to contribute, you are very welcome up as a speaker. If you come up in bad faith, I'm not saying Jens did, but if you come up in bad faith, you are very likely to have an interview made of you. In the meantime, sorry, I'm eating a chip. We're about to try, Axel, Baltic Snow Tiger and I are about to try some Leopard Main Battle Beer. So here we go, with the master brewer here at Humalakoda in sunny Tallinn. So what do we think? What do we think?
It smells a bit grainy. Yeah.
It's a quite heavily hopped.
Yeah, very heavily hopped. It's grainy. I agree.
Cheers. Cheers. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's rather good actually. It's not too strong.
It's a lager that's super hoppy.
Very hoppy for a lager. That's rather nice actually. As someone who's not hugely into craft beer, that's actually rather good.
It's not this citrusy stuff. No, it's great. No, it's a German hop. Yeah, German hop. Absolutely, I agree. Maybe Czech. Yeah, it could be because there's this softness to it.
Yeah. Do you want to talk a little about it? Do you want to
Very decent lager. It's extremely well brewed. It's unfinished. It's different than any lager I've had.
Absolutely. Can you all hear Axel? Okay.
Yes, we hear them.
It's like Urkel level of bitterness. Yes. That is eminently drinkable.
That's rather good.
It is very good. Yeah. Olaf Brewing, Savonlinna. Never heard of them. Small brewery. They're very cool. I'll get you in touch with the guy. This is, stunning stuff.
A good job that it's not strong, Tim. Because you got the afternoon off.
Absolutely. Well, I don't have the afternoon off exactly because I've got to talk to you idiots. I mean, I've got to co-host the space. Yeah, it's
Hello, can you hear me? Pudding is there, but I've been trying to use decoding on China and the mythology there. It started, I think, with the Qin Dynasty, 1st century AD. And I don't know enough about Chinese history, but Mongolia, the Khans were very much involved with Muscovy, the Khanates. So I don't know if it's more Khanate or more the mythology that China as an empire is now creating, with Xi Jinping taking over Taiwan, now supporting Russia. So just a thought. I don't know if decoding has ever thought anything about this. Thank you.
Well, maybe decoding have hurt you, because I think he's maybe still in the listeners. Maybe he comes back up. In the meantime, I have some other news, and this is also from conscripts, the Russian conscripts, that almost 10,000 Russian military have contacted the Ukrainian surrender hotline in 6 months. 14 million people have visited the project website in 6 months of the operation. So that's a lot of conscripts that are not very happy with the situation they are in.
Now I remember what I'm supposed to say.
Okay, do go ahead.
If you can actually contaminate the shoots or the bullets or something, like with radioactive isotopes with special grounds, then you can actually
No, that would achieve very, very little, because radiation poisoning, even highly acute radiation poisoning, takes several weeks to kill you.
No, I don't mean to. If I was at the Swedish when I gave blood, and you have the special isotopes that you can.
Okay, I don't think we need to know about that. In the meantime, Mr. M will come up as co-host, and I will drop out for a few minutes so I can eat my lunch. So thank you very much, Mr. M. I'm sure Mockers and George will assist you. And take it away. Thank you very much.
All clear. I don't see some hands up, but if somebody wants to come up, I'm gonna be co-host in a few moments. Yes, I am the co-host now, so if you want to come up, you can push the button in the lower left corner. I see there is some hand up, and this is, I don't see your name. Peace, love, light.
Hello, this is Maria from Sweden.
Hello.
Hello. I just want to talk about this with the Nazi thing and contra Putin. We have to have in mind that Putin sees himself as the 3 big musketeers of Russia: Stalin, Lenin, and then Putin. And now when Putin talks about Nazis, I don't think he means that people are Nazis. I think he has only Hitler in his mind. And actually, it wasn't the Russians who won the war, the Second World War. It was the US that came with the bomb planes. And after that, the Russians came and released the camps. So when Putin throws out the word Nazis, it's a little bit to scare people, but he don't care about anyone else than authorities, and this was a 3-day operation that should be over, and now it's over a year that has passed by. So I think this 3-day operation was to take Zelensky and put in someone else that he could control. So in my opinion, when the word Nazi comes up together with the name Putin, it's Hitler, and he's only speaking about the dictators. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well, it's a bit different. Putin sees himself as the liberator of Europe since the Second World War, when they fighted the Nazis. And if he says Nazis, we all know what he means with that. He sees every Ukrainian and people as a Nazi. So it is not only that he thinks about Hitler, it's more about naming people and to justify his actions in Ukraine. So we all know what he really meant with when he says Nazis. That's a little thing I want to add to it. Ioana, you want to react on it?
Yeah, so basically I wanted to say exactly what you said, Mr. M. So Russians have this narrative since the World War II that they are the ones that freed the world from the Nazis. They are the ones that defeated Nazis Germany in the Second World War without the help of anyone, which is not true because Russia was helped and they received thousands of tanks and planes and whatever from the allies during the war in order for them to fight this war. So this narrative is embedded in the minds of the Russians. And if they hear that now again Russia is at war with the Nazis, maybe this will mobilize them. So that's why Putin is using this word and this narrative to mobilize his people inside Russia, to make them believe that they are fighting something important. And of course, in Ukraine, at one moment, as in every country, there were some people that were extreme right. Very few of them, really very few, and we have extreme right people in every country. So they are using it and they are multiplying it and they are claiming now that all Ukrainians are Nazis, which is false. And the President Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, is actually a Jew. So if there is a Nazi Jew, this is really, really strange. And we have to note here that Ukraine is among the less anti-Semitic countries in the world. They are really welcoming any type of ethnicity and religion. There are a lot of diverse ethnic people in Ukraine, and also many religions. There are Muslims, there are Tatars, there are Jews, and they are welcoming them to in Ukraine. So there is no question about Ukraine being a Nazi country. Russia is using this, Putin is using this just to justify a war of aggression against Ukraine, which is, of course, an invasion, and we should be very aware of that. It's not just Putin, and it's not about just the leaders. He's using this narrative as well as other narratives just to try to put an understandable purpose to this war.
Absolutely. And I think another thing that's very important to remember is the way Russia uses this word, right? These words like Nazi, these words like fascist, they use them in a very esoteric way that only Russia would recognize. Excuse me, I'm just digesting some chips. So they use this word. It's a very evocative word in Western political discourse. It means a specific political tendency that has its place in history, shall we say. And so when you use that word, it conjures up a certain image in the Western mind. Russia knows this, so Russia abuses this word. And when they say Nazi, they mean anybody who disagrees with the Kremlin. That's literally what it means. It's that basic. It's that dishonest. It's that simple. When they call somebody a Nazi, they mean anybody who does not do what the Kremlin tells them to do. So Ukraine are Nazis. We're all Nazis. The UK definitely Nazi, particularly Wales. Yeah, it's preposterous. It's a game they know how to play very well. It's a form of mudslinging. It's a dog whistle it's a form of dog whistle politics in that they are using that word because they know how politically powerful it is in a Western system that rejects that ideology. So, yeah, that's my take. Thank you to Joanna for your explanation. I'll pass it back to Mr.
Casual fella, you had something to add?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge that yes, this is a false narrative that is used routinely, but I wanted to take a step or two back away from the actual refutation of this false narrative and point out that there is a timeline to us reacting to these points that people are bringing up. Middle and late last week, there was another episode of news refutations and twits, and otherwise blipverts coming out in the meme space in Switzerland and a couple other countries, but I do remember Switzerland asserting this Nazi theme and trying to normalize it, and then 3 to 5 days later, we here in this space end up devoting large portions of a broadcast session to refuting it. This look backwards is a larger view of how our narrative here is shaped and pushed away from something else that the Kremlin doesn't want us to talk about. The forays into other non-conventional means of warfare being one of them. And they really don't want us to start looking into everything else that they're trying. I would point out their recent successful use of maritime drones in bringing down a bridge. They're really nervous about us reacting to it. Also, their reticence to ask Iran for long-range missiles, fearing that we would just, of course, give Ukraine ATACMS and other medium-range ballistic missiles.
Thank you very much, casual fella. Let's go to Robin, please. Robin.
Yeah, hi. A lot of what we've been discussing in the last few minutes has to do with language, and there's a language issue that I perhaps am a little pedantic, but I think it's a very important one. What happened before 91, any of that history, it wasn't Russia that did anything, it was the Soviet Union. And the Russia has tried to co-opt all of the history of the positive history of the Soviet Union and make it Russia. This is why they think they have a right to a seat in the Security Council. When they cite the number of people in the Red Army who were killed during World War II, they always say Russians, when in fact it was millions of Ukrainians. I think it's really, really important that we don't fall into that. We don't let Russia dictate the terms that we use. It was the Soviets before 1991. It was not the Russians, and the part of the Soviets, as I said, were Ukrainians also. So I think it's extremely important. For example, I think Auschwitz was liberated by mostly Ukrainian troops, if I remember correctly. Just a side point, though. But anyway, as I said, I think it's very important that we don't refer to pre-91 history as Russian history. It's not. It was Soviet history. Okay, thank you. It's Slava Ukraini.
Heel en Slaven.
Thank you very much, Robin. Important points indeed. Let's go to George. George.
I'm going to take this time just to point out two things. One is going to be a public service announcement. Well, let's start off with the weather in Bakhmut is going to be above freezing for the rest of this week. That means there's going to be a lot of soggy, muddy conditions. In respect to that, that's going to make road conditions poor at best. For the Ukrainians on here, please bear with me. If you have family in areas that are in the immediate conflicts or immediate shelling, like let's say like Bakhmut, please advise them to get the hell out of there before the Russians are actually in the town or in the city or in the village. This we always hear here in the United States. We get evacuation notices for hurricanes and things like that, and people don't evacuate, and then we have to put first responders, police, firemen, water rescue crews in danger and harm's way because they now have to go and rescue those people that refuse to leave. And this is what happens because Ukrainians have empathy. They're still trying to evacuate citizens out of Bakhmut. We hear on this space we talk in truths. We don't talk in nonsense. And let's be honest, God is putting Ukrainian men and women in harm's way. We have to face the facts. If those people had evacuated, maybe the battle would be going on a little bit differently. It's a little bit of speculation on my part, but having been there where we've had to evacuate citizens before, when you sit there and stay, you're putting your fellow countrymen at risk. So please, please, please do your best to get these people to get out of there before they have to put their own soldiers in harm's way. Okay, because at this point, if you're obstinate, I can understand if you're low mobility, elderly that might not have a ride, whatever. Accommodations need to be made. But if you're obstinate that I'm going to stay, this is my house. I've lived here all my life. Well, guess what? Those 5-6 soldiers that just died trying to rescue your stupid ass, that's on you. And I hate to put it that way, but that's the damn truth. So please, don't think of yourself. Think about the guys and gals that are putting their lives on risk defending your country. You should be behind them, not in front of them. So please, if you're Ukrainian, please pass that message along. At that point, you're not being brave. You're just being reckless. You're being reckless with other people's lives. So please, moving forward, if you're asked to get the fuck out of there, get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I discussed with our friend Natalia Andreeva, the investigative journalist who's based out of Zaporizhia, but she makes regular trips to Bakhmut. This information is about a month old, so the situation may have changed. But her information was that there are about 1,000 to 1,500 people, civilians still left in Bakhmut. And primarily they are people who are there for economic reasons, right? So they're not bloody minded about it. They're not saying, well, this is my home, I'll never leave. They're people who don't really have anywhere else to go. And this is important. Ukraine does have an issue with resources when it comes to dealing with internally displaced persons.
And that's why we have to help even more, Tim. But what I'm saying is, I understand that, but we still the damage that's being done, or the damage that can be done, to the country. You know, when you're starting to get guys and gals that are seasoned troops putting danger in danger. That's a huge problem.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's a good reason to help more, to donate more, to assist Ukraine where you can. But my aim is to explain here, and the explanation I have is that the people who are there because number one, they have nowhere else to go, and number two, if they did have somewhere else to go, they don't have the resources to get there, and this is why they're still there. So they're kind of at the sharp end of a serious economic problem in Ukraine, yes. And that is the resources needed to deal with literally millions of internally displaced people. Last time I checked, there were around 9 million internally displaced people in Ukraine. Like, that's a lot of people for the government to take care of.
That's true. That is true. And I'm just going to repeat this. I know myself. I'd rather be internally displaced and maybe, obviously that's a huge, it's not inconvenience. That's a huge, burden, but I wouldn't want to have the burden of some 19, 20, 25-year-old, 26-year-old girl or young man being put in harm's way because of that. Do you see what I'm saying? There's two pills. And you got to. One is you're going to be internally displaced. The other one is you cost other people's lives. And I don't know how you pick I'm going to cost other. That's how it needs to be explained. Moving forward, it needs to be explained. That's what they're doing. And I know because I have friends and family that help evacuate these people, and they get there before all the shit starts hitting the fan, and they ask, say, hey, look, we'll give you a ride, we'll make do with later with accommodations and things like that, but we need to get you out of here. And they're like, no. But I think what needs to happen is the government needs to make this. The government needs to make this and sit there and say, listen, we will try our best. We will get you accommodations. We will ask the people of Ukraine to take other families into their houses. I'm sure that if that becomes a public plea by the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainians themselves are going to open their arms to their own people. But the offset has to be, and the Ukrainian government has to be firm and say, if you don't evacuate, this is what you're doing. This is what you're doing. And when it comes to this, you can't sugarcoat it. You have to put it in reality. And that is the reality. That is a huge reality, because now you're using military vehicles to evacuate civilians under bombardment, under deteriorating conditions. Whereas 3, 4, 5 months ago, you could have brought in a bunch of buses and busted them the hell out of there. That's the difference. And this is why the Ukrainian government needs to be very frank with their people and very honest and say, look, I am pleading with you. Please do this. I'm pleading with the other Ukrainian citizens. If you have an extra room, if you can afford a family, help out, whatever, we'll help as best as we can, but we need everybody in this together. Because to lose soldiers, to rescue 1,000 or 1,500 civilians, it's bad. It's not good.
Sure, I don't doubt that, and I think it's a point well made. But as I've said, there are quite profound operational and economic reasons why this situation persists. I don't know if the situation is still as acute as it was. As I said, my information is about a month old. But last time I checked, it was around between 1,000 and 15 civilians still left in Bakhmut, predominantly stranded there because they can't afford to leave and they have nowhere to go if they do leave. Yeah, That's my information. I'm sure the Ukrainian government are doing their absolute best to get people out before any withdrawal. After all, they are Ukrainian citizens, and Russia is a genocidaire. I see we have Florian coming up, but in the meantime, let's go to Casual Fella.
Tim, can I say one more thing really quick on this?
George, hold on a second, George. I want to acknowledge your heartfelt pleas. We all remember Katrina and other hurricanes. I have a lot of family in southern Louisiana that not only, it's not that they would not.
Did we lose him?
I believe so.
Hi, sorry, I think we've just lost Casual Fella. George,
Tim,
you had something to say.
Yeah. And this is on the side. There's another note for my American listeners, and there is a program here in the United States. It's called, I think, believe United for Ukraine, where you can bring your. Yes. Casual, you're breaking in and out, my man.
Go ahead, Casual. Casual?
I'm here. Somehow I keep getting turned off and not touching anything. But anyway, George, I wanted to say that the citizens and soldiers and relief aid workers explicitly, and I feel what you're saying. I am a relief worker. I am an ex-military man. I have to understand and respect their values as a society. Their citizens have different values than ours, and that will, yes, I know this is hard to understand for a lot of people. They are intimately tied to their land. They have suffered over 1,000 years to maintain their place in this world on that land. They have a much richer, deeper history with that land. They all understand this. And when we come in there and say, all right, everybody out, it's akin to somebody else coming here to America and say, all right, nobody's Christian anymore. We're all Catholics. They have this kind of a value system. Yes, we are imperiling any relief workers and soldiers that go in there to aid and remove these people, but they already understand this. And they would like just a little bit more of us to understand that they have a different, more invested value system in this fight than we do.
Oh, trust me, I'm Greek. You want to talk about being tied to their land? You're talking about people that have been holding on to those rocks, that everybody likes to go vacation at for like 4,000 years. But what I'm saying is, it comes to the point where you have to realize that, hey, phew, I'm endangering a lot more people than just myself or my immediate family. What I wanted to say, Tim, there is a program called United for Ukraine here in the United States where you can bring your loved one. It's a temporary visa. It's 2 years. You can bring your loved ones here. We are actually in the process of bringing most of our family. Uncle is going to stay behind, and he's going to be using his house and to refuge 2 other families, that used to work for him that are displaced now, so that they can have more room. And we're going to be bringing some family members over here to the United States. It's for a 2-year program. It's good because they're allowed to get basic medical care, so you don't have to worry about, God forbid, hey, someone can get a hot gallbladder, and you never know. So, and we know what the medical costs here in the United States, but that's covered by this program, and it's for 2 years, and they actually can work if they so choose to. So please, if you are if you have family and you're living in the United States, and you know they're going through a hard time or something like that, please take advantage of this program. It can help alleviate some of the strain on Ukraine itself. Okay, so like I said,
Can somebody put links to that up in the nest? George,
Yeah,
if you could give
Casual
it-
Steel, please, please,
Yeah.
please, please. Please don't interrupt. If you have something to say, stick your hand up. We would like, it is a good point. I was about to ask George, if you have more if you have more information on this, George, could you please nest a tweet or something?
yes, I'm gonna try to get a link, you know, and some other family members will be coming here, and that way he can house. He is already housing another family in the house, so we're gonna get 2 more in there. So it's a way to alleviate the strain on the Ukrainian system. So please, you know, look into this, people. I'll give me a little bit of time. Try to get the good links, and post them to the nest, and it's a great program that's being offered by the United States. And, like I said, they can stay up to 2 years. So if you're listening and you're here in the stateside, please look into it.
Fantastic, thank you very much, and please do nest a tweet about that if you have one, George. Florian, welcome. Very good afternoon.
Hello. I don't know if it fits in the conversation, but it can give you update on the Swiss export of war material situation, because it's going to be discussed this week in Parliament.
Please go ahead. That would be very interesting.
So our government, called the Federal Council, came this morning with a statement to Parliament. And there's 2 initiatives. One initiative says we can export something or revoke the non-export license in the case it's a war of aggression. And the other one was to basically that all re-export restrictions expire after some time. Unfortunately, they made a statement against both initiatives, saying they interpret neutrality by the Hague Convention of 1907, which simply says we give war material to everybody or to none. So let's see what Parliament does. That's really, really bad. And it's really, really cowardly. I was really furious to read this morning. And it's a very, very strange legal position. I was never invoked before. However, on the German request on selling back the Leopards 1 and Leopard 2s, they didn't say anything, which is interesting. So they made no statement in favor or against it, because all 3 things will be now in Parliament and discussed in Parliament, or maybe even the first vote on the law being done this week.
Florian, is it correct to summarize this as the sale back of material, which specifically has been requested for backfilling, is essentially a repatriation under, and therefore has no relevance for the neutrality consideration? Point 1.
Yes.
And point
Yes.
2. Okay, we're in agreement. Good. So therefore, the request as formulated by the German government can be easily complied with, correct?
Yes, what Parliament has to do, it has to put the stock of tanks sort of out of commission of the Swiss army. That's what Parliament needs to do.
Yes. Okay.
And the army has requested 34 of the 96. So it would allow, the army said 62 can go. That was the Department of the Army said. 62 can go, no problem. Anyway, they want to buy new tanks. Now Parliament has to formally put them out of commission.
Good.
And the Federal Council made no statement on it, which is interesting. So that gives some chance that this will happen.
Yeah, that's what my understanding was also from Saturday. Now, the second part is that then there is the question of the regulation for RUAG, and maybe you want to explain to people what RUAG is. For RUAG, where they have concluded the deal with the Italians selling the Leopard 1A5s, which the Italians have, and still those are domiciled in Italy still today in storage. RUAG completed the sale. I do not know whether all the funds have already flowed. I just don't know. If they have, okay, so be it. Then the contract technically
is about to be completed unless the Italians were to play hardball and say, yeah, well, you paid, but we renege on the contract. We're just not going to deliver them. Thank you. That's the only possibility to do this in a adversarial fashion, which is doable. But having said this, the other version would be that the regulation applying to RUAC, that tanks bought, meaning in this case, old recce tanks, which are bought to, as I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, to supplement the defense capacity of the Swiss Army potentially, or to be used for onward sale by RUAC as an asset manager, that those could be sold on. Now, RUAC cannot sell into a conflict zone unless that regulation changes. Is that correct?
Yes, or the other talk is that RUAC, from its side, doesn't complete the sale and agrees on sort of voiding the contract. RUAC is the Swiss government-owned agency and company for armaments production within Switzerland, and it's there's a bit of aerospace, part of the Ariane consortium. But also there was no statement on that, nothing.
So avoiding the contract is both in the interest of RUAC at this point in time, because they really don't want to have any further troubles in future with European weapon systems deliveries, right?
Yes. Yes, and since the government didn't say anything, I think they leave it in the commercial space. And this made it the thing. And I suspect now that Parliament by next week will let the Leopard 2 thing go ahead, put them out of commission, while not agreeing to the voiding of the re-export rules. But the way they did it legally was just very, very disappointing. I think they're still very afraid to take a position, unfortunately, and it comes down to the very, very weak members of this government who are also very unexperienced in foreign affairs, especially.
This brings us back to the Italians, right? Because the Italian ministerial bureaucracy is extremely experienced, as we all know. They're very well capable of dealing with all these things. So the Italians may just pressurize the deal by saying, hey, you know what? Thank you very much. We're not going to complete it. You don't want to complete it. That's all fine. We'll keep them because we as Italy want to sell those. Actually, we want to donate those 1A5s to Ukraine in order to comply with the requirements the Americans have put upon us within the coalition of the willing, because that's what the deal is.
Yes, I think that would go ahead. And also on the Leopard 2s, Germany wrote it in the right way. It stays within a non-conflict zone within NATO, of course, in order to release other tanks to Ukraine. But that formally complies with all the rules. And since it's original German stuff, part of it was manufactured in Switzerland, if I remember correctly. This is the best chance that this goes ahead.
Now, what about the Gepard ammunition?
That is touched by the re-export license or its voidance. And if Parliament is not accepting the initiative of the Security Commission of the lower house of Parliament, it will not go ahead. Even so, there was somebody wrote that Gepard munition was actually used in training in Germany and being it doesn't exist anymore. Because you could train the Ukrainians in Germany on that munition. And anyway, Rheinmetall is now producing this in Germany, so I think the issue is about being basically gone. It's never been talked here in the media anymore.
I'd like a quick question about this this issue of neutrality. As you said, the Swiss seem to be using a Hague Convention definition. Is this you seem to think this is very unusual? Is it so unusual? I mean, what do the other neutral powers work on?
In the case of Austria, I know it goes back to the UN conventions. It is right, Switzerland's neutrality is based on the 1907 Hague Convention. but it's a very, very strict one, simply saying we don't involve in either side of a war, and if we supply weapons, we supply all or none. But international law has moved on considerably since 1907. And on the other hand, there's this internal argument, we're not really neutral because we support all the EU sanction and other measures against Russia, which we do. And that's why I'm not fully neutral in the sense of staying totally aside. And I think this shows to me an utter confusion at the higher level of government, who are not used to make any stance in anything. I remember Mr. Cassis telling us total nonsense in the first press conferences when the war started. I think it will go down another round and another round. However, what is good, the major leading liberal or conservative newspaper such as the NZZ, again on Friday, wrote a long opinion article on that our stance is total nuts now, that it makes no sense. It endangers, in the long run, Switzerland's commercial position, because we are relying so much on the international order of things, and we need to finally do something, at least on the tank side, because it's sort of reselling German stuff that anyway is under German export controls.
River.
Yeah, so the U.S. used to have that interpretation as well during World War I, and we were quite willing to sell armaments to any of the parties in World War I, at least in the early parts of the war. But the problem was the Central Powers couldn't really get here. Germany had a couple of cargo submarines, and that was about it. So why not just tell the Russians, yeah, you can buy whatever you want that you have cash for, and you can arrange your own transport for it. I mean, it's not like you guys have deep water ports.
A friend of the space, by the way, just highlighted, but we were chit-chatting briefly whilst finishing lunch, and we were chit-chatting about the fact that at the moment the 96 are still Italian tanks, and that but somehow by getting things done, Switzerland could become one of the largest Leopard tank delivering countries in Europe by the strike of just simply two parliamentary acts. Oh, sorry, one parliamentary act and one being countenancing, say, the interpretation of a government resolution to allow RUAG to do the honorable and right thing, if that's the case. But in any event, it doesn't really matter. These are all tanks made in the German-speaking environment, and nobody cares. They should all go. They should all go where they belong, into their natural habitat, and more of them, especially the Greek tanks.
Well, I have seen yesterday a video of a harbor somewhere in, I believe it was Germany, and if you see that video, it's very impressive with all the materials and all the vehicles that are standing there. If that is coming to Ukraine, a big surprise. A big surprise. Clyde, you have your hand up.
Sorry if this has been covered already. What's the feeling about the Zelensky's meeting with the general staff this morning, today, saying that Bakhmut's going to be defended and reinforced, and they're bringing up more reinforcements?
Raver.
So statements like that never mean exactly what they say. They can, but they can also be misdirection. Okay, the Russians are now going to think, okay, the Ukrainians are going to come, let's send more in there, and the Ukrainians actually, do something else. We saw that at Lyman. So you can't really trust pronouncements from combatant governments because they're always trying to shape an information space.
I wondered about that if it was fakery, but anyway, there had been statements made about heavy armor heading east from central Ukraine, and that maybe reinforcements were on the way. I think that was said on Saturday or so. So anyway,
Well, to my observation, the pattern typically for the Ukrainian government is if they don't seem to misdirect very much. If they don't wish information to be known, they just don't say anything about an issue, right? So the pattern with the Ukrainian government seems to be, if they say something, then they're going to do it. If they don't say anything, then they may or may not do it. So it seems to be a more interesting thing to observe is the absence of information than the presence of information when it comes to the Ukrainian government, right? I think it was who was it? Philip Glass who said that there's more music in the rests than the notes. I think that's probably true with the Ukrainian government. Raver, what do you think?
So I'm going to disagree with you because in the lead up to the battles around Lyman, all we were hearing from Ukrainian units, from the Ukrainian government is, Kherson, here we come, Kherson, here we come. And then all of a sudden, and the Russians moved everything they had into that area, thinking that's where there was going to be a decisive battle. And then the Ukrainians just absolutely waffle stomped them at Lyman.
Yes, that was a deliberate diversion. So, what you said, Russians moved all their equipment to the south and to the area of Kherson, and in the meantime, the Ukrainians were deliberating big pieces of the north. So that was a deliberate disinformation.
I see. I'm unsure about that. I think what was going on there may have been that the Ukrainian side were reinforcing a mistaken idea that the Russian side already had. But I don't know. But perhaps you're right, Raver. Perhaps I'm not. Let's go to Florian.
Sorry, Twitter crashed before when Axel spoke about the friend of the space said something. You could repeat it. I'd like to hear it. That's why I cycled down and came up again.
Axel is slightly indisposed. He will get to that very shortly. I'm not entirely sure. I can't recall what he said about a friend of the space.
Because I think it was something I said to the position of Switzerland. I can only repeat. I'm to a degree disappointed, but I hope that the Leopard tank thing now goes through, and the other thing will go to our endless loops of slow decision making. We're probably the slowest country to make any decisions worldwide.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, Florian. No, friend of the space and I were chatting in the background whilst we were finishing lunch here, and he was just making the joke that essentially, with the stroke of a pen in Parliament, Switzerland could become one of the biggest tank delivering countries within Europe to Ukraine.
Correct.
To which I replied that the 96 1A5s technically are still Italian.
Yeah, right. You're right. There would have been only Swiss, but there will not be.
Sorry, and Florian, I also added that it doesn't really matter whether any of the German-speaking Leopards, whether ones or twos, are delivered by whom. It only matters that they all go. And then I added in order to tease up our friend George, because our Greek friends really need to get some cojones now. The Greek tanks need to go. They have lots of them, and they have to be there. If you want to save Mariupol, Melitopol, Simferopol, Sevastopol, and Kherson Oblast, you need to send those tanks.
George, what is the Greek for cojones?
It's called archidia. If you don't have archidia, I don't know what to tell you. But you know, it's in even in modern Greek, when you say archidia, doesn't mean testes per se. It just means that you have the guts. So that's what
My
it means.
my guess would have been dolmades. You know, that man has some dolmades on it.
No, Domadas, no. You know, was it Garibaldi? You know, after his, I think it was his second victory when he was uniting Italy. Someone asked him, you know, the financiers asked him what he needed, and he said he needed more. The phrase was "Archidia Calabrese." He needed more men from Calabria, because those guys had put up a very, very good fight. So,
Men from Calabria have a particularly weighty testicular mass, do they?
I don't know, but they had the guts to help him win his second battle. So they became a favorite unit of his, and his battles moving forward.
Fantastic, thank you. Let's go to Raver. Raver.
Yeah, I heard George talking, and we've been talking about Leopard tanks to Ukraine. Let's swap a little bit, because one of the things me and George have been discussing in a private chat is the absolutely insane Russian efforts to weld a naval anti-aircraft turret to the top of a MTLB, or several of them. Anybody got any thoughts on what the hell they're trying to do there? I've looked at it multiple ways, and I just don't see how this could be a functional system.
Well, surely one weapon shield is as good as another.
Raver, I honestly think they're just trying to get firepower to the front. You know, so they're like, oh, those dual 25 millimeters or whatever, or 23 I guess they're 23 millimeters. You know, is better than nothing. So that's what they're trying to do. You know, with an open top turret there, yikes, and a 50 cal clobbering in. And the fact is, if it hits like a ditch, isn't it going to be top heavy? Won't that thing just fall over? That's what I'm thinking. That thing's got to be top heavy as hell.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I actually think it is twin 25s on what I read. It was specific to the Soviet Navy. It's an open top single man naval mount for light anti-aircraft. There's not even any way to reload the damn thing.
It's not worth
under fire.
Discussing, Raver. It's really not worth discussing.
Yeah, it is, because it's funny.
Oh, we've done this now for 3 days.
But I mean, it leads us to think if the trebuchet and the ballista is going to be next. So
this has already been photoshopped. I mean, discovered through open source intelligence by our friend Chris Windley with the Malamutes. A trebuchet mounted. Oh gosh, I forgot what they're called. BTR BMP has already been developed by the Russian army.
And that just goes to show you where this war is headed. So, you know, there's reports of Bradley's roaming the highways and byways of Ukraine. and the Russians are trying to weld together, some Mad Max shit. And we're not talking about this. And we've seen the Ukrainian territorial guard guys having to drive in with SUVs and pickup trucks and things like that. But we're not talking about that. This is Russian regular army units that are going to be receiving whatever the hell this thing is. So once again, the second strongest army in the world. Yep, Vatniks keep believing that.
Well, I mean, we're assuming this is an anti-aircraft mount, right? I mean, they could just be sticking a gun on the back of an APC, making it, kind of a WMIC type thing. I mean, do you think it's a bit of a brave assumption that it's specifically for anti-aircraft?
So hey George. So to answer that question, the mount itself is the 2M3 naval mount developed at the end of World War II. So it's designed to have a near vertical elevation to it. So yeah, this is very much an anti-aircraft mount.
So is it that you think it's designed to put it toward the front and try to counter Ukrainian UAVs, which would be hard to hit with I don't know how. I mean, we're talking about this is not a powered turret, right, Raver? We're talking this is the two wheels, hand cranked, traverse and elevation.
Yeah, it's originally designed to be hydraulically powered with a manual backup. The MTLBs do not have an onboard hydraulic system, and even if they did, I don't think it would be big enough. So yeah, anti-drone work, but the problem is Ukraine uses LI-powered drones, and above 2,000 feet, you can't hear or see them for the most part. So where's the engagement for these things? They still can't see. They're still trying to use the Mark I eyeball. I just don't see a functional use for them. Oh, and George, one other thing. If you go onto the chat and look at one of those pictures, it looks like they're welding these things to the top of the MTLBs with MIG-TIG welders, not with gas.
Oh, for Christ's sake! So yeah, an explosion right to the right or left of it, that thing's just going to topple over. Just the weld's going to snap. The other thing I was going to say is maybe they think that they can use them against, some of the low-flying helicopters, but I don't, the helicopters aren't flying exactly on the front line. Remember, they're doing that pop-up, shoot their rockets, and then hauling the hell out of there. I don't think this
Maybe
thing
they are
has
trying.
engagement envelope.
George, sorry for the interruption, but maybe they're trying to shoot some drones with it. I can't.
Yeah, but the drones, like River just said, we're talking about the engagement envelope. The drones kind of fly kind of high. They're hard to hit. They're small. You can't barely hear them. Yeah. I just don't know. I think what they're going to do is use them as infantry support weapons.
No, I wish them good luck with that. Lexicon.
Oh, it was about something else. So if you still, I thought this was a Photoshop joke, these two weapons, but if you're talking about that, I'll wait.
It depends whether or not it's a joke. Depends on how many turrets you see in the picture. I've seen up to 6 turrets stacked on top of each other. I've also seen a Dalek. I've also seen a trebuchet. So it really depends. But let's park that for a moment, Lexicon. Let's go to 122. 122.
Also something slightly different. I'm seeing a lot of Ukrainian accounts that I follow type. Let's see if I get the translation. Glory to Ukraine. Just quite interesting. Seen plenty of them type it the past 20-30 minutes. Don't know if that means anything, but just quite interesting that all of them are typing it out there, tweeting it out there. Yeah, nothing important.
I think it's okay. So really quick, I think it's referencing. There is a video out, and it looks like I'm not going to post it to the nest. Even the blurred out version. There's a video out.
Oh, the
After-
execution.
of
Yeah.
an execution of a Ukrainian POW, and he's standing on his feet, and he he utters a phrase "Slava Ukraini," and at that point he is shot by he's executed by automatic rifle fire. So I think that's what it's probably referencing. But yeah, it's a heartbreaking video, but it just shows, just keeps proving what the well know that the Russians are absolute barbarians and a terrorist state. And what was it? The one missile attack. Now we have the death toll is 13 people, I believe. That was the one residential building, I believe, destroyed in Zaporozhye. There was no military targets around it. They just targeted the civilian structure. That's a terrorist bombing, if there ever was. They killed a young, three of the victims were a young couple and their 11-month-old baby. So that's who Russia is, and that's who they're always going to be. And there's also videos of because we allow these degenerates into our countries. There's a video of young Russians. Remember, they've been living outside of Russia, so they how can they be poisoned by the Putin propaganda? But they are cheering on their army and country's exploits and mocking the Ukrainians. Hey, where are all the people that make excuses for them? Not
And this
Russia.
is this is a point I make a fair bit, George.
What's that?
Is that sorry, George? This is a point I make a fair bit. Is that for all the censorship of media in Russia, Russians, even in Russia, have access to essentially the same information that we do. And there is a conscious moral choice going on about what they believe and the stance they take. And that conscious moral choice is the evil choice. It is actively taking the side of evil against everything they know in their hearts to be right and true. And this speaks of a deep moral sickness. A deep moral sickness.
Thank you. So
Yeah.
just really quick, I was in the on a shopping run yesterday, Tim. We were having some people coming over, so I went to this local Eastern European. Yeah, Eastern European store, and I was in there, and I ordered some things, and I told the lady behind the counter, instead of saying spasibo, I said daki. And of course, there were two Russian guys. I'm sure they were Russian. They had something to say to me in Russian. I didn't understand, but I think they quickly understood by my reaction that, saying very few words after that point would be behoove them. But that's what I'm talking about. And these are a-holes that have been living out of that shithole for 30 years, living here, driving around in their nice cars, enjoying the fruits of the West, yet, Daddy Putin. So, yeah. If when the war is over, if it becomes North Korea, I don't give a shit.
Couldn't agree more. Let's go to mockers. Mockers.
Just as I put food in my mouth. Perfect timing.
Sorry, spray that again.
Yeah, thanks. So, I was just going to say, that video that's purported to be of a Ukrainian prisoner of war being shot. I haven't watched it with the sound on, so I don't know what he says. But does he look like I don't know. I just think he looks a bit raggedy, his outfit. He's got no tape on him anywhere. I don't know who that guy is. So until he's identified, I can't say one way or the other. So I would say, please, people, don't get thoroughly incensed until we know the absolute truth.
No,
He says Slava Ukraini, and then he is
and he doesn't say it like a Russian would. His accent's Ukrainian, and he does have a Ukrainian patch on his uniform.
Okay. I was looking for tape on him, you see, and I didn't see it.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Lexicon.
Okay, if it's okay. This is something I'm certain you've already done and dusted, so tell me if you don't want to talk. I just realized from Daniel yesterday, got turned onto the whole, what was it called? Approved visit by Daniel Kaufman and Joseph Bronk maybe, and Rob Lee, anyway, to Bakhmut. Sanctioned visit, and of course they end up saying a number of dismaying things, and the weight of the whole thing is it attaches to strings of other conversation. So I just wondered if you'd come to some kind of conclusion on that discussion, or if you synthesized, a kind of view about what we should or shouldn't draw from it. A healthy dose of skepticism is always useful for us, and we know we can't just rely on constant enthusiasm no matter what. But nonetheless, he's talking about division, and talking about the impossibility of meeting the needs of, say, to do any counter attack anytime soon. Come to think about all that and what you've been saying.
George Raver, any takes?
So I don't have a frame of reference for what he's talking about. But are you saying Rob Lee was saying it's impossible to reinforce Bakhmut?
It's not exactly that. Yeah, they don't think it's feasible. The three of them, it's a blend, and you've got several posts by all of them, and I can't tell who exactly was on the mission. They talk about how important it is for us to see these things right up close, no matter what else we know. I know Daniel hates the Kaufman. But yeah, I was reading it yesterday as Daniel was crossing them up and down, so I got I don't want to go back to it till I feel good and ready. There's a lot of details that it's everything. It's that the supplies aren't functioning. It's that the approach was wrong, that it shouldn't have been built up so much if it couldn't be held, that Chasiv Yar is so near that you're not going to, you've got to go way further than that. Well, John Spencer yesterday was saying the same thing. They've got to fall back 20 kilometers. But at any rate, it was just it gave no grounds for optimism and a lot of grounds for pessimism, particularly from the view of the Ukrainian command, government and military as being divided and that sort of thing. I mean, they could have been working for the enemy, but they always, well, anyway, they act like they're neutral, right? And they have had good things to say, but yeah, I can't remember one clear feature, but yes, cannot be resupplied, cannot be saved, and that there are not the heavy armaments in play yet to be able to extract them, and that extraction is extremely, extremely difficult.
You wanna take on that?
So well, now that I had, because Mick Ryan said basically the same thing in a big essay he was talking about. Whether or not Bakhmut can be held depends on what the supply lines look like. If the supply lines are shot to hell or under enemy fire, well, then you have to pull out if you can't reestablish the supply lines. Regardless, whether or not Ukraine figures out a way to hold the city or decides it's time to fall back on Kramatorsk or the next little fortified hamlet, this is a victory for Ukraine. They have stopped the Russians cold for 7 months and forced the Russians to expend vast amounts of treasure and blood to take a city that now has no economic or military value to them. So it sucks that if Ukraine has to fight over another city, but hey, it is what it is. The Bakhmut's going to go down in the history books for its heroic stand, but it's in no way a defeat for Ukraine, even if the city is lost, because of the damage that was inflicted on the Russian army. The Russians have had to trade so much to get a ruined city that they don't have to use anywhere else. That's a victory for Ukraine, especially considering that Ukrainian units aren't shot up to the same amount because Ukraine keeps rotating units in and out. I've seen elements of multiple different international legion, the Belarusian Legion, the Georgian Legion, the 93rd Brigade. There's all these brigades have been rotating through, taking their time in the line and then pulling out and being replaced. So they're not shot out the way that the units down there are. So, I mean, hold or fall, this is a victory for Ukraine.
I think he's sort of, they're saying, or Kaufman especially, that those are sunk costs, that no, in fact, much more Ukrainian blood has been spilled than is being let on, that it's a really Pyrrhic victory for our side. And that once they've waited too long to be able to pull them out without unconscionable loss of life. It's pretty.
Yeah, Kaufman has been saying this for a long while. It's his argument for a long while that Ukraine has been spending too much time in Donbass. It's nothing new. It's fine. He's now been on site. I respect the fact that he's been there. Whether this is relevant or not, I can't judge, but I trust Mick Ryan's general view on these regards, given the fact that General Ryan has led troops and has done planning on a level which exceeds what Mr. Kaufman ever had to do or was allowed to do. I think that his judgment, which is extremely sober, very calm, very focused on what needs doing, rather than what supposedly someone has been doing wrong from an academic perspective, meaning a Kaufman perspective, is quite fine. I think Mick Ryan summarized it and Raver said it quite rightly. So the rest is just ballyhoo. It's grandstanding for clicks.
Thank you, Axel. Let's go to Florian, please. Florian.
I cannot comment much on the Bakhmut situation. However, I wanted to say Kaufman has been very often wrong. He expected a very short war.
Thank you for saying this. I tried to avoid this. I just highlighted what he had been saying for many months.
I started to read him at the start or before the war. I read a few things. I read Tyner and Kaufman, and I don't read him anymore. Let's say it this way. I wanted to comment something on how the Russians are behaving, because I know some Russians here in Switzerland. There's an interesting behavior. There's a group of Russians who immigrated in the 1990s, and there's a group of Russians who are expats of Russian companies. The expats of the Russian companies are totally in Putin because they make a living from that. And a lot of them already have left Switzerland because their jobs left. The banks don't have access anymore, and so on. On the Russians who came 20, 30 years ago and who often have children here, I've seen an interesting split. A lot of women with children decided to stay for Switzerland or the West and have separated. I've seen a few marriages, I think 4 or 5 collapse, where the guys are full on Putin, whereas the women, especially having children here, look in the reality of the situation and said, we can't do that. We're protesting or helping the Ukrainian, but it ended up in many marriages falling because the guys, I don't know why, because they still think they're losers in leaving Russia and so on, are spreading the propaganda. But I've seen, I think at least, if I count correctly, 5 marriages collapse where the women have decided against Russia and the guys have decided pro-Russia.
Thank you, Florian. Let's go to Joanna. Joanna.
Thank you, Tim. I wanted to comment on Bakhmut, but Axel did it already. What I wanted to say is this. The Ukrainians are not encircled in Bakhmut. There are at least 2 roads free to the west, and I've seen this assessment in the Ukrainian MOD and also from people, talking from there. There was a soldier from Bakhmut saying this morning in a recorded video. Also, there was a very interesting thread from Jay from JJ, something like this. I like his analysis, and he basically said that Ukrainians are preparing some kind of a drawer operation, like you shift something from a place to the other. They are doing a fighting retreat, and they are moving sideways to the west by a few kilometers on higher positions that are easily defendable and where they have already fortifications. And I'm an optimistic, so I really do hope that it is so. The Russians that are going to enter the city will get in a trap, because they will be like in the sight of the Ukrainians that have positions nearby. So now, right now, there is a media blackout. We don't know exactly what is happening, but until now, Ukrainian army did not a lot of things wrong. So I think I have faith in their assessment. I think that it's worth the fight if they decide that they want to fight. Let's look how Bakhmut looks right now. It's a destroyed city, as Vuhledar, as Soledar, as Marinka, and as other cities. Moving the fight to another city has costs also. Moving the fight to another city will mean civilians being hurt, and will mean other Ukrainian soldiers being hurt. If they feel that they can hold this position and they can prevent the fight to arrive to another city, I think it's worth it. Of course, I'm not a military expert, but let's wait 2 or 3 days, because we are waiting for Bakhmut to fall since 3 months ago, and it did not fall. So let's be optimistic a little bit.
7 months. 7 months, indeed. Bakhmut has been under attack since July. I think for me it goes back to something that our friend Gunny mentioned this morning, which I think is quite telling. There are two groups of people who care very, very deeply about what Bakhmut doing. Those two groups of people are Russians and their apologists, and non-military people. These are the groups who seem to care an enormous amount about what happens to the Ukrainian position in Bakhmut. People who have military experience and expertise, it's a nothing burger, and people who don't sympathize with the Russians, it's a nothing burger. So it's Bakhmut holds for as long as Ukraine wishes for it to hold, as far as I'm concerned. What do you think, Reva?
Well, I think I'd like to take everybody back in time a year, when it was relatively clear early in the war that Russia's main goals were to secure the north of Ukraine and seize Kharkiv and Kyiv, and to secure the coast of the Snazov, and then open up the doorway Odessa. Very deliberately did not try to throw the army into the JFO, because they knew it was going to get chewed up. They didn't decide to take that fight on until they were kicked out of the north and blocked from going anywhere else in the south. So the Russians knew a year ago that trying to fight for all these fortified cities was going to wreck their army. And Ukraine forced them to take that fight anyway. And now we're seeing why Russians initially tried to avoid it. Ukraine is just going to chew them up one battle after another until there's nothing left.
Thank you, Reva. Patricia.
Yeah, I think I would be a little more impressed with these guys on their visits to learn, their learning visits, if they also tended to look at the issue of, okay, this points up the need to whatever they think with all their apparent supposed knowledge, putative knowledge, that this points up the need to, let's say, move more main battle tanks in a certain fashion, or such and such areas. I don't know, or that the process of bringing in at the same time, we notice that it's what, A, B, or C, an effort. And I mean, they don't need to be they don't need to be the galleries for for Ukraine. But I think that one of the bothersome aspects of what they're writing, I guess Kaufman particularly, is this sort of effort to puncture the views of people who believe Ukraine is doing this smartly and effectively. So yeah, it does. To me, it does undermine. I mean, there does appear to be an angle to what he's saying, and I found it, yeah, it is dismaying to see a person with expertise that he's spreading around to different TV stations. So, and War on the Rocks. But yeah, anyway, that's the, I found it is a downer to read that kind of stuff, of course, but it's much more valuable to then take that and ask people, as you say, with real practical expertise in practice, how they view this kind of opinion. But thanks for your views.
Thank you very much, Patricia. So 122 Leopard News. Did you see Axel and I's posts in the last couple of hours? 122.
Sorry, I was busy zoning out.
Did you notice the posts that Axel and I made in the last couple of hours? One of which is in the nest.
The one with the beard.
Yes, we have managed to score ourselves, courtesy of our friends at Olaf Brewing, some Leopard beer, which we tried in the pub. It's nice. It's a hoppy lager. Not too strong, not too bitter. It's rather pleasant. Anyway, I thought you'd find that exciting, but I guess I was wrong.
No, it's very exciting. I'm actually jealous. Quite jealous, to be honest. I'm trying my best to get one over here, but it seems to be more complicated than I was expecting.
Well, Olaf Brewing do say they ship anywhere in the European Union. Is that you?
Yeah, but it's Sweden. We have our own particular laws about, alcoholic beverages, and also about the couriers transporting are not that, how shall I say, flexible when it comes to alcoholic beverage, pyrotechnical stuff, and similar items for some reason. Yeah.
Well, I suggest you send Ursula an email, because if it's legal in the one part of the European Union, it's supposed to be available everywhere. It's called a single market or something. I don't know. I struggle to keep track.
Yeah. It is legal. It's just that some couriers, for some reason, don't allow transportation of certain goods because I think it's a risk factor for them or something. I don't know. So it's not a trade
FedEx
problem.
FedEx,
Yeah.
DHL,
Okay.
not a problem.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, 122. Let's go to George. George.
Yeah, I was going to just mention that there was a report that came out, and it was a pre-war. The Russian Federation seems to have lost about 1 million people between October 2020 and October 2021. Seems like most of them due to COVID. So, and then plus another million people that probably hightailed it the hell out of there where the war has started. Yeah, their demographics not doing good. So, I'm waiting for the next mobilization. I'm waiting for the next mobilization. I think that's going to be, that's when the chickens come home to roost. All those kids, yeah, we're pro-Putin, blah, blah, blah. Wait till they get their notices. Those are the kids in Moscow and Leningrad. That's gonna be that's when the fun starts.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. I mean, Russia had a demographic problem before this aggression, right? And this seems to have brought things into some sharp relief. Yes, absolutely.
So we're going to see how cheerful and how sis boom ba they're going to be about Putin and their beautiful Russian mirror in Moscow when they get that notice, or they start getting picked up, from the subway stations.
Yep, I'm looking forward to the video and the fire bombings. Sorry, smoking accidents. Chris, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tim. I'm glad you enjoyed the Trebuchet IFV or whatever it is. Yeah, so which I very they're really developing some amazing machinery. Now, I was just going to say I sent you something, Tim. You probably won't have time to read it. You may not want to read it, but it was on the subject of Bakhmut, and I'm just going to say that the view was that Bakhmut has become a beautiful black hole into which Russians and their armor are disappearing at a high rate of knots, and the armor in particular is being pulled from everywhere else on the front line into that black hole. So they've been feeding armor in and feeding men in, and it's all been disappearing somewhere. Right. So that's just another view, and for that reason, Tim, they intend to stay a while.
That's very interesting. Do we know where this armor is coming from?
In the thing that I sent you, right, it actually says, and obviously I can't guarantee the source 100%, but what it basically says, Tim, right, is that where the Russians currently have their forces concentrated, where they've been trying to build them up, they haven't been able to build them up because all the stuff has been going to Bakhmut and has been destroyed, right? So it is literally pulling stuff from along the front line into Bakhmut, and therefore, I mean, I don't know, we don't know how costly it is for the Ukrainians, but I'm just going to go with this positive view, Tim, right? Because there's been some negative views from people that don't really know what they're talking about. So I'm just going to go with that, right? So it does actually detail, Tim, where those Russian forces are supposed to be accumulating.
Where's this? I'm just reading your message now. Thank you for that, Chris. Where is this coming from?
So it came from MriyaReport on LinkedIn.
Okay, well, maybe it's worth having a look at this in full. So the message from MriyaReport is almost a month ago. It was noted that the least combat-ready groups of invaders were located in the Zaporizhia region. This was due to the fact that more than 30 armored personnel carriers had a poor configuration, so they were not equipped for real combat. In particular, the staffing levels of those units was on average 70%. The equipment was less than 40% of the necessary tanks, fewer than 50% of IFVs, and 50% of guns, 50% of artillery were experiencing a daily shortage of ammunition. So this was assessed to be not combat ready. The writer wonders if a month later the situation has changed, and says that absolutely not. No qualitative improvement. Those units that are accumulating in a number of areas on that front are at around 50% strength. Sorry, I'm paraphrasing here because this is a Google Translate job, I think. On the left bank of the Kherson region, there are a number of units that are in even worse states of readiness. So there are 60 tanks, assuming this is describing a brigade. So 60 tanks instead of 275. Well, hang on, that's way more than a brigade. That's more like a division. 250 armored fighting vehicles rather than 825, 65 instead of 300 guns, and about 30 MRS systems instead of 300. And also there is a staffing issue with the multiple rocket systems, which looks like hang on, I'll just bring up a speaker. The Goldman's up, which looks like a 10% staffing in the MRS unit, so there's a 90% shortage of men. So actually, in a month, things seem to have gotten worse rather than better in this AO for the Russians. This is what the author calls the Bakhmut effect. So in just one city, in which battles have been going on for 9 months, this affects the entire war situation. Their disposition of forces along their disposition of forces. Goldman has come up. Goldman, what the entire along the entire battlefront?
Kind of something clicked with me. I know all this back and forth on Bakhmut and why they're staying and why they're not. So if you read the study of wars, what they put out, they're usually a pretty good source. One of the things they highlighted that the Russians have no reserve forces, with the possible exception of the 2nd Guard Motor Rifle Division that's in Luhansk and is uncommitted to fighting. Right. So to me, if I was playing chess, I'd want all the I want all the pieces on the board somewhere and know where they're going. So my theory is that until Russia commits that last division to the fight somewhere, that's what Ukraine's waiting for. The final commitment of the last reserve forces to know where all the chess pieces are on the chessboard. So my guess would be until that division is committed, Ukraine's not going to let up anywhere, right? If you have that division lurking out there, that's not a good thing. You want them committed somewhere on the line to know where they are. So that's my theory on why they would continue to engage Russia in Bakhmut. A lot of the forces are being peeled off from other areas that are engaged, but they have this division out there that's not engaged and not committed to fighting. So get that last piece on the board, and then you know where you can formulate your next move. So I just think that's an important point, that there is a division out there that's not committed to fighting on the Russian side, and why you would not let up until that division is committed somewhere.
Sure, but I guess the author's point here is that there is this spare division in Zaporizhia. It's so woefully under-equipped because of losses elsewhere. I mean, in terms of materiel losses, I would probably credit those more to Vuhledar than to Bakhmut. But that's kind of the point, right? Mm-hmm. When is a division not a division? Well, when it doesn't have enough heavy equipment to be a division.
Yeah, but when you have something that's not committed, it's kind of a wild card, right? When you have a division that's not committed to the fight somewhere, it's kind of a wild card. You want to expose all those wild cards, in my mind. I don't know. I'm not an expert at this. It seemed interesting to me that there's a division of Russian soldiers that are not yet committed to fighting in any specific place. That's kind of lurking out there, in spite of what's going on, and in spite of being at 50% force at other places.
Sure, and I guess this would be a concern for the Ukrainian side.
Right.
Lexicon. You've got your hand up.
Yeah, maybe you've seen this. It was Chuck Farr's post. My Twitter says that it was 9 minutes ago. It's from the 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock UTC today. It looks so similar to yesterday, but I don't know, have people all seen this? Or anyway, it's worth looking at, putting in the nest, if you like. But he's showing, for example, he's showing a number of counter moves by Ukraine. Particularly, he points to a new salient Ukrainians have developed south of Ivanivske. So that's like due or west-northwest of Opitne, and developing that, cutting out a portion of attempting to advance Russians. And yeah, I mean, I'm taking a while to look at it, but it does look like new and interesting, useful information. If anyone wants to take a look, I could see what else in his key developments. He talks about that salient. He talks about several unsuccessful attacks of the Russians. Also, Ukrainian forces are in contact at Yahidne, and we know Yahidne is relatively favorable to the Ukrainians, even if they've pulled back. But it looks like there's some possibility of them, or that's just where they opened up marshy ground, so they're able to assault the Russians that attempted to walk into where they opened up the water storage towards the northeast. It's a really interesting one.
Yeah, I've just shared that to the nest. This is the latest Chuck Farrer indications and warnings. That he does report, as Patricia said, he does report some kind of counterattack towards the south, towards Klishivka, as well as multiple strikes along the northern axis, particularly Russian troop concentrations, also in Solidar, and also just to the southwest of Bakhmutsk, which is an outlying hamlet of Bakhmut. Yeah, there does seem to be things happening, according to Chuck Farrer at least. So I've nested that. Have a look at that. If anybody has any thoughts, please let us know. In the meantime, let's go to Kerry. Kerry.
Hi guys. So when I first started trying to come up like 2-3 minutes ago, I've just seen something horrendous that I think is going to absolutely blow up. So I just happened to see Euromaidan. It was less than a minute. It was 45 seconds after it was released. And there's just been footage of a Ukrainian soldier who's been captured, executed. So he is on film. He's smoking a cigarette. He's been captured by the Russians. He's just relaxed, chatting, and he says "Slav Ukraine," and then he's shot in the head. And it's just been released by Euromaidan. It's a developing story right now, but I wanted to let you know straight away. And this is clearly something that is going to reinforce everything that we know has been happening, but it hasn't been caught. I mean, they're feet away from him. It's live footage. So I just wanted to let you know.
We have all seen this post. It is already some minutes out. I think a half hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
We all have seen that horrendous video, and it just makes clear that the Russians aren't
animals.
Well, I won't say they are animals, because that would be an
offense to animals. Yeah.
An offense to animals. Yes. So no, but that just shows that the Russians don't have no moral, and don't commit themselves to international laws of how you treat POWs, and it's just we will see more of these things, and it's not to be to say that this is normal. It isn't normal, but these are the things that they are doing in the Ukraine, and therefore it's very necessary, and that in a very short time the things that are promised will be in battlefield to kick those orcs out of Ukraine and to bring them to justice in times. Mockers, you had something to add to this?
Yeah. With regards to that video, what I can say, and this is, I mean, you know, I'm one of those people, I don't let things upset me to the point of tears or anything like that. I'm very cold about things. And so I'm looking at this and I'm saying, well, that's horrific, absolutely horrific. But it was quick. And that is where I'm taking comfort from, to be honest, because it could have been a heck of a lot worse. So that's all I can say about it. It's quick and it was over for him. And we didn't have to watch a video of him being horribly tortured first. And we've seen those videos. So I prefer this one on a scale of horrendousness. But yeah, quick and over with and awful as it is. He had balls of steel, that fella.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Marcus. Chris.
Yeah, I just want to second that. I totally agree with you, Marcus. That was exactly what I thought as well. That's probably the best way to go, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to suffer a lot more than that. So horrific though it is, as you say, quick.
But I do think it's going to galvanise an enormous. I really hope, as Mr. Emma's been saying, that it will lead to a pouring in of weapons by people who are less aware of the torture or, you know, haven't seen the evidence of it thus far. I really hope this is going to open the floodgates.
Well, I believe that sort of video will very likely make its way to the news, obviously with some sort of blurring or, you know, cut short. But yeah, I have every faith that that's going to make it to the news in a number of places.
Sorry, I had my mouth full. I see Nick is coming up. Nick, you're on.
It's difficult because the only I've only seen the pixelated version, and my initial thought was how horrible, and then my second thought was, have we authenticated this? Could it be staged? But I've just been told that there is apparently an unpixelated version, which I'm not going to be rushing to see. In terms of actually having an impact and changing anything, I rather doubt it. Firstly, because if Butcher didn't, then one captured combatant getting shot in cold blood probably won't. And secondly, because the only version that's going to be shown on regular media outlets is going to be the pixelated version, and then everyone's going to say it's fake. So I don't think it will. I don't think this is going to be what makes a difference. I'm sorry to say, there are probably many dozen such incidents that no footage snuck out. But really, if people need this, I'm not certain who are the people for whom this will be the thing that makes them change their mind. I don't think there are many such people. I don't think there are many people sitting on the fence and going, oh, well, yeah, you know, running people over in Bucha with BMPs was sad but not a big problem, and who are suddenly going to go, but this, oh my God. I'm afraid. I may be a bit skeptical on that, but you know, angry though we can be, I don't think this is going to actually be what makes the difference, or that actually galvanizes people who are currently quietly pro-Ukraine into being any more, any more active about it. It's today's bit of horror, and tomorrow will be a child under some rubble, and the day after will be a school, and the day after will be somebody getting raped. And I don't see this particularly as making a difference. Gut wrenching though this video is to see just in the pixelated version. But no, I would like it to, but I would hope it would, but I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm not going to hold my breath about this.
Thank you very much, Nick. Mockers.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Sarah Ashton Cirillo has just put out a tweet not so long ago, this afternoon, stating that some guys have arrived at the hospital from Bakhmut. She's spoken to them. They're in great spirits. Why are they in great spirits? Because we are inflicting monumental losses on Russia there, and Bakhmut still stands. So that's good news to hear.
Yeah, that fits the overall message from that Bakhmut holds. And yeah, whatever happens there, we will not directly know every inch of information about that, and then it's not necessary. The main thing is to keep in mind that the Ukrainians will do everything to stop Russians going further into Ukraine via Bakhmut, via which town, name it. So that's the main thing we have to keep in our minds, and support the Ukrainian soldiers in every way, because they are doing a terrific job everywhere, not only in Bakhmut.
I see we've got Latam coming up. Latam, very good afternoon.
Hey, thanks, Tim. Just wanted to quickly mention that there are quite a few tweets going around about some Ukrainian Air Force losses this morning. And be careful of what's out there, because I've checked, quite a few of them are showing exactly the same image. It's not, they're saying it's an Su-27. The picture is in fact an Su-25, port number 19. And if I'm not mistaken, it is a picture from much earlier in the war. In fact, I think the Ukrainians may have lost that 25 way back in the first few, about the first or second month of the war. So yeah, just for everybody to keep an eye out. There's multiple claims, including claims of an Su-27, a helicopter. But I got a feeling there's some Russian misinformation at work on that this morning.
Okay.
Like a little more detail. Found interesting about it is that these multiple posts which had appeared, I started noticing them over the last hour. The oldest one is about 2 hours. They're all using exactly the same image, and saying that it's an Su-27. It is in fact an Su-25. We know that Ukrainians have lost an Su-25 as recently as the last couple of weeks. And there's no question that the picture is not an Su-27. Aerial losses are happening. The battle in Bakhmut is involving a lot of
quite a bit of air power, and we've seen losses there. We can expect more. I'm not saying that I'm a firm believer in being very clear-eyed about Ukrainian losses. We have to avoid triumphalism, but we do know that Russian misinformation is that image consistently was reappearing this morning as I did this search for the subject. That it caught my attention that image apparently was being disseminated, and it reeks of inaccuracy to me at this point.
Thank you very much, Latam. I'm just trying to find I'm just trying to find these tweets.
Yeah, I was looking for it also, but I can't find
I can DM you guys with it. I got it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm getting a lot of abusive replies to my tweet about the Free the Leopards beer because of the grapefruit notes that are described on the box. Apparently, that's on a par with pineapple on pizza and beans for breakfast and all of these things that apparently horrify people who are not from the United Kingdom. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just trolling people at this point. I'm deliberately eating disgusting food just because I know how much you all hate it. It was like the origins, in my mind at least, of the baked beans pizza was in school. I would order baked bean and anchovy pizzas, which are disgusting. But of course, nobody's going to ask you for a slice. So you still get a whole pizza. Even if you don't particularly enjoy it, you still get a whole pizza. And I think that's the sort of attitude we should have to sharing, I think. Okay. So thank you very much, Latam. I've got your okay. So this is definitely an Su-25.
Yes, that is the tail section of an Su-25. I'm actually just double checking this with Alex, because I know that Alex can probably identify the blue number on it. It's called the Bort number. He can probably identify that right away and tell us exactly when it was shot down. I strongly suspect it was an image. It really it's jogging my memory. I think it was an image from an early stage of the conflict.
Hey, Z-Goldman here. Send it my way also. I can't seem to find it, which is good, actually.
Yep, I'm posting it on the on our Signal back channel, Goldman, so you can see it there in a minute.
Thank you.
So
I run into a picture search, and there is also a picture from about. I will look at it. This is from the 27th February of 2022. When a Ukrainian Su-25 ground attack jet was shot down in the Kherson region. The crew died. On the road are some Russian engineer bridges carriers. So this is an old picture, and I see more messages from that. Some also from Twitter. So this is an old picture. This is not a new picture.
Yeah, the tip off is that the person who posted has 34 follow. They're following 34 people and have 13 followers. They're
Yeah, so he just copy pasted from something else. It's something they do a lot. And if you run the pictures to image search, reverse search, then you can find mostly the original post who posted it. And most of the time it's from a post from the past.
he's a new account as of February of 23. So yeah, he's just a troll.
Yeah, the only reason I mentioned it Goldman, was because it was getting spread around quite a bit. I know this happens a lot. It's a technique of theirs, but just to make sure that anybody who happened onto it this morning, and given the fact that we kind of know that there is quite a bit of fixed wing activity, especially around Bakhmut, knowing that Chuck's latest update, which I think he gets his information from the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, it was somewhere in the range of 13 airstrikes confirmed by the Ukrainian side. So, and there was images of Russian Su-25s active yesterday. So that's an ongoing air battle in addition to what's going on the ground, and we can expect losses. But this particular claim, because it also they're claiming a total of 3 aircraft. I don't know if that particular post did, but most of the ones that I'm seeing are claiming a total of 3, including a helicopter. To me, that looks to me like somebody who's upset about having lost an Su-34 the other day, which is a very valuable asset.
Well, it's like, as you say, there is significant there is significant close air support activity around Bakhmut. It would be surprising if the Ukrainian side weren't taking any airframe casualties at this point, right? But if the Russian bot farm is pushing out obviously fake images, that does perhaps suggest that they don't have any real images to publish, or at least old images. Batam?
I think that is it. I mean, I focus on the aerial side of things, and we see similar, I think probably an equivalent dynamic happening with imagery coming out of the ground war, but with Bakhmut in particular. Since I don't know if everybody agrees with this assessment. My assessment this morning, having woken up and kind of reviewed the situation, is that that it's quite possible that the Wagner forces are on a knife's edge in Bakhmut, and they understand, the Russian troll farms understand, that sending out anything that would create doubts about where this battle is going to go would be useful to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a very valuable take. Yeah, Shaggy, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. One thing I've noticed when I've been looking at the Vatnik accounts on my soccer accounts is they're regurgitating images from a year ago, which is almost like they're getting little reminders of this happened a year ago, a bit like Facebook does. So yeah, I concur with that. I think it's probably obviously going to get worse as time progresses on. They're just going to regurgitate images from the past. On your food comment, yeah, I kind of used to fend the wife off picking up my dinner with salad cream and HP sauce, but she hated those things, and that's it from me.
Oh, that's very good. That's very good. I've started a tradition of buying my mother a tin of Bird's custard every year. And my mother is a very, very accomplished cook, and she's horrified by a number of kind of war era foodstuffs, including sliced white bread and tinned custard. So I get her a tin of custard every year, and we do a blind taste test as to who can identify the proper custard versus the tinned custard, and it's just masterful trolling.
That's brilliant as well. My grandmother, God bless her soul, used to like this stuff called Connie Oni, which is like a really thick, syrupy, white, kind of milky type thing she used to put on stuff.
Condensed milk, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Connie Oni, isn't that a Glasgow term?
I don't know. This was from Liverpool.
Liverpool, yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh dear. Latam.
To Shaggy's point, I think it's interesting to note that because we are a year in, we are now able to. They are the Russian side on social media are able to start putting pictures up like that one that we just talked about, where it even somebody that's kind of dialed into that file and is familiar with the aircraft. And I mean, I had to look at it carefully because the terrain and because of the time of year is similar. And none of us have that much memory to be able to exactly remember something we saw a year ago. It had in the back of my mind, I was thinking, yeah, I think I've seen this one. And I think and now you jogged my memory with the incident. But we can expect to see more of this. They're going to take advantage of the fact. I mean, sometimes they're stupid enough to put out images where you can clearly see that it's the wrong time of year. But this one, I think they put a little more thought into it. Just one quick note. I see Nick has his hand up, but one quick note. The other thing I checked on first thing when I woke up is if there had been any more news on the, I underline, suspected or possible training or operational use of a JDAM yesterday by the Ukrainians. I've seen no update on that. I've seen no further opinion on it as of last night. And I had been, Goldman and I had been communicating with John Ridge and CJ. They both, the opinions that I take very seriously on when it comes to ordnance, and they both felt that it was possible, definitely possible. But I've seen no, not that I would expect a government confirmation of it, but maybe some further visual evidence or opinion from experts. I've seen nothing yet, so I keep it in the possible category.
Thank you very much, Latam. Nick.
Pedantry corner. Sliced white bread was invented after the Second World War. If you meant wartime foods, my mother had a similar horror of most wartime foods, but she always kept a bottle of camp coffee. I don't know if you can still get that, which was camp coffee before freeze drying was invented. Camp coffee was the kind of equivalent of Nescafe, only it was a syrup, and you would use a teaspoon of that and add hot water to it. And my mother had it because she discovered that it made excellent coffee ice cream. And it's true, actually, if you're making coffee cake or coffee icing, you either have to make like a quadruple strength espresso or put about 7 teaspoons of Nescafe in an egg cup of boiling water. And camp coffee is excellent for that. In France, where they drank the ersatz coffee made of chicory, by the end of the Second World War, the chicory flavored beverages had become sufficiently popular that they lived on. And the leading brand, Ricoré, is still advertised on national television. And 2.5 generations of French people have grown up with this as a kind of completely legitimate breakfast beverage in its own right. It doesn't have any caffeine in it. It's just a sort of, one of these milky beverages that you might drink. But so there are some interesting hangovers from these situations.
Yeah, you can still get camp coffee. It's used as you say, used mainly in baking. They had a little controversy a couple of years ago. We had this enormous culture war in light of the death of that chap in America, and everything started to be decolonized. And one of the things they decolonized was camp coffee, because it used to have a picture of an Indian army officer from the old days, that is to say, a British army officer, being served coffee by a native orderly. And they got rid of that, of course, and now it just has a picture of the officer in question. So in one of these backfiring cringes, they removed the coloured chap from the bottle of camp coffee and replaced him with just a white chap. So much for that. At risk of disappearing down a culture war rabbit hole, I was going to say something else. Hang on. Yeah, I once there's a brand of this malted chicory beverage here in Estonia. I can't remember exactly what it's called. I think it's called Anna or something like that. I bought a house a few years ago, and there was a jar of this in the larder, and I started drinking it whenever I was at this house, thinking it was instant coffee. And I thought it didn't quite taste right, but I didn't actually notice. So whenever I was staying at this house, I would be completely off caffeine, and I'm usually a reasonably heavy coffee drinker. I have 2 or 3 cups a day every morning, and I didn't actually notice the fact that this stuff didn't contain any caffeine. So I guess it's all in the mind. It's all in the mind. Denjon.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. and to something completely different. I know on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Chuck Farrow is having his bullet points, but it's very late for us in Europe. Is there any possibility to have this move to a little bit more decent time? Because I think many here are also keen on listening to this. I've done it a few times, but then productivity the next day goes down, which means the GDP goes down, which means we have less money to buy weapons for Ukraine. So I think it's it's a good thing for the world.
I fully agree with that, Dan John, because most of the time I'm also asleep. It's nighttime when he is on, so if he could do it a bit earlier, it would be very, very, very nice and very useful.
Absolutely. If it helps, then John, there is occasionally, used to be more regularly, but it seems to have become less regularly. Yehuda comes up and does a military update first thing in the morning. So when you're catching the tail end of the United States. So you have finance up, we have Nancy up, and you have Heather up, and you're just kind of segueing into me and Mockers. Then Yehuda will sometimes make an appearance and give a very thorough military update. It doesn't happen every day, but does happen from time to time. So if you kind of catch that kind of 6, 7 a.m. London time, there's sometimes a military update then, if that helps.
Yeah, it does a little bit. Sometimes I hear that, but that's instead done very early. But really, I would like to have this Chuck bullet points. I understand. I mean, it's not up to you guys, but if you could nicely ask him, maybe people in the HR department maybe could have a chat with him.
Absolutely. I'll raise that at the next meeting of the Global Conspiracy.
I do like the idea of MriyaReport having an HR department. I think it would be kept quite busy.
Or should we call it people and culture? Because HR is kind of, it's getting long in the tooth. People and culture, it's what it should be called.
HR are the people who send us memos telling us to be less Russophobic.
I'm old enough to remember when it was still called personnel. I mean,
No, you aren't. No, you aren't. No, you aren't. But I am.
My first job in stockbroking, we had a personnel department that became an HR department, but it was a personnel department.
I mean, personnel is so much better. Human resources is just so Soylent Green, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. It makes me think. It makes me think of wood chippers. That's what it makes me think of. It makes me think of feeding people into wood chippers.
Yeah, because you have the human resources, you have the machine park, and you have other production utilities. So yeah, it sounds bad.
And it suggests expendability. I mean, of course, we are all expendable at the end of the day, but yeah, it's a very sinister term. Bring back personnel. That's what I say. So, I see we have an almost full panel, but nobody with their hand up. So, if anybody would like to come up and discuss anything, we have a couple of tweets in the nest. We have Chuck Farrow's latest update from his indications and warnings on what Bakhmut doing. Looks like they are having a busy time. There does seem to be extensive Ukrainian airstriking activity around Bakhmut, as well as a something of a counterattack occurring just to the northwest of Klishivka. which is just to the south of Bakhmut city. So have a quick look at that. If anybody's got any questions or comments, please do come up and stick your hand up. We also have our friend George, our house-trained Greek, who has nested a US government program, which aims to temporarily relocate and house and support Ukrainian refugees. This afternoon, we had Axel, Baltic Snow Tiger, and I. We had the pleasure of trying Olaf Brewing's Free the Leopards themed beer, which Axel has managed to wangle himself a couple of cases. So we trotted to Humala Koda, which is a local pub here in Tallinn, and we had a try of that, which was jolly good. Oh, I see we've got some people coming up. I see Maria has come up. Maria, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you. Finally, a subject I can say something about, being in Swedish HR. I just couldn't resist the challenge, since I feel like I'm not the political correct version of HR. I also remember the time when you called it personnel. So I must say, if there should be an HR department for MriyaReport, I for sure could lend a hand. Otherwise, I'm not so good at the military stuff, but in HR, I know my way around at least something.
Fantastic. So you are there to gently fire people when they screw up, right?
No. I just fire them very harshly. I actually always say we fire too few people, but not of the reasons perhaps that is the political correct one. I usually do it just because they can't really behave like proper normal people, not drinking at the job and not being total assholes or something. So.
Well, speaking of drinking on the job, my brother used to live in Spain. He worked for a company. He's a computer guy. He does something to do with coffee. Java, that's it. He does Java. And he worked as a developer for a company in Spain, and they had a wine tap that would turn on at 2 o'clock each afternoon. So they had a little tap in the wall where you could go and 2 o'clock. So I think that's before lunch in Spain. I don't think that's after lunch. Yeah, they had a little wine tap that would turn on. 122, your hand went straight up.
Doesn't that mean you would get fired then as well, since you and Axel were drinking beer on job time?
We were drinking beer on Ukraine's time, absolutely. But we were doing it for a good cause because it was Free the Leopards beer. Maria.
I guess you're safe though.
I think we're safe. Maria.
At my work, we handle heavy machinery. These guys aren't, so that is the difference.
Well, at mine and Axel's job, we handle some pretty heavy paperwork, let me tell you. It's an absolute nightmare. Health and safety is just off the charts. Village Idiot, welcome up to the panel. Village Idiot? I kind of feel bad calling you that. But
can you hear me?
Your handle. Yes,
no,
I can.
I'm proud of being a village idiot. I just wanted to ask, I read something this morning, but I can't find it now, that there was a huge explosion at a Moscow power plant. Do you have any information on that?
Myself, no. Mr. M, what have you heard? Mokka's also our resident explosions expert.
With what explosions do you mean?
I don't know, there was a Moscow electricity generating plant. There was a big explosion there, or a big fire this morning.
Joanna?
Oh, I'm not sure it's the same explosion. There was during the night an explosion to I quote, coke and gas plant. Apparently it's a plant that is turning gas into a kind of coal, something like this. It was a big fire, 20 meters fire, and yeah, that's all that I know. It was during the night in Moscow region, but I'm not sure it's the same.
No, well, maybe that's it. The story I did say it was an electricity generating plant, but they may have been confused. But anyway, if nobody else knows,
maybe Marcus has something on it. I guess
Yeah,
not.
the only thing that I know about is a large explosion and fire on the coke and gas plant. Now this particular plant is used to make what's it called? Metals. That's what the coke is for specifically. It's to make metals.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'll hunt around. If I find something, I'll let you know.
And there was a question about JDAMs. I have seen a post from, but this is from Visegrad 24, and he posted one, and you see an explosion, a very big explosion, and he says that's from a JDAM. I don't know if that is a JDAM. So.
That one, Mr. M, I believe it was in Crimea, and it was a big crater, something like this. And yeah, they were wondering what kind of bomb did that, because apparently you need a significant payload in order to obtain such a crater. There were some speculations that it could have been a Tu-141. This is a old Soviet drone that it's similar with the one that crossed the airspace of multiple countries and crashed in Croatia earlier in 2022, apparently because of a GPS error or something like this. So it's a Soviet drone. It's a big drone, like 6 meter long, that can carry an explosive payload. And there was speculations that it was something like this in Crimea, the big crater, southern Crimea.
Yeah, but I have seen him. I have seen the one with the crater, but what I have seen is a post from just now. I will try to find it, and it is from Visegrad, and there was a big. They were observing from a distance, and they saw a big explosion. So. And he said that was a JDAM. I will try to find the picture back. I will send you the link, Joanna. Mokkers, you have your hands up.
I don't.
Latam
Oh,
does.
sorry. Latin. Sorry.
Yep, hey, no worries. So yeah, I think those are two. Just a couple of quick points. I think those are definitely two separate incidents that we're talking about. The one that you're talking about, Mr. M, is if I'm correct, if I'm not confused as well, is the one that emerged last night, probably around. I first saw it probably about 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Toronto time, and this is the one that shows a Ukrainian soldier in the foreground, and in the background, in a distant hill, you can see a fairly large explosion. Now, I spoke at length, or texted at length, about this with CJ and John Ridge. I don't know if you're interested. I can go. I went over it with people.
Yes. Go on.
Yeah, you're okay with that?
Yeah. Yes. Go on.
Okay, so the Goldman had a look at it as well. I contacted him when I saw it, and we both agreed, and then we so did CJ and John Ridge, that it looked unusual. That was the initial assessment. It looked unusual and unlike some of the ordnance that we've been seeing on the front recently. It looked large. The explosion was obviously a large munition. John Ridge, his first, he was really kind of shocked by it, and his first assessment was, his guess was GBU 31. So that's the large 2,000-pound JDAM. That would be the weapon that you would be using to take out large, or high value and probably hardened targets, like maybe a command post, something like that. Now, remember that CJ is our artillery friend on the space, and really knows his stuff there. And I had asked him, do you think it could be artillery? And he also agreed that it's possible it was JDAM. He calculated the distance actually as being approximately 2 kilometers from where the camera is. The other thing that both guys did is they had a quick look at the unit patch on the shoulder of the Ukrainian soldier in the foreground of the image or of the video, and ascertained that it was a territorial defense unit from Sumy, so from the north of the country. And as well, I think we all agreed that based on the terrain, there's quite a bit of fresh snow, and so it looks like the north of the country. There didn't really appear to be any tremendous battle going on or urban landscape anywhere to be seen. So we have our doubts that it was Bakhmut. We don't think it was. CJ actually believes that it might be a training, a training area somewhere in the country. Although it isn't entirely possible that I know that some Twitter accounts are reporting it already as a combat use of JDAM. That may be jumping the gun, because even saying that it's JDAM may be jumping the gun at this point. We don't know. But it had the look of potentially of one of the larger JDAM munitions, which have been announced. They have also announced that they'll be receiving the extended range JDAM. All of this is okay. I see 122 has his hand up, so I'll shut up.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't mean to have that effect on you. My bad. I was just going to ask you, in your opinion, does this seem like a larger style of or type of bomb than the Ukrainians generally perhaps would use? Because to me that seems really reminiscent to what I know. At least it looks like a JDAM, or more like a JDAM-ish type of bomb. And also really heavy. Do you have any opinion about that? If this would be slightly more heavy, what the Ukrainian Air Force would normally use, or something like that?
Yeah, thanks for your input. And I mean, you're obviously familiar with, if not the heavier artillery, you're pretty familiar with 120 millimeter for sure. I agree with your assessment. Those of us that talked about it yesterday in back channels agree. And I see Goldman coming up as well, joining in. He was in on this yesterday. As far as what the Ukrainian Air Force has in their inventory, if we're talking about aerial bombs, they don't have anything of that size. The majority of their unguided aerial bombs are the Soviet FAB series. They're much smaller. They tend to be more in the 500-pound range, and the aircraft, Russian or Ukrainian, will typically carry quite a few of them. That type of weapon, when it's used, typically what you see is quite a few more smaller explosions, as they're released in large numbers from like a multiple ejection rack on the aircraft. So this really does have, and I'm not an explosives expert myself, but I can tell you about what the Ukrainian Air Force uses. But I did have a look at some JDAM images from Afghanistan that anybody could look up on YouTube, and it looked similar to me.
So I'm just going to jump in quick with a follow-up question. So if this indeed was a training session, or a practice drop, or whatever you want to call it, what would we be looking at of the Ukrainians trying to achieve with it? What are they training specifically upon here? Can you elaborate a bit on this, on why you would do this, and observe, and so forth?
That's a good question, and I see David has his hand up. So there's a man who understands explosives. I'm waiting to hear what he has to say. But I'll say quickly that I can't speak too much to what they might have been training for specifically. A JDAM, a 2,000-pound JDAM, a GBU-31, is something that you would use on a high priority target, a very high value target. So again, you'd be looking at things like a command post, or a troop concentration, a supply depot, that sort of thing. The big question that there's a couple of questions that we can look at if this is the direction that we're going in. I know that Goldman and I, one of the things that we're really zoned in on is, what is the delivery platform for this? if they have if it is operational at this time, and because the announcement of the weapon was made quite a while ago in late last year, then that means that they have not received Western aircraft, which means that they have succeeded in integrating it into a Russian platform, or Soviet platform. We have one in particular that some of us who discussed this have believe would be the best candidate. Won't get into that right now, and I'll shut up because I want to hear what everybody else has to say.
Let's go to David. David.
Yeah, so hang on, my mic, I'd moved it out of the way. I do apologise. Yeah, so when I looked at it, so my initial thoughts were that's really big. In fact, I was a little bit confused for a while. I wasn't sure whether what was being blown up, whether it was the Russians or the Ukrainians, because my initial thought was, we had that. There's that new Russian 1,500 kilogram bomb, which would have been fitting in right in the middle of where I thought, because I'm thinking 1,000 kilograms is at the lower end of that size, because that's a really big explosion, right? What's very interesting to me is if you look at the explosion, you sort of see quite a bit of the earth move, don't you? Right, and that's indicative of something that's basically penetrated the ground or was in the ground, right? So if anyone's seen any pictures of the World War One stuff, when the good old Welsh miners, right, blowing stuff up, you see the earth move around it. Of course, it's not as low as that, right? But it's a really big bomb. So I did a rough calculation. The flash to bang is just over 5 seconds a mile, so 2 kilometers. And then you think we could probably work out that distance, isn't it? I don't know if you've watched, the sorry, I think it was Latin who was speaking, wasn't it? On YouTube, most of the stuff you see are 500-pound bombs, aren't they? That was sort of a question at you there.
Yeah, you're talking about JDAM?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the most common one. The 2,000 pound it depends on, generally speaking, the higher payload is the one that when you're going for higher value. But I agree with your assessment that of seeing the Earth, because with all that Earth being shot up, because again, it's either something that was deep but glide bombs generally they have that characteristics. That especially the larger ones. That's exactly what they're meant for, is to get in deep and hit a hardened target. So that's what we would expect to see.
Yeah, so I've not seen any 2,000-pound bombs on YouTube. I've seen loads of 500, right? And they're really small in comparison to what this is. I wonder if we could do a little bit of trigonometry and try and work out how wide that is, because I think it's really wide. And as I was going, when I looked at it, it was just one of these things. I just went, I put a range in there, 1 to 2, and 1 was the really, really low end, right? And 2 was in the area of it being possible. But then I was thinking, what do the Ukrainians have anything that's 2,000 kilograms, right? Hence my confusion and me thinking about that Russian glide bomb, aim bomb, or whatever it was.
Yeah, they don't. Just to be clear, because some of the listeners might be confused with some of the talk of glide bombs, Russian glide bombs that's been floating around since, I guess, Friday or Saturday. So that's a completely different thing, just for anybody who might be confused by that. In some ways similar. It's also a glide bomb. But what I'm assuming, and yeah, Goldman, I see your hand. I'm going to shut up in a sec. What I'm assuming is that when they announced JDAMs, that I'm assuming that's going to include the Mark 82 or the Mark 80 series American bombs that are an integral part of that system. It's that system of the slick bomb with the JDAM kit that's attached to it.
Yeah, so my interest is only really the size of the explosion, which is big. I say only. I'm interested to know more, right? But my initial thoughts were that's really big, and as I said, 1,000 kilograms was at the low end. So I'll be interested. I'll see if we can. If we got a distance, we might be able to work out something in trigonometry and work out, okay, what's the width of that thing? Clearly, whatever's gone in and it's gone deep into the ground first, right? Hence why you see all that mirth move, which is also very interesting. And you're right? That would do an awful lot of damage.
Thank you very much to you both. The Goldman, you're up.
Yeah, I'm inclined to believe it was a practice run just by the way the folks were set up to watch it. And when I think about, what you're practicing, the whole toss launch, those are things you need to practice. Especially, we're not sure what aircraft it's on, but cutting loose a 2,000-pound thing from the wing of an aircraft is, no subtle task as far as making sure that the pilot can retain control of the aircraft, right? So that in of itself, just cutting loose a 2,000-pound thing from the wing, especially if it's not on the center line of the aircraft, if it's held on. We still believe that they actually can't. We still believe that they actually can't roam freely. That this bomb needs to be launched at it can't be effectively launched at too low of an altitude. So they've got to go, like they've been doing. They got to fly low. They got to get up. They got to launch the bomb. They got to survive the release of the bomb itself and not, and retain control of the aircraft and then get back down low again. So I suspect that there's going to be quite a few of those kind of bombing runs as the pilot gets used to what the aircraft feels like when it cuts loose a 2,000-pound thing off of a wing. Especially when you're cutting loose 2,000 pounds on one wing and not two wings at the same time. So there's an aerodynamic thing that kind of needs to be survived and maintain control of the pilot, depending on the size of the aircraft and what percentage of the weight of that aircraft 2,000 pounds is. So I wouldn't underestimate the need to practice that with something so large. So I suspect, as most, I think we kind of have come to consensus in the back channels that this may have been a training run, and you had some folks set up to kind of watch the effect. But I think it was more about the tactics of releasing and getting back down than actually hitting a target. Since it is GPS guided, I'm not sure anybody needs to practice hitting something with a piece of ordnance that's GPS guided, but it's more the release and recovery of the aircraft and getting back down, I think, is what's being practiced.
Thank you very much. Just before we go to LATAM, I'm afraid I must leave you for today. I will leave you in the very capable hands of David, Mockers, and Mr. M. And also Joanna may make an appearance once she's finished dealing with miniature Joannas. So I'll bid you all good night. I will see you first thing tomorrow morning for the graveyard shift. I mean, the European Union morning shift. So thank you all very much. Thank you to Mr. M, Mockers, and Doman. It was a pleasure co-hosting with you today, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Likewise, Tim. Thank you for being here as a co-host, and have a nice day. Later.
Thanks, Mr. M. Just adding to Goldman and David's comments, one of the things that I noticed was that clearly the soldier on the ground that's closest to the camera is clearly anticipating the impact. So whether he's in a kind of forward air controller role, or either way, he knows that it's on its way, which is interesting, an interesting technical point. And actually, Goldman, in the on a really technical note, although it has a kind of a broader implication, that the aircraft types that because everybody when the subject comes up, it is the big question: is that, well, what are the Ukrainians going to deliver this weapon with? Because we know it's on the way, so it's a question of whether we're seeing that integration now or whether we see it later confirmed. They have to work that out. And you bring up an interesting point because, for example, the larger JDAM, a 2,000-pound range, it's not like they're going to be receiving 5,000 of them. It would be a much smaller number. They would be used very carefully. It's something you put a lot of thought into it. But your point, Goldman, was about the aerodynamics involved, some of the physics involved in delivering a weapon like that. And that makes me actually doubt Su-24 for the larger weapon anyways, because I'm not sure that it has enough clearance under the fuselage. The one that actually does come to mind, and unfortunately it has a negative to it, is MiG-29, because the variant of the MiG-29 that the Ukrainians use was capable of and was tasked with delivery by toss bombing of an unguided nuclear freefall bomb during the Cold War that would fit underneath its fuselage, where there's a little more clearance because of the in between the two engine nacelles. So that opens up that possibility, but it's also a bit of a problem because the Ukrainian MiG-29 fleet is very busy right now. They do air defense, and they have been doing for quite some time the suppression of enemy air defense, tasking with the HARM missile. So it may give them a good platform for the larger weapon, but we'll have to see some of those details as they play out.
Yeah, but those are the aircraft they're also getting from other countries, right? Or anticipating from Poland and I guess Slovakia. Somebody.
Oh yeah,
MiG-29s. Yeah, so that would be the logical aircraft to be modifying.
And anticipating, but it's just taking for bloody ever. And apparently the Slovakian side of it is getting completely snarled in domestic politics, is the last I read.
Well, I don't expect the Poland side to get, so to me, that's where I've anticipated these things to come from, just because they can't take the aircraft out of service because of the intensity of their use. So it's probably one of those ones that are being given and they modify it before they put it into service. That's just a guess. But I agree with you. I think it's a bigger aircraft, and I think it's that needs to drop that thing. So.
And with that, I also was going to leave you in the capable hands of Ms. Ockers and David as co-hosts. So I bid you all a good evening, and I will see you tomorrow again, or maybe I will be back on this evening, but I don't know for sure. So I will see you tomorrow.
Later on there, Mr. M. Later
Yes,
on.
Thank you very much, David. So bye-bye.
So, guys, you raise a really interesting point, right? Isn't it? Is that because if we're seeing this now, it means that someone somewhere has got a system where it's working, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a GPS. It's probably no more difficult than integrating HARM from a mechanical and a electrical perspective. And the Ukrainians did that because it is it's not trying to interface with the aircraft, so it's relatively easy integration to get the minimum capability. Now the question is, the physics of taking off and dropping a 2,000-pound thing. And which aircraft would you put something like that on? Right? To me, that's my first thought is, okay, what aircraft is big enough that when you cut loose of 2,000 pounds of weight from your aircraft, and you're kind of in a pull-up because you're trying to toss bomb the thing, so the aircraft's in a pull-up, and then you cut loose 2,000 pounds, all of a sudden the aircraft is going to kind of lurch up into the pull-up, right? So that's just something you need to get used to happening to the aircraft, and then recovering and get down, roll and get down. Right? If you think about the maneuver, it's probably a pull up, a release in the middle of the pull up, which causes the aircraft to lurch back, and then you got to recover the aircraft and get back down. Right? So that's 2,000 pounds is a lot of weight to give up on an aircraft in a nanosecond. Not
I mean, if I lost 20 pounds off my stomach in a nanosecond, I would be moving very differently.
Yeah. So it's just practice, So I expect that they're, structurally they'll make it work, and then they'll get the pilots used to that release procedure, pitch up and release, and then recover the aircraft. Right? That's something you just got to practice.
I mean, well, that's great news, though, isn't it? Because if they're practicing, it means they're very close to it being live,
Absolutely.
as it were, in their live environment, right?
At the end of the day, as we were doing in the back channels, it really doesn't matter in my mind whether it's JDAMs or whatever. It's certainly something different and something bigger. Something different and something bigger is additive, so that's a good thing, right? So we could be exactly wrong, but approximately correct in this thing. It's something different and it's something big, right? So whether we're exactly right that it's JDAM, that's kind of interesting to me. But the important part, it's something different and big.
And my initial thought was, because I wasn't even yes, if I'm honest, whilst I had an interest in the, oh, that's interesting if it is JDAM, but I was more interested in the because when a bomb that size goes off, and this is very different from 220 kilos or something like that. When a bomb that size goes off and you're close, your life becomes deeply unpleasant at that point, right? And somewhere like Bakhmut, which might need something like this, would be making a big difference to armor, anything that's pretty close to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of like, we were talking last night, it's kind of the same targets that HIMARS kind of prioritize. It's just that it only takes one versus 6 HIMARS to take out something large, right? I mean, it's something, something if you can get it in there, it does a devastating job, and you only got to hit it once.
Yeah, it sort of defines that shock and awe, doesn't it? I don't know who had that hand up between Latin and 122. Latin, I'm going to go to 122. Only because I saw your hand go down. I bet you just put it back up again.
I'm gonna jump in. I have a slightly, it's not about the airframe, it's more about the explosive ordnance itself. So maybe David or anyone else for that matter that wants to answer, please try. This is just theory crafting, right? And I know the range is not there maybe for ordnance like this, but if you were to use this kind of ordnance on, let's say, Kerch Bridge, would that have enough firepower, the weight
do the
to
job.
it will do the job, right? Yeah. So that was just mainly my question. It's a potential target for these kind of bombs when they get the range and possibility to strike that with this.
Be a glorious day when the first one hits. So all you need to do is get one there.
Of course, just put it into the middle of a span. I mean, as I said, if you wanted to take one of those spans out, you could do it with not a lot of explosives if you were dangling underneath and the rest of it, which is something that you probably wouldn't be doing because it's extraordinarily difficult not to be seen and all the other bits and pieces. But you don't need lots of explosives, right, to take out a span, because when you take out the center, it all collapses in itself, as we've seen, right, and then it all shifts, and that's the bit that does the damage. Latin.
I would definitely add to the list of high value targets. Yes, a bridge like that would definitely be in that list. The only problem would be that you're talking about with the extended range, and the range really does vary depending on a lot of factors. So you can look at published maximum ranges on some of these weapons, but there's going to be variables, and wind speed, just to give one. But we're still talking about it at best maybe about 80 kilometers, as far as I know. So to get at that bridge would mean an aircraft. If you're talking about a delivery of a JDAM from a fixed wing aircraft, they would have to get through a lot of defenses to do that. So possible, yes. I mean, the Su-24, that's exactly what defenses through a very high defenses through a very high its ordnance. So and survive. So it's always possible, and we've seen that the Ukrainians are incredibly good at flying at very low level to avoid that threat. So anything's possible, and I think we're all used to the fact that with the Ukrainians, they think outside the box, and when we see something happen, we know it happened.
Yeah, we do. Although here's my thoughts are is that at the point where they're getting towards into Crimea, then they might not even try and take out the center of a bridge like that again. They may just try and deny one end of it completely because they may have a strategic reason to retain that bridge, but who knows? So I've only been partially listening to conversations today. So does anyone want to stick up their hand and start a new conversation? Or we can carry on talking about what we've just been talking. Stick your thumb up, stick your thumb down, make a suggestion. No? Okay, well, whilst we're waiting, I'm going to carry on. I'm going to make a request. Latin or Goldman, if you have the clip of the bomb going off, do you mind DMing it me? I'm being very, very lazy. I will have it somewhere, but I know that I will have to spend a bit of time looking for it, and I think we might be able to do a bit of trig on that and try and work out how big the width of that explosion is, and then we might be able to go a little bit further from that.
Yeah, I got it, David. I'll send it to you right away.
Oh, you're a good man. It's not true what Mockers says about you. Okay, right. So I don't know, because I've not been listening with much attention as to what we've been talking about. We obviously had the horrible video of the guy who was shot. We probably we don't talk about that too much, and I suspect we've talked about Bakhmut a little bit, but I think I'll get on and say a little piece myself here, which might be useful for people. So, and this is just in my humble opinion, as opposed to anything else. The way I see it is that we know that it doesn't appear to be that much movement going on at the moment. Maybe that's going to change. At the very start, 10 days ago, when they blew the dam, my initial thoughts were, this is the time that they're going to be moving, because when you blow a dam, you don't get to blow it twice, right? It's a once in a very long time occasion, right? So that's typically a very defensive move, right? Blowing bridges when if you're defending something is a very defensive move, right? And they're designed to stop troops, vehicles, and everything else from moving into a region, right? And I did when I heard it. My thoughts were, okay, they're going to start pulling out of the area. No, so someone's just messaged. No, I can see no one in a queue coming up there, Nancy. Yeah, I'll carry on talking. So I thought they would just start, evacuating people, right? That was the moment of call it the Dunkirk or whatever you want to call it. You have a fighting retreat or whatever it is, and get people out quickly, and they haven't done that. But one of the things that occurs to me is that the most important asset that Ukraine has at the moment is their troops, right? In actual fact, veteran troops are highly valuable assets. And the thing that concerns me the most is that, of course, if they're losing more of their veteran troops, right, they'll be replaced by recruits, maybe not, more veterans from elsewhere. But their biggest asset is their troops. it took for a reference, so people can understand. Because obviously we don't know how many troop losses they've had in that region because there's a blackout on these things, but it's taken over 6 months for the UK to train 10,000 troops, right? So doing this training takes time. I know we're doing it around Europe, but there is going to be a point at which taking further losses may not make any sense, may make complete strategic sense to politicians if they've decided that this is, we have it's an expression, we call it a hill to die on. It comes from the Boer War, where there was a time where the South Africans managed to kill an awful lot of British soldiers because they were on the wrong hill and there was artillery above them. The expression is, it's not a hill to die on, right? There's very little, as Chuck keeps on telling us, there's very little strategic value in the city. There may be strategic value now because we've been pushing the Bakhmut holds, and maybe there's a reference for Ukraine and what they're doing. But as far as I'm concerned, there'll be a point where losing more troops makes little sense because you need them later on, right? And at the moment, and I think this is an important distinction, one of the things that is the real difference and defines the Ukrainian army versus the Russian army is that they have, Ukrainian army has more really experienced troops and they're bringing more troops in, whereas the Russians are denuded or have denuded themselves of most of their experienced troops, and they're getting more people coming in who may have been experienced 10 years ago, but then certainly not in a physical position, and they still need to be refreshed about what combat means. And if they were in the army 10 years ago, they certainly won't have had any experience of this type of war. So I think it's something that's quite worthwhile for people to think about when we're doing this. Leeway, I see you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. And apologies to back up the conversation back into dropping big bombs. But the airmen here were talking about needing to practice dropping a big bomb off a small plane, and I can understand that just in basic physics. But why does it need to go boom if it's just a practice run? Right? If you're working on aerodynamics, wouldn't you just be able to drop a chunk of iron? Thank you.
Go on, Latin. Do you want to answer that?
Well, yeah, there are actually training rounds that can be used in air-to-ground bombing, where it's just a small inert round that they're only using it for the ballistics. But if your intention is to, especially with a munition of that diameter, you are training to hit the target, but you're also training, well, to Goldman's engineering point of view on it, first of all, you have to make sure that it can actually carry the weight of the actual round and safely release it, because of the effect that it has on the aircraft as soon as that happens. But the maneuver, the entire purpose of the maneuver is for the crew in the aircraft to survive the blast. They have to be able to turn away, deliver the weapon accurately, and then turn away and successfully turn away from the blast. Weapon accurately, and then turn away and successfully turn away from the blast, which, if you have a look at the video, even from that distance, you get a sense of the shockwave. It's tremendous. That can do the aircraft a lot of damage. So that's why they have to practice with, ultimately, although whatever platform, let's say they're using an air-to-ground platform like an Su-24, well, those crews already know how to deliver bombs. But they would have to make sure and know how to deliver this one. And if they're using it with the glide, the extended range kit on it that has wings so that they increase the glide of the munition, that's yet another characteristic that they would have to get used to. So that can only be done real world.
Yeah, I agree. You'd do both. You'd use, training rounds, and then you'd ultimately use a real round, because you got to make sure, again, you got to get out of the blast zone, right? So those are pretty violent blasts, and what was that, a mile away? So you got to you just got to feel what that feels like in the aircraft, so you know how you're responding, right? It's the whole thing you're
Got it.
practicing
Thank you.
at some point. Yep.
Sorry, I was desperately trying to find my microphone because I'm having all sorts of problems, and that I couldn't even do that. Well, that's how rubbish I am. Yeah, they're really, really important points, aren't they? Right? How often do you use a live munition? Because if you've got something that's shaped, that's made out of concrete, for instance, or something like that, then and the aerodynamics are the same, then it doesn't have the same cost, does it? It must be quite a bit cheaper, or maybe it's not, depending on the arms industry. Right. Then, Mockers, can you hear what I'm saying?
I can indeed hear you. Yeah.
Do you mind taking over while I recycle and see if I can fix everything? I will be 5 minutes. You're a star. Thank you very much. I'm recycling now.
I am indeed yellow and pointy and somewhere in space. Latin, go ahead.
Thanks, Markers. The other, just a quick point, that while we were talking about potential, we'll have to wait and see through the course of the day, but potential Russian misinformation on Ukrainian aircraft losses today. There does appear to be a confirmed Ka-52 downing yet again, supposedly in the Volodar area, and there is video of the aircraft surrounded by Russian soldiers. So whether it was an operational accident, a malfunction, or whether it was shot down, it appears to have gone down in Russian controlled area. But Goldman, I thought of you right away, because I think that's how we started talking on the space. You and I was talking about K-52, and you can't say it enough. What a terrible war that what system has been having. Something that they showed off pre-war. They made such a big deal out of it. And I'm still trying to look at that Justin Bronk interview. I will find it where he talks about it, and to the fact that he repeats what we had, has the same assessment that we had, that it appears that this aircraft was just not fully developed. That at some point issues with guidance and with aiming from certain flight regimes was just not fully worked out. And like, how the hell do you do that? How do you commit an aircraft to combat without working those bugs out? But anyways, here another one down, it looks like today, which is good news. And the helicopters are very active on the front. There's no question.
Yeah.
We're seeing quite a bit of video of that.
It's a dog, and actually I was thinking about it more kind of this week also, of how the its primary weapon is laser guided, right? So it's riding a beam coming off the helicopter, but that beam needs to be relatively stable, or the munition loses the beam. So you're kind of like hitting a dartboard. You have to keep the laser beam within the range of the dartboard, or it loses it. It's not like something's being painted out in front of it, and it goes and finds it. It's being driven from behind from the helicopter, which means the helicopter needs to be stable in order to keep it in the ring, or the mission just loses the beam if the helicopter moves too fast. And without to me, without a advanced flight control system, digital flight control system, with things like gust rejection software, there are special techniques where the aircraft won't respond, or lessens the response to a gust, because a gust could just take that munition or take the beam outside the range of the target of the missile. So I don't know. I think it's just a dog, to be honest with the aircraft. And I think the weapons side of the thing is really at the heart of it, and stability of the platform and the inability to target with with what it has is just it's amazing to me that it got this far, like you said. You know, in my estimation, it can only be targeted in a hover. It can only target in a hover, and if you're in a gusty situation, it may not even be good in a hover. If you don't have some, advanced flight controls that does things like gust rejection, that smooths out a gust, and so that the aircraft isn't moving around. That's the only way I could think you could do it.
Latan, do you want to answer?
Just another quick note on that one, which we will see. I know, Mockers, you follow these daily updates pretty quickly, or pretty well. I'm sure any more info that comes out on that supposed kill of a Ka-52, you'll probably see it later today. I did see some preliminary Ukrainian Twitter claims that it was taken down by an S-300, unconfirmed. If that's the case, then there was a very well documented kill of a Ka-52 back in the fall, which ended up being, I think the consensus was that it was an S-300 that hit it. And it was exactly what you were saying, Goldman, that it was in a hover, probably targeting. And as soon as they do that, they're dead. And they have to be they can't just be at treetop height to do that. They got to be a little bit higher. And for an S-300 to hit them, you think, yeah, there needs to be a little bit of altitude there. So anyways, we will see later today. Hopefully we get some more confirmation on what happened here. But that's a fleet that has taken a huge hit. And for a prestige aircraft like that, I think we're in the area of about half of the fleet that's gone now.
Yeah, and also the whole idea that the West has got enough air defense systems in that the S-300, from a Ukrainian perspective, can be pushed to supporting the front line. I think that's kind of becoming true. Because originally in the fall, S-300s were prioritized protecting critical infrastructure, and I think what we're seeing is a shift to the S-300s closer to supporting the front line, because we've got enough other air defense systems in theater to carry the load in critical infrastructure.
Oh, absolutely. And even if the Russians are serious about, we're easily 2 weeks now from their announcement of supposedly some sort of large scale offensive operations over Ukrainian airspace. And it is really starting to look like some of their operations on the ground, like they simply do not have the capacity or the will to really push that forward. And yeah, like you said, if the Ukrainians have been able to push up even a few S-300s closer to the line, that's very bad news for Russian aviation.
David, how are you doing? Do you see any requests yet?
No, I am seeing nothing. All right, okay. If anyone is requesting, I was going to say flash. I was going to say flash your hand up, to make a sign to us, and you'll be able, hopefully we'll be able to help you. Right? Yes. Yeah. So I missed that most of what was being said, Mockers. Joe, do you want to give me a little update? Oh.
Latin, give you an update because
were you? All right, Latin.
Yeah, actually, I can tell you the last bit of what you probably missed, and also I forgot to credit the source of where I had seen this, but it is apparently another. It's starting to look pretty solid right now of another Ka-52 Russian attack helicopter shot down in this time in the vicinity of Volodar, and the video has been posted now by Ukrainian Weapons Tracker, which I think many of us are familiar with and is a pretty reputable source. I would put it up there with Oryx as far as credibility. So it's looking good right now that it was another one that was shot down. At this rate, at some point this year, there aren't going to be any Ka-52s left for the Russians to be operating. And it is an aircraft. Let's be clear that in the kind of battles that we're seeing in places like Bakhmut, it was an aircraft that should have been playing a very big role. But it is obviously not ready for prime time. That has been clear from the beginning.
There's probably some Ka-52 pilots who are thinking, yes, if they get rid of all of those things, I'll still have some teeth left from after the vibrations, right?
I said the first time I ever saw those weapon wings jumping, I'm like thinking those pilots, they don't have any teeth, or they are wearing a mouthpiece all the time, like a football mouthpiece or something, because that goes right up the seat into your butt, right into you, those vibrations.
Well, Goldman, you remember
you don't have any fillings by the time you're done.
Goldman, remember the video, that cockpit video actually that came out from what's the name of the name escapes me right now. What was that initial operation in the airport near Hostomel? And you compare that with even a twin blade helicopter like a Whiskey Cobra, but especially compared to an Apache. I mean, in an Apache, they're banking and turning, and they look like they could be, having a cup of tea. The cockpit video from the Ka-52s in Hostomel, they looked like they were being shaken out of their seats.
Yes, they were. It was, like I said, I'm surprised they probably couldn't actually read their displays, right? I mean, when you're getting a video, you're getting a frame rate, so sometimes it's deceiving. But I suspect that there are times when the pilots can't even read their displays because they're shaking so much, and their teeth are just they can't put their teeth together like for the whole flight. Like that's really what happens. I mean, and a coax rotor. One of it's got lift out the butt. That's the benefit of a coax. You got plenty of lift capacity, but one of the challenges is vibration control. And it's pretty clear to me that the Russian vibration control systems either don't exist or are inadequate. On a Western helicopter, we have 2,000 pounds or 3,000 pounds of vibration control equipment on the aircraft, right? And I suspect the Russians just can't afford to put 3,000 pounds of stuff on the aircraft to do vibration control, because that's 3,000 pounds of fuel they can't carry, or 3,000 pounds of ordnance they can't carry. And they just find this little niche where they can actually launch rockets, and they push it forward. I mean, that's what I suspect happened. I was personally involved in the development of a coax helicopter and vibration control, advanced vibration control, which is only becoming available, kind of now in the Western world. Is the leading edge of vibration control is what was needed to make that aircraft work in multiple regimes. You can find sweet spots where the vibrations, where you can, the forcing frequency and the response of the aircraft are, don't lead to problems. But then they become the only points where you can actually do anything. And I suspect they set up the aircraft so that they could hover without excessive vibrations, but then they put themselves at risk being shot down. To me, that's the only thing I can think of reason that the thing moved forward.
Well, let's hope they keep going like that for a long time, right? yes. The pilots have a deeply unpleasant time, and they have significant problems with it. So I see two hands. Decoding was first, and then Primus next. Decoding.
Hi. Does anyone know off the top of their head how many S-300 and S-400 systems Ukraine has? I mean, as with much of what I learned spending 7 years in Eastern Ukraine, a lot of the stuff I listened to from these old present company exception, of course, these old buffers from NATO states and Warsaw-backed states, who I spent like 7 or 8 hour long patrols with, and they just filled my head with this mysticism about the power of Russian armaments. so I have learned most of what I heard over 7 years is absolute tosh. No one ever mentioned HIMARS and all that. But I did once, and we did once, in fact, me and a Russian colleague once spotted an S-300 system near Dnipro, and it was a big deal. Certainly the Russian made a big deal of it. And the impression I had from these BSing colleagues of mine was that this was one of the only S-300 systems Ukraine had. So it wouldn't surprise me if someone here can tell me, no, they have 50 or 100 or something. But I'd be really interested to know if anyone knows a rough estimate on from the top of their heads. Out.
I'm interested as well. Zigolman, it's Latin.
Yeah, I actually hold my hand out because I don't know the answer to that specific question. How many they have? I don't believe they have any S-400s, the Ukrainians, which is the longer range.
It's definitely more than one and less than 100. I think I'm pretty safe in saying that. They have different variants that are different. Well, they have some key differences, but one of the important ones right now is mobility. So your ability to be able to shoot and then move to safety, because they have some that are towed behind trucks, which are the least mobile. And they also have on the other end the ones that are kind of one unit on a large tracked chassis. Those are the most mobile, and mobility is a big part of that right now. But actual numbers, they did lose a few early on. The Russians did some successful suppression of enemy air defense in the first stages of the war, and I remember there were a few lost into the summer. But yeah, probably a very closely guarded secret at this point.
I know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The impression. Go ahead. The impression I get is that there's more an issue of ordnance than there is with the actual launch systems themselves. That actually missiles to support the S-300 or the kind of the short chain that forces them to kind of prioritize what they use it for. That's just the impression that I get, that they're scavenging the world for missiles more so than systems.
Yeah, there was in the summer. There was a notable point where some images came out of a Ukrainian S-300. In fact, two had been taken out because they were right next to each other. Someone was saying, "Oh, they need to be next to each other to be in a slave configuration." I've no idea what that means. Well, I can make a guess. Is that the radar was working on one, and then the launch was on the other, etc. But it did mean that they lost two at the same time.
Yeah, and that's some of the back channel conversations that we've had with, like Alex is pointing. The radar or the eyes of the system are the most. The radar or the eyes of the system are the most important to take down, and that's clearly what the Ukrainians have been doing. They've been prioritizing taking radars, not launch systems, and I believe that's why the Russians have kind of resorted to using S-300s in a ground launch mode, because Ukraine's successfully depleted the number of radars that they can use in the air launch. So for other reason, it seems the Russians have prioritized with their drone attacks and stuff like that, taking out the launchers and not necessarily the radars.
Because look, right, I don't know a lot about these things, but I do know a reasonable amount about weaknesses, right? And if that's your limiting factor, your ability to see something, then take that out, right? Because then look, a blind swordsman isn't hitting much, is it? Is he really?
Yeah,
so all right, yeah.
Seems rather logical to me, but it seems like one side's prioritizing taking out the eyes and the other side's prioritizing taking out the fist, and doesn't seem logical to me. But whatever. Let's hope they keep making those poor choices.
I've just had a message. The number was in close to the higher number of 100, apparently, of the S-300s in Ukraine.
That's great.
Well, that's definitely good news. That's definitely good news. I would, the thing I would manage, is how many working radars are out there. That's kind of, to me, that's the critical element of the system, and obviously the number of missiles.
Yeah, of course, that would be a big thing, isn't it? Right? Yeah, I mean that's one of the things I got excited about when the sort of the UK announced that it was sending an air defence system, because I was desperately hoping it was Sky Sabre, because Sky Sabre has a very, very good radar on it, and it integrates into a whole load of other stuff. Oh, you're going to tell me Sky Sabre's got a bad radar? Latin.
Just on the actually, that number is encouraging. If it was more than I would have guessed, but they also sometimes wheel out ones that have been that are inoperable or have been damaged, and they use them as bait. The Russians have more recently, I think they've taken out S-300s with drones, but that's great because we've seen that the success rate of the Ukrainians in taking down drones. Whereas if they were to go with their anti-radiation missiles that they love to show off, that would be harder to shoot down. That'd be harder to intercept one of those. But they don't really seem to have had much success with that side of it. We see a lot of videos of them showing off those anti-radiation missiles hanging off of some of their newer aircraft. But I have not seen evidence that they're having a lot of battlefield success with that combination.
Oh, that's good news. Very good news. I had a thought went into my brain and then it just went out. It's just pretty much like it's been my whole life. Goes in, goes out, and I try and catch it on the way through. Sometimes I fail. Right, so Primus.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's kind of what I had heard. They had around 100 launchers. Now, I mean, that's individual launchers, which are put in batteries of, 4 to 8 launchers in a battery. So who really knows? Just as important, if not more, of the radars and the command and control. So, yeah, who knows how much they have? I'm sure they've lost some of them. Everything I've seen that they've lost have been, the launchers themselves. But yeah, they have a lot. I know the Soviets left behind a lot of missiles and systems and so on, which had been kind of mothballed for a while and have been pulled out. So that like the Russians, I don't think the Ukrainians have thrown like anything out. So that's at least helpful. So yeah, I mean, they probably are going to start pushing air defense up closer to the front line because the Russians aren't able to hit the cities right now. So yeah, and I think that was a big part of it, is they were trying to force the air defense back to cover the cities and away from the front line, and now that's going the other way. So with that and some Western air defenses getting there, and who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if they've also reloaded some of those S-300 canisters with something else. I'm not sure what else could fit in them, but they put Sea Sparrows on a buck launcher, so who knows what else they could do. I would be. They seem to have a lot more ammunition than I thought they would. Or let me put it that way, and I think that's been the limitation. But I also think they've managed to acquire some from other places along the way. So the history of all this is going to be really interesting in a few years. Right now, who knows? They seem to be having enough to maintain at least air denial. So also, we were talking about the K-50, K-52. I mean, it might be shaky, although I think some of those shakes might be attributed to the camera being mounted on like a hard point connected to the frame rather than the pilot. But I mean, it's a good helicopter. It's probably not the equivalent of an Apache because, it costs 3 or 4 times less, but, it's better than a Hind. It has better sensors, is faster. So, I mean, I think it's more, I think it's less of an issue of the K-52 being a bad helicopter and more of an issue of attack helicopters themselves have a very hard time operating in a real threat environment. And, there might be something to be said for whether they're relevant or not in the future, because I think anyone would be taking helicopter losses in this, including the U.S., because, a heat-seeking manpad doesn't really care if it's Russian or an American. There's it has a pretty good chance against it. So just a couple thoughts there.
That's great news, and you reminded me about the buck system and the rest of it, and it's just another demonstration of just how much engineering effort they're putting towards these things to see if they can adapt, right? So putting those Sea Sparrows on there, which hopefully you might be able to remind me. Do they go quite high though, don't they?
A Sea Sparrow, no, they're more of a medium range point defense missile. So they're going to go out, 10, 15 miles is about it on there from a ground launch. But I mean, it's a pretty good system. I mean, it was developed by the U.S. Navy, especially later iterations, because it's based on the Sparrow air-to-air missile. The Sea Sparrow itself was kind of optimized towards being able to deal with incoming cruise missiles. So it's an effective system. The evolved Sea Sparrow is a much nastier system on there, but the old school Sea Sparrow, I mean, it worked fine in the 80s and 90s. So I'm sure it's fit for purpose in this situation, especially if you just need to have a lot of inventory to burn through to shoot at drones and missiles and that kind of thing. So for what it was intended to do, it's probably pretty good at it.
Yeah, because that's the thing, isn't it? Right, cruise missiles haven't changed that much. They're suddenly not. They're suddenly not really different from what they were in, in fact, Gulf War One. To speed and all the other bits and pieces that they do, right? So, yeah, in the same way as a bullet that was made in 1962, still as effective as a bullet that's made now, right? 7.62, 1962. The same sort of damage as elsewhere. Right, I can see that Nick's got his hand up. Nick, what you got to say?
I was going to say something about destroyed S-300 launchers. But,
Yes, because I have a script for that, but I would assume you put your hand down, right? So the one thing I was going to say is that we've got an upper figure of how many their numbers there are. I guess if anyone's wondering how many we still have, then you just want to take a couple of numbers off the top of that and go, we've had stuff destroyed, or I mean, actually, so I'm not Ukrainian, but I do feel Ukrainian at times. So yeah, it's going to be.
You've just revealed the NATO plot, David.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have.
You said we. You see, it's true all along. The whole thing is the entire West. You've just let it slip. We'll have to give in now. The trolls have won. They've detected the slip.
They knew that what Ukraine was trying to do. In fact, Ukraine is subsuming NATO. It's not the other way around. It is Ukraine.
I have wondered actually what happens when we get to the end of the war and Ukraine says, "Yeah, I quite fancy a bit of Moldova now, lads, and the chunk of Hungary." What do you reckon?
The Ukrainian Empire, right?
Yeah. And we go, oh well, yes, anything you say, Mr. Zelensky, sir.
Iwana.
Yes, hello, gentlemen. About Ukrainian empire, I wouldn't even joke, because there are people hearing and they will speculate this, and of course it's not a reality. Ukraine only wants its land and nothing more than that, and just for the Russians to leave Ukrainian land. But it's very interesting, because at the end of this conflict, maybe not Ukraine will join NATO, but NATO will join Ukraine, because it will be really a powerful force and maybe the best trained army in NATO. What do you think?
I think you've just taken my job. I'd actually, in the Ukrainian Empire, I'd found myself a job of 2IC, and you've just taken it away from me, Iwana.
Oh, I'm very sorry to shatter your dreams.
Yes, oh dear. Right, okay, I'm gonna have to find myself another job. I wonder what that could be. Anyway, so I agree. Someone help me out for a moment. Brain death is happening again.
Would you like me to tell you that there was a picture released today of a site in Crimea, where apparently a Tochka-U missile landed on Russian positions, and let's just say it made a big hole. It really did make a big hole. And as you can imagine, there are a bunch of Russians just pointing and looking at it, taking a video. They've released a couple of these sorts of videos recently of their bases being smashed to bits. And I can only say that I think Ukraine must be targeting them very specifically. Now, earlier this morning, there were explosions in Belgorod as well, which is not like a big shock, is it? Apparently, Russia claims to have shot down 3 missiles, but I wonder if they just shot 3 missiles and they just fell down, because that seems to be happening in Bakhmut quite a bit. So, not Bakhmut, oh, Belgorod. You knew what I meant, didn't you? You knew what I meant. Right, so David apparently has disappeared on me. That's no big deal. He just left with me, guys. Just me in charge. So decoding, I will go to you.
Yeah, you just prompted the thought that often it has amazed me since the beginning, this kind of almost tourist propensity of the Russians to rub salt, to rub solidar salt in their own wounds, and to reveal to us, the destruction of their infrastructure. Like, even, we saw the bridge, the Kerch Strait Bridge, so soon after it was afflicted by whatever it was afflicted by. And this coverage came from the Russians. Now, maybe the Ukrainians are doing the same thing, and in Russian info space, which I avoid like the plague, there's a similar thing. But on the other hand, it just amazes me how they, you see some guy going around with their phone camera, and then he just uploads it, like the Antonivsky Bridge and all that. And I just say thank you very much to them all. And I also see it as they love rubbing salt in the wounds. Putin is a past master at sort of, rubbing salt in people's wounds, and they rub it in their own wounds as well. This whole genre of Russian tourists, looking like tourists at their own annihilation and their own failures. And I mean, it's great. It gives us a lot of material. So I just wanted to observe that out.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm talking into a flipping muted mic like a plonker. Yeah, thanks very much. Ivana, go ahead.
Yeah, so to what the decoding was saying, it seems that the Russians are very attached, very fond, sorry for the noise, of symbolic things. Like, for example, they wanted Solidar because probably they knew about the Solidar salt, which was a source of salt even for Russia. And they want Bakhmut because of this fearful resistance of Ukrainians. Bakhmut is a symbol, and they want just to crush it. And they did the same with Mariupol. It's like when you kidnap, when a criminal kidnaps a woman and want her to give in, and she doesn't, and he tortures her, and she still doesn't, and at the end he kills her because he cannot have it. He cannot have her. That's what the Russians did with Mariupol. They practically carpet bombed the town because they were upset that the people in Mariupol did not receive them with flowers and were not happy for being freed by the Russians. Of course, the Russians only freed them from their lives and their possessions and their lovely city at the seashore. So it's like they are attached with these symbolic meanings of. That's why maybe they wanted to get Odessa and Kiev and even Kharkiv, which is a Russian-speaking town in its majority, and they want to make this, the world see everything they are doing. They are proud of it, and I'm wondering if this kind of taking, these aggressive actions, and just building on them, it's not, in fact, a fear, a sign of fear and hopelessness for the fact that they seem to have no future. You know, they seem to have nothing, no hope, nothing again before them, and maybe they are just, I don't know, so aggressive and so inhuman in a way because of that. I don't know. Maybe decoding has something to add. Thank you.
Oh, well, I see Tom has his hand up. Maybe what I say might spark Tom as well, because I've been thinking about it all day after listening to a really interesting Ukrainian philosopher. And God bless me, I can't remember her name, but I know, but she teaches at Yale, and she's Timothy Snyder's wife, basically. And they were just talking about the problem of evil, and this this thing which all of us who are really tuned into what's going on a day by day basis here, and given the day that's in it, that whatever happened with the killing of the POW, I just saw the references to it. I don't want to look at it or anything like that, obviously, but that there's something, these torture chambers and this repeated testimony we see, and Unheard released a great thing by Peter Pomerantz and the guy who wrote War in 144 Letters, Patrick Karkas. I trolled it. I posted it earlier today, or I forwarded it. I retweeted it. Just a very systematic look at all of the torture chambers. And Patrick Kakos, as some of us might know, wrote a really exceptionally good book in 2015 on War in 144 characters, where he was embedded in around the areas I was in eastern Ukraine at the time, and he links it with Syria and one of the wars in Israel and in a couple other places. And his thesis of this book, which was quite convincing at the time, actually, was that because of social media, it would be impossible for there to be the kind of war that one of the 6-day wars that Israel runs or whatever, because of the asymmetric aspect of social media. And so I'm quite interested to watch him as he is embedded in Ukraine as he develops his thesis. But anyway, he did this thing on the torture stuff. And as we know, this is just systemic. It's repeated reports from, we heard it from Luke Harding. Recently, again, Isabel, what's her face from The Guardian, was systematically going through the stuff in Kherson. And as Luke Harding found up in when that was liberated, he presented clear evidence. This is systemic. This is taught. This is not a few. This isn't Lindy, England in Abu Ghraib. A few ever, but this actually in school, in FSB school in Muscovy, they learn how to use the Izolatia in Donetsk, Izolatia in Donetsk, with that amazing book. And who is that amazing medic who was tortured? I forwarded that, retweeted that today. Again, she was tortured every day when she was in custody, and she asked her her torturer would say, and it's all done daily. Her torturer would say to her, do you know why I torture you? And she would answer, as she said in her testimony in the Helsinki Commission in DC, she said, well, you're torturing me because you can. And then, of course, we heard the priest, even the 16-year-old son of the ex-governor of Zaporozhye, who was held for 3 months. I always assumed he would have been held like a VIP. I thought he would be great. They'd really try and provoke his father into selling out Ukraine and Zaporozhye by, holding him, in some palace somewhere and torturing. But actually, he was just held with. I listened to a great interview with him, the 16-year-old. He's now 17 and a refugee in London, in England, with his sister and his mother. And he described he gave his testimony on BBC. It was great. Victoria Derbyshire did it. But again, he was talking about like his cellmate was tortured and tried to kill himself, and he talked about them attaching the electricity stuff to his genitals. And so this is just systematic. You know, we're hearing it from all over at all times, and this raises the question of the problem of evil, because these people are resentful, they're trained to do this, and this is a state policy. It's not just a few bad apples, and it's really interesting to hear this. Now we do have testimony from Algeria and the French there, and I've read stuff from like Frantz Fanon about how this affects the torturers from a psychoanalytic point of view. But it just, and obviously the Germans and the Nazis and all that, but it just seems like if you gathered 100 people in a room, I don't know, maybe Tom can comment on this. Like, are we going to get are we going to find as many potential torturers than we would in the Russist military among these Mobics and the non-Mobics and the FSB? I mean, yeah, anyway, just there's my random thoughts. So Yona, that's what you prompted. Yeah, because I've been thinking about this, that it's really the problem of evil we're dealing with it every day here in the space, and this is partly why the space is so good, because we can talk about it and we'll remember many of the things we read and have seen for the rest of our lives. And it's quite weird when our friends or many of the people we know in the real world aren't aware of any of this, whether or not they support Ukraine. It just passes them by. But anyway, problem of evil. But anyway, there's a nice open question for Tom to add to whatever else he was going to talk about. Out.
Yeah, thanks. Wow, there's a lot there. I'm trying to remember what Joanna was talking about before you said the problem of evil, and it was connected. I think it was. Remind me again briefly, Joanna, what you were talking about, and then I can link that with what Decoding was saying.
First, I talked about the symbolic, how they are attached to the symbolic, and then where is the source of this aggressivity? Sorry.
I remember now. Yeah, I remember. I think. Look, the problem of evil, I think the thing is when you use a word like evil, because it's such an ancient human word for just people doing wrong, often in the most awful ways, it's a very sort of loaded term. And, you know, we think about evil as like, you know, supposedly evil, or people that are tempted by sin are evil. So you get like religious things coming in. I prefer to just forget about all of that and just come at it purely from a psychological and sociological point of view. You know, at the end of the day, we're animals. We all want to be happy and we want to avoid suffering. And unfortunately, we can suffer at the hands of others. They can suffer at our hands. They can take our happiness. We can take theirs. And ever since we've had, you know, individuals fighting one another or tribes committing war on one another, there's always been the possibility for this kind of evil. So what Joanna was saying about, you know, if they can't have the city, they'll destroy it. That sounds to me like a sort of narcissistic rage, you know. So, you know, supposing I was single, Joanna, and I asked you on a date and you didn't want to go on a date, I might feel like, oh, okay, she doesn't like me that much, you know. I might feel down a bit. But if I was a narcissist, I'd think she's a bitch. She's a bitch for not wanting to come on a date with me. That's because she's a horrible person. And that anger that you direct at somebody else enables you to continue to believe that you are still wonderful and lovable. And so, of course, the Russians are going to have this view that the Ukrainians should welcome us with open arms and flowers because we're amazing. And then when actually they're not welcomed with flowers and open arms, the Russians have got two choices. One is that they can be like, you know what? Maybe we're not amazing. Maybe we're the baddies. And that would hurt them. That would actually hurt them emotionally to realize that, you know, invading someone's country is actually wrong. that you're a bad person if you do it, that you're causing suffering to others, and that, you know, that's not a good thing. You're evil in a way. So it's much easier to defend against that by making out that the other person is evil, that they deserve it, that if they won't love you, they can die. And then to think that actually I'm a good person for doing that because these other people are evil, they're Nazis, and you know everyone knows that Nazis are evil. So if I kill them, I'm good. And it's a psychological defense, and it's a deliberate psychological defense. The leaders know what they're doing by trying to instill people with this. You know, they try to instill it in people from childhood, for goodness sake, to believe that, you know, Russia is great, the West is all decadent and corrupt. Any of our enemies are Nazis, and it's perfectly okay to kill them. So it enables people to do things that are evil whilst simultaneously believing that they are good. And that's the thing about real life that you don't get in sort of cinematic fantasy. You know, the actual orcs of Mordor knew they were evil. Sauron knew he was evil. Voldemort, he says there's no good or evil, there's only power, which is a bit more interesting. But deep down, I think he knew he was evil. But a lot of the Russians, I think, have actually conned themselves psychologically, themselves and one another, into really thinking that they're the good guys, at least the stupid ones. Now, when it comes to the torturers, I think there's something else. I think there's a lot of myths about how the world should be. And some of these myths are nice myths. Like a good example of a myth would be the pacifist myth. Violence doesn't solve anything, right? We've all heard that at some point. We've all been told that as a child at some point. And I think pretty much everyone in this space knows that that's a myth. It's a well-meaning myth. It's to stop people hitting one another in the playground, but it is a myth. Sometimes you have to use violence. So the problem is when you grow up and you learn that some of the things you grew up with were myths, the Russian KGB has this view, or had this view when it was the KGB, it's FSB now, that anyone who knows how the world actually works lies. Everybody is corrupt. And if you think that someone out there isn't corrupt and isn't just interested in themselves, then you're an idiot. You're an idiot who believes myths like violence never solves anything. And that the truth is, everyone's corrupt, everyone wants power, and if you weren't torturing him, he'd be torturing you. So who do you want to be, so guy? Do you want to be the weak guy who gets tortured, or do you want to torture him back? Okay, now press the button and pass the current through him. And this is the sort of thing they do. They do it in their military, in the Dedovshchina. Okay, we're going to beat these new recruits. Why? Because we can, and because we're stronger than them. And then 12 months later, 18 months later, when that recruit is now somewhat more experienced, it's like, right, now you're the beater, you're the strong one. Who do you want to be? Do you want to be strong or do you want to be weak? You know, it's very Voldemort's, there is no good or evil, there's only power. And the thing is, that's actually a myth too, because it's a very insecure person that constantly uses violence to prove his power. You know, it's like a man that beats his wife. It's not actually necessary. You don't have to do it. But the problem is if everyone around you is doing it, and if that's the culture that you belong in, you know, the idea of the siloviki, literally the hard ones, it must be very difficult to believe that there's another way of doing things, that you can have a decent culture where people aren't that way. And so I think the problem is that something about Russian culture makes people believe that it's inevitable and that the alternative is some sort of weakness. And no one wants to be weak. No one wants to be the victim. So they'd rather be the aggressor. That's the sense I get. I've never been to Russia. This is what I've picked up from you guys and my own understanding of psychology. I can see that Ukrainian Cossack agrees with me. I don't know if that makes sense to you, Joanna, or decoding, or if Nick wanted to comment on that.
Yes, it does. It does, and it makes me think of a lot of things. For example, this association between violence and power. we had like a philosophical workshop at one moment, and we tried to give a definition to to violence, and there were a lot of attempts of definitions: intended violence, non-intended violence, and so on and so forth. And finally, we managed to find a very short definition of violence, which is violence is the misuse of power. I don't know if it's the correct definition, but I think it fits in this context right now. But I would like to hear from others also. Thank you.
I don't know if John Stewart's listening, but I'm going to give my annual mild support for one or two of the ideas of evolutionary psychology, which I normally spend time ribbing people about, and say the willingness to occasionally use force. I mean, I wouldn't even call it evolutionary psychology. I think it's rather down at the amygdala level. But the willingness to occasionally use force is evolutionarily, as we say in the business, adaptive. If you don't, well, there are organisms that don't use force, but they live in considerably less hostile environments, or they breed in considerably greater numbers than we do. So force is part of the human condition, and then it's our sort of collective superego that we call civilization that we try and use to I don't know if that's really collective superego, but our collective attempt as a civilization to overcome that, and that is essentially our permanent struggle. The other thing I want to say is Twitter is apparently having a bit of a meltdown at the moment. Some people are reporting not seeing images, then other people are reporting having trouble logging in. So absolutely anything could happen in terms of the space. But the Maria, for example, if you look at the MriyaReport account and you're seeing images not showing, don't report it to us. It's apparently a wider Twitter problem. I was going to say, however, that before the image disappeared from my screen, I saw that Chuck Farrer is coming up, but I didn't quite get the time. Did you get the time, Mockers, for when Chuck is coming up?
I believe it's his usual times on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but he likes to pop in from time to time, and I didn't catch it before it disappeared, I'm afraid. However, we are going to put a new tweet out with just text, so that hopefully it won't disappear this time.
So I'm told pretty much the entire Twitter web interface is not working, which the web interface also includes almost certainly includes the Windows Twitter app, which is basically the Microsoft Edge browser with a couple of buttons taken away from it and the URL glued to Twitter. So if you are, I don't know what's happening, for example, if you're listening to the space on the web. For those who only look at Twitter on their phone, you can listen to the space on the web browser. You can't participate. There's no microphone button. But if you're away from your phone and still want to listen and keep up with what's going on, then you can find the space on the web. The best way to do that when Twitter is working is to go to the MriyaReport Twitter account, and the space will always be the pinned tweet, as far as I know. And then you can plug in your headphones, sit in a corner of your office, pretend to be taking part in some important international conference, wave people away with a slightly annoyed wave of the hand as they're interrupting your vital business negotiations with Tokyo, and continue taking in all of the Ukraine-related goodness here.
By the way, Twitter on Safari still works.
Well, Axel, I've got to advise you that you are the only speaker request that I've seen since I've been sat here. So I don't know what it is with you, but you must be extra special.
Oh, that's probably just because of you.
Yeah, so
I
feel
can't hear
special,
Mockers. Is
so
Mockers talking then?
you're the only one I've seen.
Mockers is
and-
talking, Tom. So if you can't hear her, you may need to go down and come back up.
And in the meantime, yes, the Twitter issue seems to be quite large, and I can advise you that the Chuck Ferret email message was indeed about him coming up at his regular time on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So no panic. Nick, you are hot micing on me. Bless him. The Twitter space is not working from the website at all. We're getting an API error. However, it does seem to work on Chrome at the moment. So these are things that you might need to figure out for yourself.